VRML Season 1. We are in to the near finals here, and I am joined by one of the teams who has qualified and advanced through to the semifinals this weekend. They are the Blaze EU squad. We'll go down the line, get everyone's introductions, and we'll start with you, Legolo. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very good.
Hyper?
Yes, I'm also doing very fine. I'm hyped. I'm actually in a room with VRZida right now, so we can also switch out the questions if you have any for both of us.
Excellent. Rise?
Yeah, I'm Rise. Super hyped to be in the semis this weekend, and I can't wait.
Awesome. Tabs?
Hi. I don't have much to say.
Happy here, Zyda.
Bruh. And
Yeah.
VRZida?
Hello. It's really nice to see all my friends here, friends and teammates, and yeah, they're gonna do a great job at the semis. About that later.
Yeah, awesome. We have a couple of questions that I do want to ask you all this afternoon about how you're feeling about the matchups that you had earlier this weekend. There's a lot of hype around those matchups, some incredible back and forth. So, going into the last weekend against Cheeky Breachy, how are you feeling as a squad heading into that matchup? And Legolo, I'll start with you.
I mean, of course, we're pretty confident about being able to win, but I mean, it's still gonna be a bit of a tough match nonetheless.
Yeah,
and,
I think when we looked at the matchup history, we were expecting things to be a little bit more one-sided, but it ended up being a pretty fun matchup to tune into overall. And Rise, how are you feeling before you jumped into that matchup?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was nervous. I was hoping we'd come out on top, and we did, luckily. But like Hyper said, we went down 4-0 in those first 4 rounds, and that didn't help. And I'm not scared to admit I'm nervous for this upcoming match as well. I mean, the semi-finals is huge for the 13 weeks we've been playing, so
yeah.
Gonna be nervous, but hopefully those nerves settle down after a few rounds.
And so, Zyda, we talked a little bit about that first 4 rounds, not necessarily going your guys' way. Was that the most challenging part of the series? How did you get out of that sort of rough start?
We could act tough and say that the first 4 rounds were unlucky or something, but to be completely honest, underdogs are just a great team and they have great strategies. It is something definitely that we can learn from, especially on ship. So really props to them. They're a great team with great players. And we noticed a pattern after those 4 rounds, the mistakes we were doing, and immediately eliminated them. And after that, one round we won, and we were in the flow state, as Hyper said.
Yeah.
That's practically it. We got the attack strats ready, counter strats, and it worked out perfectly.
Tabs, when you got that first round win, was that when you felt like you had the entire thing secured, or at what point did you really feel like you were headed towards the series win?
I mean, the first round that we won was kind of off, just barely a piece of string. I mean, I was 1 HP. The whole team was 1 HP. It was a 3v1. They had full health. But I kind of, as one of the casters say, the door blocker really saved the day.
Yeah.
But as we kind of went in, we were just... It's pretty much, I think, when we got onto attack, we started to get our flow way better. Because, we're not really good on ship. It's kind of no secret. And I think we were a lot better at attacking, so then we just really managed to get our flow when the attack started. We were just sweeping rounds very quickly.
Awesome. And I mean, we talked about maybe, practicing, getting ready for this weekend, because you do have a pretty tough semifinals and finals ahead of you. You are going to be going, if we do have, maybe we'll pull up the bracket here as a graphic, kind of show it off. Okay, so then you have Cheeky Breachy coming up here, because French Resistance obviously getting eliminated in round 1. I want to kind of get your feelings on anything maybe you need to improve on going into this weekend, especially off of that early near map 1 loss, and what is your sort of impressions of what you're going to improve on, Legolo, going in and leading up to the semis?
Well, we're definitely going to be trying to scrim teams that have more unconventional strategies, because that's what Cheeky Breachy do. They have not really weird, but just not normal strategies. So it's good to play against more teams that do that as well.
Hyper, are you doing any analysis on the side? Are you helping your team prepare for this in any way if you're not going to be jumping into the games with them?
Yes, I'm definitely preparing a lot for my team. I'm just the best player at all. I'm preparing via Zyda. I'm looking after him in the Alps where we go skiing soon. So then if he's going to be at one piece. But now, all jokes aside, I think what we should improve on is just our general game sense, and if we just know what to expect, we should have this in the bag.
Yeah,
Easy peasy.
I mean, Zyda, you are definitely not out of the woods by any means, even if you win the semifinals, right? So what is your biggest competition, after the quarterfinals? Who are you looking at? Who do you see, I guess, winning out of that velocity.com battle that's going to be happening also on Saturday?
About the .com and Velocity match, it's really hard to tell because Velocity just have been nerfed by 2 players. I don't think I need to bring it up. Everybody knows about them. But I think .com might just win this. These 2 crucial players with controversial background might just cost them the finals. And about our matchup with Cheeky Breachy, all we need to do is practice with our new roster, since me and Hyper are going to Austria for the semifinals. We're gonna be back hopefully for the grand finals and not the 3rd place match.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, speaking of the grand finals, Rise, what are your thoughts? .com, Velocity, Esports, both of those teams going to be pretty solid going up against in the finals.
Yeah, no, definitely. Both of which very good teams. I think we can all agree on that. But whoever we get, our main goal this season obviously is to win it. We've tried so hard throughout every week this season, and I think I speak on behalf of the team here. I think that the team deserves to take it all the way and hopefully take home that 1st place. It would be great.
Awesome. Well, I really do appreciate you guys taking the time to chat with me during this busy week as you do prepare for these semifinals this upcoming weekend. Congratulations on advancing through and getting your skin in the top 8, all of that. It's a big achievement, and we really are stoked for the semifinals this weekend to watch you guys play. So good luck against Cheeky Breachy. Hopefully you won't need it, but we'll have to see. That's to be determined. You're not going to want to miss that action. Welcome, everybody, to another postseason interview. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's, and today I am joined by the Velocity Esports squad here just beneath me. Thank you guys so much for jumping in. Congratulations on locking in your win and advancement into the semifinals. I want to start with asking you, to reflect on this weekend, right, and kind of think about the matchups that you went into. And I guess, hold on. I want to start with first your introductions, getting to know who we have here on the desk for the interview. And Johan, let's start with you.
Yeah, I'm Johan. I am the captain of the team, but I'm pretty washed and not to play that much anymore. But I'm still here for the free money.
Free? Well, you still have to earn it in the semis, I suppose. But Void, how are you doing today?
Hello, I'm Void, and my specialty is shoot people in the head.
A good specialty in this game. Ran6, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very good, man. I'm also like Void. I shoot people in the head, but I hold an angle for like 2 minutes to shoot people in the head. That's like my clutch, basically.
Discipline is what you're saying. You have the
Yes,
discipline.
sir. I hope.
Fuse, how are you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, hello, I'm Fuse.
First question of the afternoon, and I'll direct it to you, Johan. How are you feeling going into your first matchup last weekend? The only matchup, I suppose, you had against TJFC. Yeah, how are you feeling going into that?
Yeah, we were feeling like quite alright. We felt like we would win that, but looking back at season day, we're like the closest game to ours. Like with our 1-12 record, there was only one team we lost to, and they weren't in the tourney anymore. So that was the closest one of the teams that were left that we had during the season. So we thought this might be a close one, but we thought we would get on top, and that's showed also by the match.
Yeah, for sure. Void, how are you feeling? Was there any jitters, any nerves, anything like that before you got into that first matchup?
No, not really. I mean, the quarterfinals was my first ever official game, but apart from that, I'm feeling very, very confident, and I'm ready for it.
Awesome. Ran 6. How are you doing in that game? Was there any point during that series against TJFC where you felt like you had to kind of step it up, or were you confident the whole way through?
Main problem with me was my aim wasn't on par as I hoped it would be. I fixed the problem now. I know what went wrong. I know what I did wrong, but I wasn't playing the best that I wish I could. But at least we had teammates that could carry me. So thank you, everyone.
Fuse, I mean, you were there, you were playing. How are you feeling in that matchup? Were you nervous at any point, or was there any shaking in the hands when you were aiming that disrupted shots, anything like that?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, at the start you get a bit shaky, just get cautious about what you're trying to do, not throw anything. But yeah, once you start to play a bit, you settle in quite a bit and a few kills.
Awesome. Again, it was a spectacular matchup to tune into. At any point, Johan, was there a point that you felt like you kind of had the match secured, like the momentum was in your favor and you were going to actually advance on to the semis?
Yeah, I mean, as a spectator, I was kind of nervous of the first 2 games there, but when we had this good start on chip, I felt like we would carry this momentum to get this win and follow of course, the script, getting close match,
Yeah, it
But
really
yeah,
was. I mean, we were surprised on the desk to have that as close as it was. Were you, Void, Ran, were you guys surprised that TJFC did as well as they did against you?
Want to answer first?
Yeah, actually, very surprised.
Me personally, I wasn't surprised at all, because these guys, although they might look bad, like from the shallow end, because they had the minimum amount of matches to play.
Yeah, it's looking at the stats. Yeah, yeah.
They seemed new, but they're not new at all. Lots of them have been in previous teams before. Like even some teammates have been playing during alpha, and what lots of people think is that TJFC is bad, but they're not bad. Every time we would scrim them, we would draw. Like they were extremely underestimated. People thought they were the underdogs, but no. Like me personally, I was not expecting that to be an easy game for us. Very close, as it turned out, as the script turned out.
Yeah, it certainly was close. Had to check off all the boxes of the script that afternoon. Fuse, going into this weekend, do you feel like there's anything your team needs to improve on after that matchup, or are you feeling confident now with the semifinals and the finals ahead of you?
I think we need to work on pulling our weight more. I mean, Hickman, even though he is now banned, did pull quite a bit of weight in the quarterfinals. So yeah, just learning on trying to win your ones, and I think that's probably the main part about the team, is just winning ones.
Johan, as you do prepare for this postseason, you focus on winning the ones. What are you as a team captain kind of focusing on? Or you have scrims prepared, or are you relaxing? Doing VOD reviews. What's sort of the schedule for the next few days?
Yeah, it's basically just scrim as much as possible these last few days, like trying to get the team that will be playing in these semifinals and finals to get their connection together and make sure that we can be as best as we can with our skills.
Are you guys confident? Who are you kind of keeping the eye out for? Obviously, you have your semis match first. Is that kind of the main focus, and then you'll have to do what you have to do on Sunday?
Yeah, I would say so. Basically, like we're focusing on one game at a time. First we need to get any further. We need to get this semifinals. Even if we lose that, sure we have the third place, but we, of course, in our mindset, we always have to win this semifinals, especially with everything that's going around. Yeah, and then we'll see what happens on Sunday.
Yeah. Well, hey, I wish you guys the best of luck for your upcoming matchup this weekend. If you're tuning in, it's maybe going to be happening in a few minutes. So stick around and get ready for more of the VRML postseason, the semifinals, the finals. And a shout out to the Velocity Esports squad for tuning in. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you in the battlefield. go again, flying out, rifle in hand, catches 1, 2, 3. From the hallway and now from the open door. It just opened up.
25 points, 1 versus 1. Last round, Evil Jester putting some pressure in that doorway, still unable to pick up the EMP, and the ace is gonna go down.
Getting down to 15 seconds. Ash has recovered that EMP, looking to push in. Solo swings out, finds 2. And
Welcome, everybody, and thank you for patiently waiting for us to get into the pre-show of the Breachers EU VRML Season 1 Grand Finals. Technically, the third place match coming up first this afternoon. And for those that are just tuning in, my name's Nightfire with 2 E's. My co-casters, Filibust and Fallen. Fallen, I'll start with you. How are you feeling this afternoon?
As always, ready to go. Got 2 good teams on the lineup, so this should be exciting.
Yeah, it really should. We got some an excellent matchup coming up ahead for the third place battle. Phil, how are you doing today?
You already know, man. It's finals day. It's the day I've been waiting on for the whole season, so I am ready.
There is a lot of hype in the air across the entire production team for today. It is a big day that we've been working towards for months now. These players have been playing in the VRML Season 1 for 13 weeks of gameplay, each week getting assigned a match and playing to grow up or down in that regular season ladder. All of these teams that are playing today qualified in the top 7 of their region, meaning that they played so well over those 13 weeks that they were one of the 7 best teams in their region. We then had tournaments going on over the last 2 weekends where we had 2 weekends? Yeah, 2. Now we're on the 3rd. The Challenger Cup with teams getting a last bid entry into the top 8 elimination, which was last weekend. And I want to start kind of talking about things and how we got to this point with the top 8, Phil, because I feel like that top 8 gives us kind of a good picture of how crazy it is that we're here today, right? Because Velocity Esports started very strong on their their only match in that top 8. I think they 14-0'd the TJFC squad they went up against. They were looking again like you would expect that top team to look.
Yeah, as the number 1 seed, I think the quarterfinals matches went the way that most people kind of were expecting them to go. And then, yesterday the semifinals kicked off and things seemed to flip on their head a little bit. We've got our 3rd place match coming up that I think a lot of people expected to be the grand final matchup with Velocity Esports in there versus Blaze. So it's interesting to see, now we got a little bit of a flip, and now it's still, at the very least, you got to say that the 3rd place match has got extra hype on it because of that. Not to mention, you got the grand finals coming up after that, which is going to be the peak. We're crowning a champion, so.
Yeah, and again, to go back to the top 8, getting ahead of ourselves, Phil. Okay, we're still talking about top 8 here. We got clips running from top 8 with now looking at .com beating Monkey Forge, Hephaestus Forge. I don't think, Fallen, that we expected .com to be sweeping away Velocity Esports yesterday in the semifinals.
.com came on as relentless. They, beat the top team with 1. That top team was going with 1 loss. That's not something you see regularly. And .com to come in and, take them out of the tournament was pretty impressive from them.
Yeah, it was a big upset there. We've had several upsets so far this week. This whole month, quite frankly. It's been an incredibly exciting postseason to tune into. If you haven't caught any of the action, go back and watch the past VODs. They're all live. They're all recorded. And I saw some of the best plays I've ever seen yesterday. And we are not even into the finals yet, Phil. So, there's a lot to look forward to here. But also, let's get on to Blaze EU, playing against some great opponents in their top 8, coming out strong into the semifinals, going up against Cheeky Breachy. Phil, I was not expecting for us to go to a 3rd map and for Cheeky to be the one that was going to lead that 3rd map.
Yeah, I mean the momentum really shifted at some point in map 2, and Cheeky Breaky took it all the way to the bank. They got us to the third map, and then they just kept it rolling and didn't give Blaze a chance really to get back in the driving seat. So it was you love to see that. It's like chess. If you already know what's going to happen, it's kind of boring. And when you see these surprises, that excitement, it's exactly what we're here to see.
Yep, top 8 last weekend, semifinals were yesterday, and then today, as we were talking about here, Velocity Esports and Blaze EU are losing teams of the semifinals, are battling it up against each other for third place. Fallen, I think this is what we thought the finals matchup was going to be.
Yeah, definitely the top team of the seed with one loss, taken out, and then Blaze, the favourites to win by the community, also taken out. It was a big shock, actually, in my eyes as well. I was very surprised when I was watching the cast yesterday about the scores. It's definitely not what we expected this match today.
It is the thrill of the postseason, the thrill of the unexpected. And let's start to talk about what we can expect out of this matchup this afternoon. Velocity Esports versus Blaze EU. Phil, I've got the match history up. Fallen's talking about it a couple of times. Velocity are 12-1, Blaze are 7-5-1. Their last matchup, Velocity Esports won 20-14. Is this? I mean, we're getting kind of like a final pre-show, well, obviously it's the pre-show, but like a finals, what we again thought was going to be the finals matchup for EU, and instead it's Velocity Esports and Blaze competing for third place. It has me excited for .com and Cheeky Breachy coming up just after this today, but we don't want to talk too much about that because we'll have another little bit of a pre-show leading into the finals match, which is another best of 3. Both matches today, best of 3s. How do you see things sort of shaking out today? Both teams bringing experience since the preseason too.
It gives a little bit of vibes like the never back down moment where like the people you thought you were seeing the championship fight, one of them gets disqualified, the other one leaves, and then there's this huge fight in the parking lot. That's the third place match, and everybody goes outside and watching that. Meanwhile, the grand finals is happening inside. I exaggerate a little bit, but it's hyped to see. You've got the number 1 ranked seed who had a dominant tear throughout the entire season versus the like Fallen said, the people's champ, the ones that got the crowd behind them. So there's a lot of hype around this third place match. I'm excited for it to get started here.
Yeah, we are about 15 minutes roughly away from getting into our third place matchup of the afternoon. And a reminder for those that are just tuning in how we the EU bracket, what we have playing today. Third place, again, starts in about 15 minutes. Then we have a brief pre-show and we get into the grand finals for Europe. Again, that finals bracket is so crazy to look at, Fallen. It's just not... I think if we had done like one of those sort of betting bracket games, I gotta wonder how many people in the community would have picked this.
Oh yeah, the money wouldn't be on these two, I don't reckon. But they fought to be here, they deserve to be here, and they are going to give us a show later. I am looking forward to it. It's going to be great. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, and I guess I can get your perspective on the cheekybreachy.com matchup because I don't think we'll have you around for that finals series. We'll be bringing in Jonesy to join us for that finals cast. As I start to get predictions, I'll start with you for both the third place match. Who do you think is going to win Blaze EU and .com? And then who do you think is going to win Blaze EU and Velocity? And then who do you think is going to win the grand finals with .com and Cheeky Breachy?
People's champ versus first place to get to try and get the third spot in the tournament. I'm probably going to go with Blaze. I think Velocity, have just not been in the right state at the moment to, beat Blaze. And for Cheeky Breachy and .com, I am with Cheeky Breachy after a brilliant win yesterday. Yeah. I think their mentality is high after beating a team, that was heavily liked. They've got to have a big smirk on their faces, and I think they'll just be ready to go into this one.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I gotta wonder what .com's going to bring to the table, but we'll talk a little bit about that as we get closer to that series, which is, again, just after this one. Phil, your thoughts. I'll have you for the finals, so I don't need your predictions on the finals just yet. You can ponder on who you think's going to get first or second place for a little bit longer. But how do you see Velocity Esports and BlazeEU shaking out this afternoon?
So I'm gonna give this one to Velocity. I actually fully agree with what Fallen was saying. You know, after watching them play yesterday, it seemed like they were a little bit off of form. But I'm going to say that they're gonna have an on day today. I feel like they're hungry. You know, like seeing that slop on stream and having kind of working through their problems. I think they're gonna come in today hungry, and they're gonna step up to that level that we're used to seeing them at for the season and for the main season. And yeah, I think they're gonna show up and remind everybody why they have such a strong record.
Gosh, it's hard to really get a good picture of how these teams are feeling emotionally right now, right? Because they wanted to be in the finals. They wanted to play there. Third place, obviously, is great. You get that reputation kind of boost, but there's not a lot of prize cash or money there. At the end of the day, you know, it's you wanted to be in first or second to really be even in that money, and so it's tough for these teams. At this point, though, you really got to kind of focus in and look internally. I think try and just play for and take the honor of, again, that third place mark, because quite frankly that'll help with recruiting going into season 2. You know, help you build the team to be better and, you know, to get that first place point. I think both of these teams are definitely going to be looking to do stuff like that leading into season 2, so that'll be interesting to see. But we're not there yet, and I do think that BlazeEU is going to come out on top this afternoon. I think they're going to be bringing a little bit of momentum into this one, knowing how Velocity Esports lost against .com, and I do think that there's going to be a good chance they'll be able to kind of sweep away again Velocity Esports even in this third place match. So to Phil's point, I don't know if that's really going to happen. Velocity may kind of get emboldened by having that loss in the semis and come in here strong for the third place match, but that is to be determined. We'll see how everything shakes out in about 14 minutes time when we jump into round number 1, map number 1 of Velocity Esports versus BlazeEU for our third place matchup. We are just a few minutes away. A quick shout out to our sponsors who come in and support the VRML. Those sponsors include Protube VR. We really appreciate them. They're a great stock company that helps stabilize your aim in game. You can see it there showcased by Phil. VRCOVER, a fantastic comfort option company that helps enhance the comfort of all VR devices with face pads and different gaskets. HyperX, sponsoring the casting team and our North American prize pool. We do appreciate them as a sponsor. There's also giveaways going on for the North American side on stream later today, but it's, again, only available for those in North America. Again, we do apologize for our EU fans out there on that one, but it's just how the sponsorship works. We're also going to be we're also sponsored by Helga, the esports bot manager. First and second place coming away with lifetime subscriptions there. I just got a kind of interesting stat. There's a lot of top teams that use the bot. It's pretty impressive. It's like 5 out of 8 in the EU and 4 out of 8 in the NA. They're in the top 8 that use Helga to help with their scheduling. So, I mean, take a look. If you're a team that's just kind of getting into things, it helps with figuring out and organizing all of your scrims and practices, and ultimately your league matches too. So do go get your first month free if you can. We're also sponsored by, of course, Triangle Factory, coming in with that cash prize pool and supporting us with in-game gun skins. Pretty dang cool stuff from them. Probably one of the best sponsors we've had on the VRML side, so we really appreciate their support all the way here for Season 1, and again, starting to look forward to Season 2 at this point with how great these matchups have been. It's only going to get better from here. So a lot to look forward to on this end, you know, with new leagues coming out as well. Vale and X8 just announced, so Vale season starts this week. X8 starts in the beginning of February. There's a lot of VRML to get into if you are just wrapping up your season here. So keep an eye out on the VRML channel as well. That's a little VRML plug there for you, mixed in with our sponsors. But we're going to take a brief break. When we come back, again, about 10 minutes from now, we'll be jumping into round number 1, map number 1 of Velocity Esports BlazeEU. Do not go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this.
Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, fast forward, it's gotta be real big.
gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids, just kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
Welcome, everybody, to the Breachers VRML Season 1 EU third place match. It's been 13 weeks of regular season gameplay, 2 weekends of postseason action, and we are finally here to find out who is going to take that third place position in Season 1 in the EU region. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm joined by my 2 co-casters, Filibust and Fallen, for today's matchup of Velocity Esports versus Blaze EU. Fallen, I'll start with you. How are you feeling today? This matchup, pretty dang hype. I'm really excited to see what kind of action we're going to get into this afternoon.
I am looking forward to it. I think it's going to be really close, and it's going to be an awesome watch for them and us. It's going to be great to comment on. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
The weekends have delivered. The semis was fantastic, Phil. I don't know what to really expect today in our third place matchup with this Blaze and Velocity squad, who are again, were our first and second seed in regular season and have lost to the underdogs to get here.
Yeah, the rank 1 and the rank 2 of the regular season battle. I mean, it's hype. It's so hype. I don't think you've seen a story like this and gotten this much hype around a third place match to date. So it's definitely one to go down in the history books.
Looking forward again to jumping into the action as both teams hop into our lobby and we get ready to go in to map number 1, which does look like it's going to be starting on Hideout. And I feel like that could really set the tone, Phil. A map like Hideout can really swing one way or another. If an offense comes in strong, you know, you really do have the ability to win a couple of offensive rounds going into to that kind of map.
It is one of those maps, the most offensive favored map that we have in the pool right now so far. I mean, the meta can always change. Other maps metas can change, but yeah, it's one of those things too where generally people think as a team defending is usually easier to do. You just kind of communicate well and hold down the fort.
Yeah.
But you know, starting off in a hype match like this, in a playoffs match, it takes a little time sometimes for a team to get warmed up. So maybe a wise pick, you know, because this map could go either way. If you have a rough start to a first half on defense, it's a little bit easier to come back and make some moves on the attacking side.
Yeah, it certainly is. Again, we saw that happen yesterday, in particular with that ship map on the North American side. Certainly is something to keep an eye on. And man, what a exciting series that we are getting prepped here for this afternoon. We have rosters again populating into the lobby, and we are just about ready to get into our first map of the day. So a shout out to everyone tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying the action here this afternoon. We really do appreciate you stopping by and catching this Blaze EU Velocity third place fake finals matchup. You know, it really is, again, a great preamble to the finals that we'll be getting into shortly after this series concludes. We will have .com and Cheeky Breachy playing out today in just a few hours' time. And then after that, right into the NA third place match and finals. So a lot to look forward to today. It is a big day for the Season 1 VRML, and I cannot wait, again, for us to start this action. We're just waiting on one more to jump in to the Velocity side, and then we should be firing up map number 1. It's, you know, Phil, I don't know if you were feeling it yesterday, but when the pressure's on for these players, I also start to kind of feel my heart start to pick up and race myself a little bit too.
Yeah, the adrenaline definitely is pumping. I can only imagine, like you said, being a player in this situation, because just as a spectator here or a caster, I mean, the tension is high.
Yeah.
You know, I can imagine if I was a player in this match, it'd be a reverse strategy. Like normal season matches, I might want to pump myself up with some high amplitude music and get the blood flowing. But for this type of match, I would be listening to some super chill music, trying to calm myself down and save what adrenaline I have up there to charge it up for the actual match. So hopefully the nerves aren't getting to these players quite as much, because even on the casting desk, we're feeling it.
We certainly are. Fallen. You know, it's the pressure that can kind of get to some of these teams. Do you think maybe that's what happened with Velocity when they got into the semis, or are we going to see them again kind of come back to form here in this third place match?
I think they're definitely going to come back to form, but I think, you know, they were comfortable on their top spot with the 12-1, and you know, they came against these teams and it just hit them like a heavy load.
Yeah.
Right in the face. But hopefully they'll snap back. They've had a big, wake up call. Thinking we want to get to 3rd place. That was on that, podium spot. So, it's going to be great fun to watch.
Certainly is, and again, we appreciate everyone patiently waiting, as we do, for the start of this map and the rest of this Velocity team to get in. We almost had everyone, but then a technical drop, and we are just waiting for that 5th to connect. And again, we should be jumping into the action here this afternoon. Again, a reminder, this is just the start of a long day today, that we have a lot of action planned, and I cannot wait to get into it. As we, again, the tension, it just continues to rise, Phil. I don't know how they're putting us on edge like this, just waiting for us to get in to this first map, but we are here, we are patiently waiting, and we should have that full Velocity roster hopefully in lobby soon. We were so close to getting into that first map there just a minute ago, but yeah, we are just patiently waiting here. And I guess a short time to shout out the sponsors who are contributing into the cash prize pool and hardware prize pool this afternoon. We went over them quickly in the pre-show. We'll do that here again briefly as we do buy some time. But there's the Protube stock, the Protube VR ingrained onto that side stock there. Great sponsor. We do appreciate their support. Sponsored by VRCOVER, HyperX, Helga, the esports bot manager, and of course, Triangle Factory coming in and supporting the VRML in our first season. We really do appreciate all of those sponsors coming together and bringing what is a fantastic league of Season 1 together like this. It's taken a lot of effort also on the production side, and if there was ever a time to shout out the fantastic work done by our production team and by all of the casters on the desk, I feel like it's now. And so I really do appreciate everything that comes in on that production side from folks like Offbeat and Wonder and everyone that works behind the scenes, people that names that people don't even know or recognize because they are truly behind the scenes doing a lot of hard work for us to put on all of this great, fantastic quality production. And a shout out is deserved to them and to our mods who are ultimately helping run this very smooth operation. You know, it takes a lot to put together a full tournament like this. To do that Challenger Cup as a moderator is a tremendous amount of work, to organize all the teams, schedule them, make sure they're playing ready-ups, getting them ready for each round. It's a constant, they're, as much as we're casting here, Phil, they're working behind the scenes dealing with tickets and quickly reacting to different questions and stuff like that. So a big shout out to the mods who have been putting in the hard work here. We really do appreciate you. And obviously all the casters. You know, not everyone that's cast this season is here on the casting desk. Obviously, I appreciate Phil and Fallen for joining me, but we are also, a larger team that has, I think, 10, 15 casters on the roster now that all broadcast games, and we really do appreciate everybody that has been able to join the team and cast. We've got a bunch of new applications for Season 2. I'm definitely going to be looking at those. I know people have been asking about them. We'll likely do a big wave of onboarding. We'll bring everyone in closer to Season 2 start. So keep your eyes peeled on announcements, pings, things like that, leading up to that, and maybe a little bit earlier. But I think we've stalled long enough. We've done enough shout-outs. We've talked about the sponsors. We are now ready to get back into the action for our first map of the afternoon on Hideout. We are here, round one, about to kick off. We've got Velocity on the defense, Blaze on the attack. And look at this, a basement objective, Fallen. It feels like almost all the pistol rounds have brought us down to this basement objective in these first rounds. And I cannot, again, your thoughts here on this pistol set before we kick things off.
As I said in previous casts, the pistol round can go either way, Some people can play with pistols, some can't. I'm one of the ones that can't. It's definitely, partly skill and partly luck of the draw as well. The pistols can rely on a bit of luck when it comes to aiming. But yeah, it can either go either way. Both teams, top 1 team, top 2 on the leaderboard.
Yeah, they're pretty
It can go either
skilled.
way. Yeah, I think their aim will be on point.
No Tauruses coming in on either side. A big difference, I suppose, we see in preference on the EU and NA sides. Also, I suppose, team to team. We may see some Tauruses in the finals for EU, but for now, at least, no Tauruses coming out. No one looking for any big headshot connections. Zyda, Legolo, everyone getting ready to push in to Garage and make their way over towards that B bomb site, opening up the hatch, potentially, no, that front wall, and prepping both the hatches on the objective and down in the basement to try and split the attention of this defense. They had swings out, finds the first kill of the round, a nice peek to scoop up one. Rise is here wary of that potential swing now, and no one's going to be exposing themselves. The trouble, of course, is that the EMP is down on the other side of that wall, and I don't know that they knows that EMP is over there, but it is over there. So we'll have to see if this team adjusts, ends up scooping it up, or if they just kind of keep pushing in, going down these stairs and working into the flank of the squad.
Yeah, I'm with you. A little bit caught out of position with the MP there, but I don't think they are aware. So Rise shouldn't have too much trouble. He's just being extra cautious. Still haven't found a pick, and Fuse is going to pick up the second one, but this is the cue to push into the garage, and the trades are coming back and forth. Fuse just narrowly ducking behind that cover with 3 points of health. Here comes the nade, and Rise is going to clear the headshot, but meanwhile, on the flank, Ran 6 has taken down Mr. Beaver, which means Rise, recovering that EMP, finds himself now in a 1 versus 2. Just over a minute left on the clock. It looks like he wants to rotate up towards the garage and perhaps, I don't know, you've got plenty of time here with a minute. Leave the defenders second guessing. Which way do you think he goes in?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking hatch drop. Oh, no, stairs seems to be the play. Oh, a rotation to A. Okay, that's a nice little potential plan, or maybe they're just throwing off with footsteps. Who knows what the plan is for Rise, but they do have a limited amount of time, 35 seconds left. And I think the call to go down the stairs came in, and Rise kind of rotated, turned back around, went back to the stairs, is going to be going down there to get to that bottom floor. Ran 6 is over here on A, and so it is a 1v1 depending on which objective they go to and how quickly they do push in. Void patiently waiting, Cyclone in hand, likely going to hear these footsteps from Rise and call it out, so the duo will be here to defend, and Rise won't be able to swing to catch the kill they needed on Void. Great headshot that brought them low, but not the full 1-2 tap. And Velocity are off to a good pistol start. First round of the day on the board here. Fallen and Velocity lock in again. That nice early pistol round.
It's the pistol round. As I said, it can go either way, and poor Rise left all alone. I could imagine the pressure. It probably wasn't, the greatest feeling round the chest, the heart pumping, and he just couldn't capitalize, which is fair enough. It's a 1v2 in these big pressure moments. But, well done by Velo to get that pistol round off.
Yeah, absolutely. A solid start to the series. They'll now have enough cash to buy into a rifle or two. We're only going to see one rifle getting picked up. Blaze still investing into a drone and a nade. Pistols, Cyclones as well. Kind of a sizable buy, Phil, if you do kind of think about it in terms of investment into the early rounds like this.
Yeah, they're threading it. They're really pushing it right to the line. I mean, it could really pay off, because if you look over at Velocity side, they're actually being very conservative as well, not buying even a single SMG or rifle. So it could pay off. But if Blaze loses this round, they are going to be not having a lot of extra money for utility going into the third round, which would be the first buy round. As things get started off quickly, Fuse finding a headshot onto Rise there through the front door, getting away with just 8 points of a health, and it is going to be a push towards the garage as Mr. Tabs catches they had behind the van, and a bit of a split pressure as now 3 members of the Ablaze attack pile into the garage here. Little nade comes through. It is not going to make it over that toolbox, and Void and is giving the call for his team to rotate over towards this B bomb site.
Yeah, nice little hold here on the B side from Void. Risky to peek out there, especially with the foam on the wall. It could have been exposed as soon as that got detonated, but they tuck back in time. Zav is here, Fuse is here, and Void ready for the breach in 2B through the garage, but nothing coming in quite yet. A good headshot from Fuse, crouched down, catches the top of Legolo's dome over that little awning there, and now quick peek there from Zyda, a little bit risky. Where is the rest of the Blaze team? They need to swing around and flank or push in at the same time here as a trio. The pistols is all they have. A nade comes in there, comes close. Tabs finds Fuse on the bottom side. Zeta trying to swing out, and Zav finds a little bit of damage, but takes some themselves. It's a 3v3. Blaze low on HP. The rifle is down on Velocity's side, and Zyda finds another.
Zav the Slab swinging around the corner here to back up. We're down to a 2 versus 2. Both the remaining members of Velocity here to defend the B bomb site. And likewise, Blaze with the crossfire pushing through, the pressure mounting too much. Zav the Slab stuck behind the bomb with nowhere to go. He is going to go down, but Ran 6 brings it to a 1v1 and finds the snapshot onto Mr. Tabs to seal the deal. Nice little 1v2 clutch there to put their second round on the board.
Huge double tap there. That's, well, like you said, Fallen, that's the skill of being able to use the pistols effectively. It is not easy to tap the heads 1-2 like that, and they make it look easy in that double kill.
It is getting that 2 kills to win them the round.
Oh. We're having some connection issues coming in there, Fallen.
Round 6 finally got the last 2 kills off.
Falling a little choppy there, yeah. Apologize there. On the technical difficulties side. We'll see if we can adjust anything on that end. But, yeah, a stellar push in from Blaze. Velocity, though, hanging tight. And I don't know, Phil, did they pick up that rifle before the end of that round? I don't think they scooped up the rifle that they had bought going in.
I don't think they bought a rifle, actually. I'm pretty sure they just all had pistols. Yeah.
I thought early in they had one of them had one. Maybe to your point they did sell back that rifle and stick to the pistols on that eco round because yeah, they all do have 5 rifles. Their money looks fine. They had I don't know. I'm wondering if they had a rifle because their money is lower than everyone else's on the team. They also don't have a life as they go down. They had a life and now they push in. Blaze up 5v4.
Interesting situation here is Void is actually tucked upstairs. He's going to get a free kill here. They were not expecting the double roam, and Void played that so well, not jumping the gun and letting the Blaze offense feel like they settled in on the attack upstairs. Meanwhile, Fuse is going to find the frag onto Mr. Tabs, and it is into a 3 versus 4 here. Velocity looking to keep up this early momentum, already up 2-0, and with the man advantage. We are back onto the basement bomb site, and most of the fighting so far has been going on in the upstairs. You see Leglo is now just barely able to regain control of that hatch. The foam is already mostly down on there, but he's going to be able to blow that hatch open. And the attacking idea for Blaze slowly gets back on its tracks here. Rise with that EMP swinging in. Diffuse just tucked around the corner here, playing it so patiently in the pinch from Zyda, dropping through the hatch. Coordination is good, and Zyda's going to find a wall bang onto Zav the Slav, making it a 3v2.
Yeah, they're pushing in now. Ran alone on the only one holding things down here. On the backside, though, could put off a nice flank onto the trio. They can execute things effectively through the wall. Zyda almost goes down. Legolo gets that EMP plant. And so now it's the push, the retake, and Zyda shuts it down. Blaze come in strong on a vital round, taking that point, pushing themselves up 2-1. And we're into a fight, map 1. Nothing's coming in easy, Fallen, and again, a big clutch for Blaze because I don't think Velocity are looking too good on their economy right now.
These teams are showing why they are here.
There he is.
Am I good?
I think so.
Oh, these teams are showing why they are here. They're doing very well. Just kind of, take it as it goes. Blaze got the round back after the 2 rounds, as I mentioned. And yeah, it's just going as it goes at the minute.
It sure is a close battle back and forth. We're looking here. Velocity kicked around the idea of picking up rifles in this round. Phil, you can kind of see them thinking if they were going to decide on going 4 rifles and a pistol buy. I don't think that gave them enough of the kits or utility they really wanted. And so they're now going on an eco round on defense with an Omen as really kind of the hero pick, hoping that they'll get an aggressor on Velocity. They had is out here waiting for Tabs to swing in. The ping comes in, though, because the drone work is here, and they spot out They Had. Rise finds the head. They Had didn't have the Omen, but they do buy out a nade as well from Mr. Tabs. That was a beautiful nade, by the way. It would have perfectly caught them out, but they would already gone down, so not necessary. As Tabs now flies in, and Blaze are feeling confident on the round. Some counter utility coming through from the Velocity squad, but it's not going to find much of anything, and this is going to be everyone from Blaze alive and well with their rifles in hand.
Yeah, Blaze are starting to find, and as soon as I say that, Fuse manages to finally get a kill on Mr. Tabs there. That Spectral shot, double headshot coming in nice, but 4 Vezin strong still here to defend this post plan. It is a very difficult situation as Avislav finds himself in a 1 versus 4, eventually going to go down, but really coordinated attack I'm seeing from Blaze, and hopefully our connection issues will allow Fallen to give us a little more insight, but I think they're really coming into form here.
Yeah, it is certainly a good back and forth that we're into this afternoon. It's, again, kind of what we expected as a finals preamble in terms of this being a great series. It's delivering. 2-2 tied up. We go into a pretty big round here, Fallen, with everyone buying in to the full capacity that they can.
Yep, everyone's got the money, and it's going to be a AR warfare out there. Well done to Blaze for getting that room, and, you know, this is why Hideout was such an attacky map.
Yeah.
They just, you know, kind of got it, and, you know, Blaze was stuck at the back with no movement room at all, so grenades were flying in, incendiaries were flying in, and they were trapped, basically. They got, you know, pinched down by Blaze, so well done to them.
Yep, they absolutely were trapped in that site. It's the last place you want to be. Look at all of the money from Blaze getting spent here. They're not saving too much, Phil, because they don't want to have too much cash in their pockets. We have all of this utility on the floor ready to be utilized by the team if they do want to make their way into this garage site. They had to throw a nade up and over. That does get a little bit of damage onto Mr. Taz, but doesn't find that full kill. They'll be able to quickly heal and then start to throw a barrage of their own utility that they have ready and waiting at their feet.
Yeah, I like the investment here. You know, you don't want to hit the ceiling and get money capped and be throwing that money away, especially if there's only 2 rounds left here. You might as well spend what you can, but so far off of the back of all that utility, it's actually Velocity coming out with the first kill into this round, and this is a full buy round for them. They're looking to put another one on the board and stop this momentum as Fuse finds the headshot on Tabs, trying to cross over towards that laundry. Another counter nade comes through. That's not going to find anyone, but the wall has been opened up and the pressure's mounting, but it's a 3-man attack now on the side of Blaze.
That's a good nade. That's a good nade on the Fuse. Forces the rotation. No one able to, unfortunately, follow up on that rotation, and so for now, at least, everyone on Velocity survives. Legolo trying to find some action through the wall there, but can't quite connect. And Velocity is playing this very patiently, not getting overconfident despite Rand 6 finding a kill on the back of Rise there. Finally, a frag coming in to get 1 down, 2 down on Velocity. Zyda's flying in looking for a third. Void shuts that down, and Legolo's alone.
Little bit of miscoordination there as Legolo, you know, the push in there should have waited for Legolo to blow that wall, I think. But the 2 versus, it would have been a 2 versus 5 if they were able to pull it off here. You kind of feel the pressure mounting. You feel like you got to make a move and kind of push towards that momentum. So I totally understand a little misstep there. Now Legolo's in a 1 versus 3, just slowly creeping in, trying to find any kind of 1 versus 1. They want to isolate the solo players. They've still got a minute left on the clock, but it's just the first fight. Rand 6 comes in the back, actually, and finds the backstab while the distract is going on in the front, and it is officially Velocity stopping Blaze's momentum. They had a little bit of a 2-round win streak going, and they once again take the lead.
Yeah, that was, well, you know, if there was ever a knife in the game, Rand could have had the backstab, to your point there, Phil. They got close enough for that to be a reality, and I don't think I've ever really seen that. So that's another first, I suppose, for me on the desk here, Fallen, but it's Velocity now back in control, and I love to see the eco management in particular here of these teams. They really are managing their money well, where they're able to buy a lot more than I feel like we see some of the NA squads do.
Yeah.
Yeah, then, you know, find the util they need and things like.
Oh, I think we're having some more tech issues there on Fallen's side. We'll try and sort those out for you, but
am I here?
Well,
am I healthy? Am I alive?
I think I don't know. We'll have to we'll have to figure it out. But for now, at least, we're getting back into the action. Round number 6 kicking off here.
The internet, it's out of our control.
Yeah.
What can you do? Nice opening kill there from They onto Tabs. A little bit of aggression on the D. I can't actually even see where did that kill happen.
Bottom floor, I think.
Interesting. Sneaking, catching him on the rappel. It has been a consistent theme from this Blaze offense is to pressure in towards the lobby through that window. So perhaps a bit of a nice adaptation off the side of Team Velocity.
It's a strat that isn't really unknown, but we don't talk about it much, where these teams have the way of rapidly descending down on the side of a wall, and they'll rapidly descend past a window. It's a really quick way to check a window, but we've had players reacting fast enough to catch the drop down and kill people on those kind of quick window checks. And so I don't know if that's what it was particularly. I didn't catch the action myself, but it was a death out on that window side. So either way, it puts Blaze down to just 3 now, and the flank getting pushed in as Zyda recognizes it, at least pushes it back. And Blaze trapped and stuck as smokes deter them from pushing in. Zav ends up killing themselves, probably shooting the back of one of their teammates with some blind fire, and that unfortunately is a little too much damage to their teammates, so it ends up killing them. They will go down, and a little gift getting sent to the Blaze team is now another going down. Fuse getting picked off by Zyda. Zyda coming with a good nade onto Void, and Blaze might be picking this one back up. They had scoops up a big headshot there. Mr. Beaver has to reload. Zyda trying to make sure no one gets flanked in a big rotation that could get picked out. No one finds it. Instead, they had swings in fast. Ran 6 here also on the short corner, but the Marui doesn't find Zyda on that quick peek, and it's 3-3. Map 1 all tied up. Phil, we could be very well headed the distance at this rate, but let's see. Fallen, how are we doing? Were you able to? I think we just brought him back, so we'll figure out if they're.
My healthy.
It seems like
going outside to.
No, I just don't think.
On outside.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. It's all right. We'll have. Well, you know what, Fallen? We'll say goodbye to you. I think this after. I don't think we're gonna keep you on here with these connection issues unless they get fixed at some point here. But we appreciate you jumping on for the analyst. We're gonna get back into the action here though for round number 7. And Phil, it's an interesting. I mean, obviously we're reset economies. Everyone's even. Steven. 3-3 apiece here. It's basically like we a fresh start again for the back half and for a side swap.
Yeah, it's heating up. And I mean, if you're watching at home, kids, this is why you do not shoot a fully automatic 5.56 carbon rifle with your eyes closed. The blind fire around the corner really opening a small window, and Blaze managing to find a way to crack that window all the way open and take it to the bank and make that round happen. Despite how things are rocking, but yeah, side swap back to the pistols, reset, tied up 3-3, still anybody's map here. Velocity going to be swapping over to the attack, see what they can bring as far as offense is concerned. Already the drone pushing its way through. 3 members already worked into the garage, clearing out the laundry side. Drone sees nobody's home, and it's a lot of map control already gone over to the way of Velocity. They got foam on the B wall, but on the flip side, 3 members from Team Blaze already here to defend as well. It looks like once again we are going to be seeing a scrap for the B bomb site.
Yes, we are indeed. The pistol set here, not at the basement, but the middle floor, and everyone's set up and waiting. A good nade toss to the back, catches Legolo down. Zyda gets half health on that nade toss, and that's the key of today is the nade tosses as Velocity here kick things off with a 5-4, 5-3 advantage on the attack.
Yeah, things are going well so far. This attacking play is working. Everything is falling into play, but I don't think much damage has gone out. They is just pushing right into the site here and tucks in behind the counter. They have so much map control, but Rise finally manages to find that headshot. But when the smoke clears, they're in a 2 versus 4. Make that a 2v3. Rise is making it happen. Tabs is going to find another one. Find himself in a 2v2. And it is going to be Velocity that comes out on top, but Blaze did make them sweat for a second there.
Just barely able to shut it down, and a dang close pistol set again, Phil. It is really exactly what we expected out of this matchup this afternoon. These two teams fighting tooth and nail for every round, trying to get their third place locked in for Season 1. Like we talked about yesterday on the NA side, it's 15. You know, you look at some of the leagues in the VRML, they've been lasting for 15 seasons. And I don't think that some of the old championship teams really thought that they would have sort of a legacy at this stage, being teams that won very early on in those early seasons. We don't even have casts for seasons 1, 2, and 3 of Onward, but we do for Breachers, and so you know you're in history, sort of engraved as one of the teams to kind of lock in that first, second, or third place very early on in VRML's existence in the Breachers ecosystem. I'd love to see 15 seasons of Breachers down the road, okay, but who knows? All right, I'm not gonna. I can't predict that far into the future. Regardless of what we end up getting, though, it is certainly a prestige moment here for these teams that they're competing for. And I do still love to see how great this battle has been for third place, as we do have that initial breach happening there from Velocity, but ultimately no one committing in. Only one rifle getting scooped up by Void.
Yeah, the match is not disappointing. Velocity and Blaze both showing up to play here. And right now, I like what I'm seeing from Velocity, buying up into that hero rifle on Void. And yeah, they have all the utility to work with. They've got the breaching foam, the cloaks, they've got nades, and it looks like we're once again going to see this common themed A bomb site pressure. They have full lobby control. The foam is on the wall. They're finding the kill onto Legolo on the downstairs, so now the flank pressure is gone, and they can focus more of their details onto the front. It's a nice nade into the showers, almost finds the kill onto Mr. Beaver there. And the 5v4 pressure is mounting as Void starts popping shots from that Vezin into the front line, but it's Ran 6 with the Spectral going to find the headshot onto Tabs in the back corner. Rise is still tucked into this little corner to deny the plant. Are they going to clear this? He's going to find a little bit of damage onto Fuse, but now the jig is up and his position has been given up.
The headshot on a Mr. Beaver kicks things off for the entry, and then Fuse now tries to rotate and gets that EMP plant, finds the kill on to Rise, and Zyda is alone in a 1v5. Not exactly what you want in round 2, but it's also kind of, I guess, not expected. This would have been as close as you're going to get outside of Void having a rifle. And honestly, I don't even know if Void caught a kill that round, Phil. I really don't know if they managed to find a kill or not in that second round of this reset with that rifle, but they got one. Okay, they got one kill on that reset with the rifle, so just a big round from the Velocity squad on the pistols.
Yeah, keeping the momentum going. I mean, this is the reason that the pistols are so important, and you know, it's an interesting difference that we see on a lot of the top EU teams is they actually like to play conservative. After winning the pistol, you get that money advantage, and then they don't tend to appreciate risking buying into a couple of rifles. We see some teams even just sticking to Vezin so that, you know, I mean, not Vezins, to Omens. It's just a cheaper buy. And even if you lose, you still can buy into the Vezin. And, you know, luckily, I mean, in that case, Velocity had the confidence to buy up into that rifle, put it in Void's hand. Like you said, it wasn't a huge effect. But I mean, just hearing the Vezin shooting fully automatic down the front line towards the A bomb site puts a lot of pressure mentally.
Yeah, true.
It forces those defenders to kind of want to tuck in and not peek out as confidently as they otherwise would. So we're going into the third round, and this is going to be the first gun round. We're seeing a full buy up from Blaze on the defense. So it's once again, it's going to be up to them to kind of stifle this momentum and get back in the driver's seat here.
Velocity just 2 maps away from locking in, or 2 rounds away from locking in map 1 and pushing us to a map 2 series decider for them. Certainly, again, a team that's looking good, but I have loved to see how hard Blaze have been fighting back against this team, as we may end up having a bit of a stairwell brawl. They had Void swinging down here to soon challenge Zyda. The audio transmitter is going to give away their position. One will go down. Void is identified by Zyda, so they know there's another, the audio transmitter in particular. And Legolo is here lurking and waiting, holding a late angle, waiting for them to challenge Zyda there. That's just good teamwork. Fuse nades themselves, which is not what Velocity need, as they're now down to 3 in a 3v5 on their full buy round.
Oof. Now you hate to see it here in the in the third place match there with the team nade, but you know, it's one thing that we kind of talk about too is people underappreciate how difficult it is to throw nades in a game like this. Versus, it's not like a regular shooter where you just put your crosshair on the exact pixel and left click. There's how fast you're moving your arm, the angle, everything is fully manual control, and there's a lot of variables that go in. It's very easy to accidentally get your elbow as Zav accidentally gets his head peeled off there. Mr. Beaver finding a nice pixel angle there from the storage. Now Velocity find themselves once again in a 2 versus 5 on the attack, and this is where you start to think maybe you just save those guns and take them into the next round.
Yeah, we saw some good ecos coming in on the NA side and EU yesterday. A lot of ecos, really. A lot of players being very conservative with their cash spends and their cash money. And it's what you'd expect at a top level when you are into the grand finals, the third place match. It's there's no holding back on your strats here. And so certainly man, this is a big round here for Blaze, though, to lock this in and to be coming up like this. There's only Void and Ran 6 left to try and make some kind of magic happen. And they're getting aggressive on Blaze side with 5 alive. It started to peek outside of the objective spaces. We saw that peek over the ledge there. It is a pretty good spot that you actually get great lines of sight down onto some defensive angles that players might take over towards B. You're just very far away from the objective when you do rotate over there, so it has a little bit of risk if the team acts fastly off of that. As Void shoots off some desk pops vaulting over the ledge there, maybe giving away their position on when they didn't need to. And Ran, I think they're ecoing here. I think they're holding on to these 2 rifles to the next round.
Yeah, I think they were just hoping to catch a little bit of over-aggression from Blaze, maybe squeeze a couple of kills out of there to just kind of put a dent in the economy of Blaze, which is not a bad strat, but it looks like Blaze are doing what they need to get back in the driver's seat. Like I said, the momentum, I mean, if Velocity win one more round, they're already on map point, so it was kind of do or die, as unfortunately Ran 6 is going to go down for a nice little post-round swing from Mr. Tabs through the A window, and Void is going to charge in and find the last-minute kill onto Mr. Beaver as well. Very unexpected aggression right there, and it worked. It caught a member of Blaze with their pants down, so to speak.
Jonesy, we brought you in to help on the analysis side, sub in Fallen for their tech issues there. And, I mean, so far, it's a pretty dang close battle between Blaze and Velocity. I think, again, this is kind of what we expected for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams being right there at the top of the board. They've obviously been fighting all season to get here, sadly just fell in the finals, but we can see so far they are fighting to try and get that 3rd place.
Yeah, it's a good battle. Love to see it. Thanks for jumping in and subbing out Fallen as our EU resident expert here, because me and Phil just bringing our NA perspective to things sometimes isn't enough. We need that sultry EU sound coming in from somebody. So thank you, Jonesy, for jumping in and supplying that here for the EU broadcast representing the region as we do get into another push as Ran 6 finds the first kill onto Legolo. I don't know how. Oh, what an angle through that doorway over the top of Garage. I don't think I've seen that one picked up very often, but Ran 6 finds a nice early pick, shutting down any sort of Garage play.
Yeah, that front door kind of long angle, a risky one to fight. Kind of like, I think of that as the closest thing this game has to like a mid double doors from Dusty. But anyway, back to Breachers. We got a 5-man. Finally, Velocity have 5 strong on the attack, and they've taken the man advantage going in for the last couple rounds. It hasn't been the case, and it is going to be a pressure once again towards the B bomb site. We've got less to defend, and another nice nade comes through. This has been a common theme, forcing Zyda into the corner. The damage went off, so they didn't net the kill, but that should give Velocity a hint that somebody is playing, and it's going to queue up another nade that unfortunately doesn't make the spot, but Zyda gets forced out of position anyway, and now Velocity 5 strong going up to the 3-man defense from Blaze here. This is going to be a tough hold.
Beaver catches one through the wall. A nice pickup. Nades and utility coming out to stall them as Void goes down. 2 huge kills over the top at Garage. Turn this into a 3v3. As Beaver keeping this Blaze team in it. Tabs and Rise still trying to find kills through the wall. That's going to be now opened up. The push is imminent with 1:30 left on the clock for Velocity.
Yeah, Ran 6 was holding that front door angle for so long, but unfortunately for him and the rest of this Velocity squad, Blaze is just hunkered down onto the site. Mr. Beaver getting dinked from a Vezin with 2 points of health, still surviving. That just goes to show you, Marui would have got it right there. But Rise comes around the corner, finds the headshot onto the head to nerf you, but Zabdislav is there, and the trades are coming back and forth. Zabdislav with 2 points of health now finds themselves alone in a 1 versus 2 to end this out.
Yeah, not exactly where you need to be. He needs to find a health syringe. I don't know that there are any that are down there, and if anything, might want to try and hold on to the rifle going into the next round, as they do manage to get the Hell Syringe. Wow, the 1v2 still alive. If Zavdislav wants to try and clutch it up, it is going to be going up against 2 full health Blaze members. They also have 2 health syringes here, and I think they also got themselves an active camo, so it's a fully kitted out 1v2 here coming in from Zav. They've also managed to pick up the EMP, no less. They do take some damage there on their cross, though. What is going to be the play here? 25 seconds.
The important part about taking damage there is it actually turns off the active camo, and it's a nice play from Team Blaze. They decide to double swing. That's just too much pressure with 2 members barreling down on you at the same time. There's no way. You got to hit a ridiculous snapshot to get out of that situation, and Blaze tied up 5-5. It is still anybody's map going into these last 2 rounds.
It really is the battle for 3rd place unfolding in front of us, Jonesy, and both of these teams giving it their all this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, there we're just seeing kill after kill flip. And the rounds are just going 1 to 1 to 1, just constantly passing it around like a crown, and they're just hoping to be crowned 3rd. We saw there multiple players standing, but they just get picked off one by one, grenades being thrown, and it's honestly looking either way could win this map.
Yeah, it really is. We're here dead even. Our economies are in favor of Blaze, it seems, especially with Velocity now ecoing and just picking up a Viper and a Taurus. They are definitely going to be, it's interesting, Velocity are basically going for the hero play or the 6-6 at this stage, right? They're ecoing for the next round, which would mean that Blaze would take this to 6-5, and the best they could do is tie it.
Yeah, this is, economically speaking, this is playing for the tie here, which, I mean, it kind of makes sense, because if you try to play for the win, you still have to scrape together a sort of economic force buy. You can't get a really strong buy no matter what you do here. So, I mean, I get the play. That's really the best you can do, but, if you're going to make still don't throw this round away. You want to take the chance to get to map point if you can, but with just a Viper and mostly pistols, this is tough. It's likely to see Blaze go up.
The full press. They're coming in fast and quick. Rand catches one over the top as the smoke enters the inside of the objective space, blinding a couple of players. There's still 2 left alive for Velocity after the dust settles. No one managed to pick up any rifles. The door blocker going to deny them quick entry into the site, and so this rotation going to take a little bit of time before it can come to fruition.
Yeah, and they're forced to back away from that with their tails tucked between their legs, licking their wounds as Team Velocity here, trying to scrape together. They really haven't found a lot of leeway. They just haven't gotten any Vezins in their hand off of the back of the 1 kill that they did find. So really a tough spot. The one saving grace, they do still have that EMP. So if they can manage to somehow get control of a bomb site, that's the one saving grace. Blaze doesn't have control of the EMP. Otherwise, I would say this is nearly impossible of a round to win.
Yeah, it certainly is a tall order for Velocity, but we'll have to see if this rotation is going to do it for them, if they're going to be able to get rid of that door blocker and find some quick kills. They've got defense tucked away and waiting, dancing the Macarena for Mr. Tabs there as they do wait for this push. Even with the hatch breaching that wall, Mr. Tabs still dancing until finally they will pick up their rifle, look for any kills over through that wall there, because that's going to be the second wall that this Velocity squad's going to open. And are they just going to keep running past the site? Fuse was maybe indicating they just rotate all the way to B, but they're going to go for the pistol battles over the top as Zav swings tight, finds Rise. Mr. Tabs also with the kill, and now Fuse alone going to completely back off the push, and with 45 seconds left, we could be going into a bit of a holding pattern or just a rotation over to stairs. They still have to get rid of that main door. There's so many blockers that they keep running into here as they try and rotate. But, I mean, Fuse is 10 and 8 right now. If there's ever a player to find some kills with the pistol, would be them.
Yeah, normally in this type of situation, we would say save, especially if you had a rifle to save. But, there's not a crazy amount of value in bringing a Spectral into what you're definitely going to be buying going into the last round here. So he is going to send it with 15 seconds left on the clock, and there is another static. So much defensive utility for him to push through, and it's going to be Beaver with the drop shot coming around the corner and putting Blaze up to map point.
A solid kill there from Beaver to push in, as Blaze are just 1 away from locking in their first map of the afternoon. Jonesy, we didn't get to talk to you in that pre-show, but did you see this outcome here this afternoon between these two, or were you feeling that Velocity was going to be playing a little bit stronger?
Honestly, I was expecting it to be close because the scrim scores have shown that both teams are quite equal. I mean, both teams there at the top fighting. They've been fighting all season. Some of the members of Velocity, I think, have been playing a lot better in the last few weeks than most of the members of Blaze. So they were starting on a bit of a high note for me, but I was expecting it to be completely tied the whole way.
Yeah, well, it's tied so far, or close to it, I suppose, and we'll see if we do get a 6-6 end here. Velocity are full buying for the first time in a couple of rounds because they have managed to go to this point. The last round of our map, Phil, there's a do-or-die sort of mentality here behind this choice. And again, if they tie, we're guaranteed 3 maps.
Yeah, neither of these teams, especially in such a hype match, want to go into map number 2 being down a map. You don't want to be facing elimination right out of the gate. So this is a huge round. I mean, Velocity have played for this economically, right? They saved the last round thinking they're throwing all the rest of the money that they have into winning this final round and tying it up 6-6 to avoid said loss scenario. But it's going to be Leglo from behind the van finding the opening pick onto Zav to Slab. So far, not the start Velocity was looking for, but that is not going to deter them too much. They're still 4 strong. They have control of that front door, and it looks like we're seeing a similar attacking idea from them, and I think Blaze is adapting well to this. They're used to it. They're all hunkered down on the site. They're chilling right now. They're not feeling the pressure.
Yeah, they really are. They're playing a relaxed game, and maybe that's making it tough for Velocity to really break through here, as again they are up 6-5, just looking to lock in 4 more kills and take our map 1 here, advancing in with a lead. We'll see again if that's the reality. VRML skinned out on their Vezins and ready for this push to come in. We love to see it in game. Wish we could have had those finalist skins on display, but can't get everything. It's Legolo. Wow, what an interesting spot. Vaulted on top. The nade detonates right underneath them, but they survive because it blocks the nade from seeing them. So pretty lucky, or just a tactical choice there from Legolo to be up on top and avoid those potential nade threats on the ground, as they are able to hold some great lines of sight here down onto these doorways, these windows.
Interesting. Yeah, I think if that nade had rolled back a couple feet farther, the damaged hitbox would have swung around the counter and would have actually killed Legolo. So very fortunate that the nade landed right where it was, but you know, we're into a 4v4. They did open up and find the pick. But oh, what a huge play is 3 members of Team Blaze just drop instantaneously as there's a double-sided pressure on the backside from A, and all of a sudden, Velocity have all the map control. They have 2 members into the connector. Legolo is still on top of that counter in A, but he's going to have to push out and try and hold this, and Velocity do it. They tie it up 6-6 and avoid going down a map into the series.
We're headed to 3 maps this afternoon, which has me nervous already because the timing is close on the overall schedule. If we do go 3 maps apiece in the in this 3rd place and the finals, we may have 2 streams going at the same time if that is the case. So keep your eyes peeled for that if that does end up happening. For now, though, it is a tie, and we go in again, not knowing who has the real advantage here this afternoon. We can get a quick look at the KDs there. I should have pulled those up for the match. I do apologize. You can see them now, though. And Fuse ran 10 and 15 apiece. Beaver and Rise 10 and 12 apiece. Definitely standout shooters for each team, carrying them into their map wins, their map tie, I suppose I should say. As, again, we do get ready for a 3rd map over here. I will give the teams the ready up for us to jump into it. And hopefully we can jump right into our 2nd map, because again, we are on a pretty tight schedule today. We got a lot of games left ahead of us this afternoon with just this 3rd place match here, 2 more maps, and then the finals match, .com and Cheeky Breachy for the EU side. Then we go over to NA, and we have the NA 3rd place match and the NA finals. It's a long day of breachers, and I hope everyone's strapped in and ready for a lot of high-octane VRML action, because that's what we definitely are in store for here this afternoon, as we do wait for Blaze to get their 5th back in. Hopefully we don't take too long of timeouts between each map, and we can just kind of, again, keep moving, because it's a long day of VR esports action, as I do think we are doing a side swap, maybe? Who knows what the play is here. Do bear with us as we sort out the technical side of things. And I think we're going to go to a brief break. No, we might not have to. I don't know. Phil, what are your thoughts so far, though, on this series?
Yeah, I mean, as far as whether we're going to time out, your guess is as good as mine. But I think the first map, I mean, what more could you ask for than them going all the way down to the wire and not being able to pick a winner? You know, we go into the second map with pretty much a clean slate. You know, nobody has the advantage. They're tied in rounds and everything all the way down to the wire. I mean, this is not, it's delivering for a third place match, for probably the most hyped third place match in Breacher's VRML history, considering the rank 1 and rank 2 seed from the season are battling it out here. I think I'm loving it. I mean, I'm having a good time. The only thing I messed up on is I didn't bring my popcorn.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm sure everyone at home does have their popcorn, though, and they will be enjoying the action here this afternoon with it in hand on the TV screens, hanging out, all tuning in. And again, we appreciate everybody, whether you're on your watch parties and on big screen or tuning in on YouTube. We thank you all for stopping in and enjoying the action. We are getting a quick lobby reset, and I do hope it is quick, and we should go right into our next map. Again, both teams piling in to the lobby. I don't know that we have any subs coming in at this stage. We'll have to wait and see.
So far, more of the same, what I'm seeing. But not everybody's joined yet. Might be in for a little last-second surprise. I don't know. Jonesy, you watch these teams more than we have. Do they have any map change subs you might be expecting to come in?
I mean, everyone has players which are better on different maps, so I reckon we may see some for the 8-player roster of Blaze. I know Velocity have a 6-player roster, and Johan is not available or is away. I know he was last weekend and yesterday, so we may still see the same team on their side.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I am already seeing Stickosaurus coming in on Blaze, so I do believe they are going to be bringing in a sub here. And we say sub, but really it's, you know, especially with the squad like Blaze with 8 players in their roster, you can only obviously have 5 in a map. So some teams have certain players that excel at certain maps. Some teams have those extra players for technical difficulty reasons, so you can sub people in and keep your team kind of lively and fresh if you are having a rough battle against your opponent. And so we'll have to see if those subs do end up paying dividends for the Blaze team. I think we have a little bit of a breather here while these teams do get set up, so we are going to go to a brief intermission. And when we come back, it'll be map number 2 of this third place battle. Welcome back, everybody. We are here and ready to dive into our second map of the afternoon between Blaze EU and Velocity Esports. It's the third place battle in Season 1, and we are diving into our second map on Ship. And we are here into round number 1 on Ship. And map number 2, it's Blaze on the defense, Velocity on the attack. I have the teams on the right side at the start of the round this time. I know that was an issue in NA yesterday, but it's all good, and we are ready to jump into this first round of the day. The bottom floor, Jonesy, to kick things off.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen this map a little bit during all championships. APAC ended on this morning, and Blaze themselves have played this recently against underdogs when they got that 14-0 in a row. And honestly, I reckon Velo are going to struggle here because Blaze have had that much practice recently. It could just be a walk in the park.
Yeah, it could be. We'll have to see again where these teams come in after a 6-6 tie map 1, Phil, because they know they have a third map to play out. That's a little bit more of a, I don't know, pressure or maybe a relief of the pressure because you don't have to worry about winning now. You have a little bit of a leeway going into that third map.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the tension is only going to rise based off of that. I mean, a 6-6 scoreline after the first map, that both the teams have got to be feeling the pressure, knowing that their opponents also showed up to play here today. And there is no walks in the park here this late, this deep into the playoffs. These are the last 4 teams. These are the best that EU has to offer. And right now, Blaze holding down the fort on the defense, but Velocity has done well to take a lot of map control over towards the end. And as I say, that Stickosaurus swings around the corner, wins the first gunfight, bringing Fuse down and putting a little bit of a damper because that's the EMP down on the side of Velocity. That takes away their ability to rotate off to the other side.
Does indeed. Wall is open. Fights here. Mr. Tabs and the duo find they had a nice little crouch peek and standing peek that really kind of basically puts two pistols down the same lane, and a great limited exposure here. This is good teamwork from the duo. I love to see little angles like this. And we'll see if they'll find another. Void tries to cross. They have to get the EMP, and they only catch a bit of damage. Luckily, nobody getting scooped up there. Legolo can't stand and peek the corner, has to crouch, otherwise they could expose themselves and get caught out with a headshot. So it really is a very tactical sort of double focus onto this wall. And in the meantime, we have Rise and Stickosaurus potentially working themselves into a flank to hit the side of this trio.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, I love to see the high-low peak there from Legolo and Mr. Tabs, and it was proving to be a lot of effect. You saw how much work Velocity had to do and how much time it took just for them to recover that EMP. And luckily, they have managed to get it, and they are actually deciding to shift over towards this A bomb site, but all 5 members of Blaze still standing strong here. This is definitely not going to be easy as Zyda finds the opening pick in the charge. The jig is up. Green light has been flashed, and all 3 members pile in, and it is Blaze who come out dominantly on top with 4 members still standing after the pistol.
You know, we saw this map go attacking side yesterday on the EU end. Jonesy, is it going to be a swap now? Are we going to go back to defense for this series between these two teams?
I mean, it's always weird on Ship. It's not really old enough to know if it is just one-sided or not, because this morning in APAC it was very much defender-sided. Just like it is now, but then we saw the other day it was just completely enforcer-sided, so it's very much just dependent on how the teams are playing, and currently maybe it is defender-sided.
We'll have to see. It's a matter of time as we wait for round 2 to unfold here. Pistols coming in from Velocity and only 1 rifle by. Pretty standard stuff. We really are seeing that standard meta eco coming in from both of these teams this afternoon. No double rifle pickups off of round wins. No 4 rifle and RMP buys off of round wins. They're not overcommitting. And especially on a map like Ship, maybe it's because the map itself is a little bit more challenging to navigate in the close quarters.
Definitely could be. I mean, the tight court, I mean, I'm surprised that we haven't seen a lot of shotguns come into effect in a while. I mean, that was when this map first came out and the close quarters was being commented on. They were thinking that this Knut was going to be king here, and so far we haven't seen that play into effect. But back to what we are seeing, it looks like once again Blaze taking the semi-conservative approach of a one hero rifle into the second round. I like this, adding a little of investment to roll that first pistol win into 2 rounds here. And like we said, I mean, they could get off to a roll. It's a very momentum-based map, it seems like to me. Winning the pistol, getting the second round, getting that economic advantage just makes it that much more difficult for Velocity here to kind of break through on the attack. And it looks like we're seeing maybe a quick rush idea. They're all stacked onto this same hatch on the roof. It looks like Ran 6 is going over a strat with the team, kind of explaining everything to them.
You ever taken your hand and drawn a football route pattern on your hand to throw it? It's literally what he was doing with his gun, showing how he was going to go down through the hatch, swing right to try and get rid of Zyda, who's down there. The problem, of course, is Stickosaurus, who is ready and waiting for them. But they've been talking about this play for the last minute, quite frankly. When this started, they've been chatting. I don't think they can hear Fuse, an audio bug that we've had happening from time to time. And so for now, at least, we are going to go for the full hatch play. Fuse opens up the door, maybe trying to bait out a rotation, and everyone's going to be dropping down.
A little sneak peek into the strategy development process for Velocity, and we're going to see the results here. Zyda is holding strong with a nice double kill, and just like that, 4 members down for Velocity, and that Vezin hasn't even come into play yet.
They tried. They certainly tried. Tabs getting a little aggressive with that Vezin, of all things, pushing out, and if they go down, that's the potential to get scooped up, and that rifle goes away. So for now, at least, Fuse vaults away from the chaos, gets back down to the bottom floor, and with 50 seconds left, has a 1v5 in front of him. That is not going to be, by any means, easy to accomplish without a health syringe, with using the default Jesper, just with a silencer and sight. It's going to be definitely pretty dang hard for them to scoop this up. At this point, though, Phil, they just want to do some damage and try and get 1 or 2 picks.
Yeah, anything you can put on the board here to just kind of give your team a little bit to rally behind. He spots one over on the other side. Is not gonna. He finds the headshot, but that Jesper damage is not quite enough for him to drop 1 kill. So it is the flawless round from Blaze here in round 2, and they are cruising to having a good first half here.
Yeah, they are starting solid off on their defensive set, looking for that perfect opening, up 2-0. Jonesy, your thoughts so far with Blaze, and now our first full buy round.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly that thing again. Blaze have had that much practice. We're seeing that Zyda managing to get a couple down, the team around him managing to take down 2 more, and then it was just that one player left who had to sneak around. I mean, Blaze have had all the time to practice. They had the underdogs match, and they were like, we're actually really good at ship. Let's try and pick it, and now we see the map coming through. Blaze are just proving that ship is not to be messed with.
Phil, I gotta wonder, can we use the menu here as a economic chart of where things are in the Breacher's verse? Because if so, a chicken burger is only $5. Pizza is $3. I mean, those are pretty reasonable prices on the menu this afternoon.
Yeah, you got to remember those are ship prices, though. So these are basically employee discounts. These are people working for it's all crew members. So it's not a direct state of the economy. I mean, this game takes place a little bit in the future too, so that having been said, those are really good deals.
I mean, they're spending $500 to heal themselves. I mean, I guess if it made me, if I could, I don't know. That's a lot of cash for 1 health syringe. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Velocity moving in here now, pushing into the site, or at least the second floor, down the stairs, rifles in hand. Zyda is going to lose their head trying to identify this rotation a little too early, and Mr. Tabs getting aggressive, decides to swing out. Rise gets punished for Mr. Tabs' aggression as they get kind of caught out standing in the middle, and Velocity here nicely set up for B. This could be their first offensive round on the board, and you really only need 1 or 2 when you're attacking, because you can go back and swap sides, defend, and do a clean set yourself.
Yeah, things are looking good. I mean, Velocity really looking to put the first gun round onto the board here. It's very important, like you said, for them to get a little bit of momentum going, because, I mean, right now, Blaze are in kind of control of the ship, and whoever wins this round will kind of get to steer a little bit of the economy, and we'll be kind of sailing towards another couple of smooth round wins, so to speak. But right now, I mean, Velocity, all 5 members alive. They have full control of the med room. This is interesting. They blew the wall to the medical bay room just to give themselves an extra rotation angle. And Ran6 has worked his way all the way over with the drone and to take all bathroom controls. So they now have enough map control to comfortably and quickly shift and put pressure on both of these bomb sites. They can shift over, break some of the utility over towards A, and stop as a nice nade from Void finds its way into the back of the B bomb site, off of the back of the headshot from Fuse as well, and all of a sudden, Blaze looking like this is going to be Velocity's first round win. It's a 2 versus 5 here as Lego Low finds 2 huge kills on the entry.
Shuts it down. Void, the rest of the team trying to work their way over to A site. There's still 2 left alive with Stickosaurus on the back end, connecting here on to B. It's the duo against the trio. It's definitely possible, and Velocity can't get too caught up. They can't get too aggressive. Right now, they have a limited bit of kits with just they had with a pistol and the rifle into Void's hands. They 2v2 now. What a huge swing for the Blaze defense.
Yeah, this 2-person Blaze hold has been amazing as it went from a 2 versus 5 all the way down to a 2 versus 1 now. And Void, just barely whiffing the headshot. Stickosaurus luckily happened to crouch at the perfect moment, and he's going to swing back around and find the headshot. But Void was tucked between a rock and a hard place right there.
Some celebratory dancing off of locking in a vital clutch 2v5. Puts them 3-0. Their defensive set continues on, Jonesy. What a big hold from them.
I mean, yeah, we see it there. Just the comeback that you can get if you play together as a team, both Legolo and Stick just waiting, and everyone just kind of ran in one by one, which is something I see a lot of. If you run into a site one by one and there's just a person, they're going to be able to pick you off. Instead, you need to go for a couple different angles, and sadly we didn't see that there, and Velo just dropping one by one down.
Economy not ideal for Velocity right now, Phil, as they're going to be able to pick up rifles across the board and a Taurus, but it's everything they have going into this next round. It'll put them in a bad place for round 5. They may have to partial buy so they can have enough for round 6, but I suppose if you keep losing, you do have enough money eventually with that loss bonus to just buy in fully to the next round. So I suppose a win could end up hitting their economy even harder here to some capacity, if that's kind of makes any sense, but we'll have to see what the play looks like again with a limited bit of utility. Taurus, they have some breaching foam. They do have at least 2 health syringes and some nades, but Blaze are fully kitted out with all the utility tossed down on the ground and even more to follow it up with nades and immolation nades.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly surprised that Velocity even managed to squeeze a full buy, even with that full loss bonus. That full loss bonus is definitely the key here, but getting 4 rifles on the board is still impressive, and they had to be able to buy all that util. We are going to see a little bit scrappy, but right now Blaze firmly in control of the ship. I can almost hear it in their comms. We are the captain now, and they are piloting this ship for a smooth cruise towards, a big 3-0 lead right now. We're once again seeing this high-low peak from Mr. Tabs and Rise this time, and they're a little bit ready for it. The adaptation from Velocity as Tabs takes a headshot, has to back up and heal, and it's going to be Stickosaurus on the backside, finding the first kill onto Zab the Slav. And just as I say that, Stickosaurus swings out and finds a triple kill, and Fuse is there to finally shut him down, but it's maybe too little too late. It's going to have to be the 1v5 ace clutch for Fuse in order to get back into this round.
I can't believe it. We saw some risky rotations really getting shut down yesterday, and I think that maybe was even to some degree the demise of some teams because they couldn't get those big picks like that. That's what they were looking for. Blaze with Stickosaurus on that rotation, absolutely shutting down Velocity. Legolo feeling good, dancing, knowing that they have 4 alive to the 1 of Fuse, and also maybe assuming that Fuse is just going to be ecoing and holding on to the rifle going into the next round, because like we said, Phil, their economy is not good. They couldn't afford to lose this much in this round.
Yeah, they're going to have nothing left in the bank, I don't think. Even if he saves this rifle, it's going to be pretty much a hero rifle buy. Even with max money bonus, you look, they literally have collectively as a team $400 to their name to left over in the bank. So it's rough, and Fuse, you can see him, he feels like he kind of needs to make something happen here. I mean, he is kind of backing off towards the edge of the map. We might end up seeing him save, but I'm with you. I don't know if this is enough. Even saving the 1 rifle, they're in a tough spot.
Velocity can retire, work on the ship, and buy about 200 chicken sandwiches if they do want to do that instead. So it is an option here as Fuse tries to clutch things up in a 1v4. It's going to be pretty dang tough with everyone there ready and waiting. They'll find the final kill, and it will be Blaze going up 4-0 on ship. Map 2 really not going the way of Velocity right now, Jonesy, but we get close to a side swap. I mean, I think it's really going to be all about the side swap. Right now, this next round almost guaranteed to go into Blaze's hands, although we've seen eco rounds go the other way sometimes, so who knows. But I imagine we're going to at least have a 5-0, 6-0, 5-1 scenario here. You know, is that going to be... is Velocity going to be able to come back, essentially, and put up a perfect set themselves on defense?
I mean, we did see that with Blaze, didn't we? We saw them just win those rounds in a row, and I reckon Velo, if they try and band together now, they could easily win these 2 rounds and then push through and get maybe a 7-4 or 7-5. I'm hoping they get the 7-4. That sets them in a better place if they want to go for the points win for the round after. It's just completely all about what they try and do now. It depends, are they going to go for the same pushes, or are they going to go for a different push than what they've been going for?
Yeah, we'll have to see, because again, Phil, we're seeing these teams react pretty dang good off of each other's plays. We're seeing Blaze read and react off of Velocity's momentum, off of their anticipated plays at this stage, because if there's ever a team that would actually have footage on them, it would be the #1 squad for them to review and prepare for. So, and to, again, Jonesy's point earlier, they've been scrimming, and those scrims have been close. He feels that Blaze can come across on the top here, and so far they certainly are. Again, it's a full eco for Velocity, but they're not committing to the full hatch play like they did last time.
Yeah, it kind of makes me wonder what the map ban was, because you would think Velocity would have wanted to ban this map, so it must have been up to Blaze to ban a map. They probably banned, I want to say it's something like the Eternity map strategy, where they banned something like Factory. But looking very likely that it's going to be a 5-0 situation. And to Jonesy's point, it's actually important as the pressure comes in towards the B bomb site. The Vezins finally coming through. Void managing to catch the overextension there from Zyda. But I don't think they did. They managed to squeeze that Vezin and get it out. So now Fuse does have a rifle to work with, and that's a little bit of potential that could snowball them back into this round.
Well, if Fuse going down, maybe it'll be harder. That was the start of their eco round comeback, but Fuse barrels in and will not leave that Vezin in a spot where it's retrievable by the rest of the team, let alone the EMP, really, because Rise is here and waiting. They find one, they swing for a second, they'll pick up 2 over the top here of the EMP, make it a 3rd.
That was such a trap. The Vezin just sitting there in the middle of the doorway, and that Velocity member was just naive enough to think, I could just run across and pick it up. Surely, there's only 4 corpses in this hallway, right? Like, there's no way. And Rise was sitting there waiting like, hello, welcome to my trap. 3 bullets for you.
Yeah, it really is a 5-0 near perfect set here. Jonesy, we're going into our last full buy round before the side swap. I feel like this is kind of do or die for Velocity here.
Yeah, I mean, now if they wanna win this round and they wanna try and win the map, this is it. I mean, if they get a tie, then nothing's bad. It just comes down to the 3rd map. But rather than risk it and waiting for a 3rd map, they want to try and win this as high as they can. If you push it to a 3rd map, there's always the risk that the rounds don't go the way you want and you don't end up with a win. So I reckon Velocity here are going to try and just throw their playstyle off completely and give Blaze something they're not used to working with.
Yeah, it is time to break out unique strats, Phil. Time to play a little bit aggressive. Time to find those big triple kills like Stickosaurus found in that last round, and we'll see if they can get any more here. It seems like, if anything, actually, to the counter of our idea, they're playing this one very conservatively. They are not overextending. Everyone's tucked in and waiting. Maybe they're playing a little rock, paper, scissors. I'm not sure. We tuned into something there that just finished. But for now, at least, the duo, everyone here on Blaze, pretty relaxed. And maybe that's what's keeping them playing so well, is that they don't feel that pressure mounting right now.
Yeah, it's interesting that Blaze, I don't know how aware they are of how good a spot they're in, because they already have the maximum round. With map 1 being a tie, they've already got 5 rounds on the board. So let's say worst case scenario, Velocity win the next 7 rounds in a row and win this map. Still, Blaze, all they have to do is win the 3rd map better than a 7-5 and stop Velocity from getting at least 5 rounds. Like, they've already got the maximum rounds. And I mean, of course, if they manage to win this map, something dominant like 7-0, 7-1, then it's going to be that much harder. Velocity will have to win map 3 by that big of a gap, but Velocity do manage to find an opening pick as the Q comes to push into the B bomb site, and Blaze members are dropping left and right. Legalo is there to finally get the trade. We find ourselves in a 2 versus 2, and Legalo and Verzida playing fully together and rotating through that connector. As soon as I say that, they decide to split up at this round. Just like this series, it still could go either way. Zyda comes around, finds one, but it's no. Velocity finally put their first round on the board.
It is a huge pickup for Velocity, and what a crazy first half to the ship. 5-1, their foot's in the door, Phil. We saw this happening on the NA side just the other day where the #1 seed nearly lost map 1 to Eternity. That was an incredible ship map. We could be in store for another incredible ship map on the EU side here. And a reminder for those tuning in, this is our 3rd place battle unfolding. I know to the untrained eye, you may think it's first. You may think this is the grand finals and that the prize is on the line, but this is our 3rd place match with Velocity and Blaze both losing in the semifinals yesterday. Velocity losing to .com and Blaze losing to Cheeky Breachy. Those 2 teams are going to play right after this on this channel live, and I cannot wait to see that Cheeky Breachy .com EU finals. It's coming up pretty dang soon. I suppose we still have at least another map and a half here to go with this series, but keep your eyes peeled for the EU finals, and then right after that, the NA 3rd place and NA finals matchup. So a lot of breachers left ahead of us this afternoon if you are just tuning in.
And getting back into the action here, side swap, everything is reset. So Velocity, they're down 5-1, but they're on defense. They just need to shake off, not be thinking about the scoreboard. You get this first pistol round on the board, and that's how the comeback starts. I'm sure they're going to be taking this 1 round at a time, and that's the way you really need to do it. And we're seeing a double roam on the top floor once again as the fight goes down on the bottom floor, but it's Void coming out on top as well. Really good start for Velocity here, but the fight is on. Stickosaurus finally managing to drop Void, and Fuse is just running for his life with just 1 point of health, and somehow Legalo was there to catch him, and he somehow manages to escape.
Just barely. No health syringe, Phil, on the pistol round for the Velocity squad, though. Maybe they wish they had one now so that they'd have 4 healthy and alive. It's really a 3v2, albeit Fuse could still find some headshots with their slice of HP, do some damage at the very least. We've seen kills, I suppose, also come in with very low HP. It's all going to be how Blaze execute on this final maneuver, because ultimately they could still have a chance on this pistol round, but it's looking good for Velocity on the defense here. We swapped sides, and so if they can start with a pistol, they can go into maybe even a double rifle buy, and we could see a very strong Velocity defense side.
Yeah, this is the way they needed to start, right? I mean, they're up 4-2 right now in the pistol round. They're doing everything they need, and the adaptation was nice. They had 2 people upstairs on the roam, and Void and Fuse. They did the damage they needed to and managed to escape back to the site to keep that numbers advantage. You see a common mistake with a lot of the lower ranked teams that they commit too hard to the roam, and once their position is given away, there's a lot less value to be found there. So it's nice to see them still standing 4 strong, and we are getting down to the last minute of the round as Legalo and Stickman are pushing their way into the bathroom. Foam is up on the wall. It looks like they're going for a cubby plant, but little do they know that there are 3 members of Velocity right around the corner here ready to defend this A bomb site.
Yeah, maybe even a bit of a distraction as they do open that A site and rotate over to B, trying to draw this team away from the B site before they swing in. And it looks like Zav and They Had are reading this one just right as Stick and Legalo come in, and the duo here on the short corner catches one but can't get the double. They Had there nicely teaming up with their teammate Zav, and they will find the kills they need to get their pistol set locked in. We're barreling towards a 5-5 at this pace, Jonesy, it feels like, as the Velocity Esports squad put up a vital 2nd point.
Yeah, I mean, now we see the momentum coming back. This is exactly what happens. Teams can just flick like that, and I mean, the round switch kind of helps because it's a new playing field, kind of evens it out, and we are seeing everyone coming back to getting used to playing a different role. The round switches are always important in breaches because it gives you a new sense of view on the match, and we do now see some Vezins coming out for round number 2.
Finally, the only one, it seems, but the Vezin buy coming in for the Velocity squad early in the series. It feels like they had really had their economy and their back against the wall for a lot of this series. But maybe that's just the attacking vibe we'll have in this series, because now Blaze are in a very similar position. And if anything, Phil, kind of a decent investment with nades, breaching foam, and 2 drones coming in on the pistol round.
Yeah, I do like this. It's a little bit on the conservative side as far as rifles. We don't see heavy rifle investment. They've got the utility. They've got what they need to back it up. And another thing, note, they've dialed back on the roam a little bit. Only Fuse on the upstairs. I like this because, worst case scenario, you get a fast rush play, which we're not seeing from Blaze at this point. But that Vezin happens to get caught out and go down. There's plenty of teammates around him to defend that rifle and keep it in the hands of their team. Because the worst thing you could see on a round like this is to have that Vezin switch into the hands of your opponents and then play against you.
Really would be the worst case scenario. It's often why you see that player tucked in. And so with the first 40 seconds down, no one has made their move into any side. I think they opened up a wall. Yes, they did, as you're seeing Zav diligently watching for anyone entering in. But for now, these breaches are more just distractions. And they had swinging on the backside, misses some shots, gets a little bit of damage on the stick, but does go down and without any real reward for it.
Oh, and Fuse has actually got a perfect timing on the backstab here. They have no idea. Tabs has got foam on the wall. He's vaulting out the window. Fuse just barely missing an opportunity there, but he's going to have the information that this is a bit of a fake. But as Void finds the kill onto Rise there, narrowing things back down to a 4v4. Fuse has the information. It's a piece of the puzzle. As that wall gets blown, he's instantly going to be able to communicate that, no, I'm here on the red engine. There's nobody here. And Stigosaurus comes around and has no idea Fuse is there. And he does manage to net that free kill and quickly repositions.
The push about ready to go down on to B side. A good flash over the top. Doesn't catch Void, and Legolo doesn't get Ran 6. Tab's able to find one, but can't get the double or the triple or the quadra, which would have been what they needed to get that round. And the eco for Blaze doesn't go too great. They actually, I guess, not that bad, huh, Jonesy? 2 kills on your eco round. It could be worse, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, 2 kills on an eco round still gives you credits. We are, like I said, seeing Velo carry this momentum across, and maybe going into this now 9th round, it's the sort of point where if you lost your buy round, then it's not the best. But we're seeing both teams have guns, both teams are going to go in kind of even on the playing field, and it will all just come down to really who gets the first pick.
It comes down to the execution and those early picks, like you say. We'll have to see if we do get any aggression from Velocity at this stage. They're still looking good, but are you confident enough to kind of extend out, look for those picks, start to roam? I don't know if that's really on the menu just yet, so to speak, along with that chicken burger. We'll have to see as Blaze get ready for the entry here. Zyda and Rise, Legolo, everyone's pretty spread out before making their initial approaches through into the objective space.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of breathing room here. Velocity have got to be feeling nice, having won the first 2 rounds, and that last one was fairly clean. So even if worst case scenario Blaze take this round, I think they got enough money in the bank to scrape a decent buy together. But they're clearly in control of this ship and trying to steer it to sail towards, a map victory for themselves, or at least another tie to go into the map 3. Again, neither team is the same as map 1. Neither team wants to go into the final map being a map down. And we're seeing them fight for that here. And this is the first true test. The first full buy round for Team Blaze on the attack. Might be one of their best chance to get onto map point as early as possible.
A holding pattern for now, though, as Blaze puts some rounds through the wall, assess the general area, and get ready for their entry on to A. Like we were saying, the best chance for them is this round to get that 6th point on the board, guarantee a 3rd map. It'll be a few rounds until they have another good chance, really. Probably when it's 5-5, so again, pretty dang important that Blaze find some early picks and get the head start here on this map. Ran 6 tucked in, they had watching over the top, and maybe Ran 6. They look vulnerable, looking for the first kill, though. Doesn't quite catch Legolo, and ooh, does go down over the top. That's a big pickup. Ran 6 does rotate off their initial tucked in spot as well, and so Legolo should be able to get healed up by Tabs if they do toss over that health syringe. Void almost goes down as well.
Tabs all the way on the other side of the helm, so Legolo actually opts to just throw his gun over to Zyda, who was rocking just a Spectral, who is still full health. I think that Stim might also be on cooldown, but it's a 4v5 on the defense. The nice thing, the one thing Velocity has going for them is they've got the read. I mean, all 5 members we can see of Blaze are piled over towards the helm of the ship, and it's a bit of counter crossfire coming in from Ran6 and Fuse as 2 members of Blaze quickly draw down. They go from a 5v4 to a 3v4, but the EMP is going down and they're finding kills.
It's a good push back in from Velocity. Everyone coordinated on the retake. A nice pickup from Rise keeps things to 2-2, and Stick here is in a big position to swing and find the headshots. They won't, though. Ran6 scoops it up, and now it's all up to Rise in a 1v2.
And this is an important 1v2 at that. I mean, Blaze, if he manages to pull this off, will be going straight onto map point. Meanwhile, Velocity need this to keep the momentum rolling. I mean, this is an important round for both teams. If Velocity win this, it pushes Blaze onto an eco round. But as I say that, Rise pushes and finds one, just barely whiffing the headshot over the head of Ran6. He snuck in a tiny little crouch in there, and it was just enough to duck under those bullets and come out on top of that 1v1.
Yeah, it is certainly wild to see the battle back and forth we have this afternoon for 3rd place. It does, again, man, it really is the you know, again, that what we expected in the finals. And quite frankly, I think we'll have this good of a series in the finals too. But these 2 teams really putting on a show this afternoon, taking it out against each other here for 3rd place. No one getting easy rounds. And I'm just super impressed so far, Jonesy, with the EU side of things and how close these battles have been really the entire postseason.
Yeah, I mean, we saw those shaky hands sadly kicking in, and Rise doesn't manage to clutch that up. But you see, every fight is always close. I mean, there's teamwork here, guns being thrown, stims being thrown. You constantly have stuff being chucked between the team members. And this game, 4-5, maybe we see Velo taking this one up to the end.
Oof. It is a big play. I mean, Blaze does have at least, because of that loss bonus and because they've been finding kills, they have a little bit of cash. So they are able to pick up some rifles here in a round where you normally necessarily wouldn't. And if they lose again, then they'll be able to buy again into full rifles across the board because of their consecutive loss bonus. So at least a partial buy here that gives them a chance, but it is just a chance going up against the fully kitted Velocity defense there on that middle floor.
I think this force buy is actually a really good sign for Velocity because, you know, they only are 3 Vezin strong, and that means going into the next round, they're probably not going to be able to squeeze that 5. I mean, you can see those 3 members have spent all of their money going into this round. And so those just the 3 Vezins and not a lot of util to back it up is going to give Velocity a good chance to go up tied 5-5, assuming they can win this round. If they win this round, they're in a really good spot, tied 5-5, and Blaze is still going to be struggling on the economy side of things. Meanwhile, obviously, Blaze is it's a big gamble buy in my mind from them. If they can manage to squeeze this round up, obviously going on the map point is a huge W. But it's not going to be easy. The way Velocity is playing, they're really dialed. They're feeling it. They're the captains of the ship now, so to speak.
Indeed, they are. It's transferred ownership, it feels like, and we'll have to see if they'll maintain that ownership as Blaze just kind of peek and prod, looking for a little bit of action here and there. They won't find anyone roaming or anyone overextending from the Velocity squad. Again, everyone pretty tucked in here on the Velo, and no one like, again, Stickosaurus extending out or looking for any of those big kills on the aggressing side of defense.
Another thing I like to see is how they're mixing up their roam strategy. I think they maybe predicted that Blaze was not going to force buy into this round, which is part of why they're playing so tight onto sites. They don't want to give Blaze the chance to snag a kill and recover one of these Vezins. But, you know, we on the caster desk can see they've already got 3 Vezins to fight with, so there may be a little bit more of a fight than Velocity is ready for as both of the wall towards the B bomb site gets opened up here. Full control. Medroom door once again being opened, a common theme, giving them full rotatability all around this B bomb site. Let's see if Blaze can manage to steal this one away and go up to map point, or will Velocity be able to hold?
EMP plant coming in here from Zyda. They drop down low HP, another dropping down. They have the rifle holding up over the top, and they don't get the full EMP plant. Stick has to get down there and stick it, but they don't. So they won't get the cash from the EMP plant, and everyone goes down on the Blaze side. A dang close attempt, I'll give them that, Phil, but Fuse and Void alive and well. And what's the economy like here? Like you said, it's not even a full buy going into this next round. So, Jonesy, it's looking that we could be headed. I mean, I honestly feel another 6-6 coming. You know, I don't know if that's the reality, but, you know, at this pace, I feel like it's not going to be this round, but the one after this, that's really going to be the deciding element for the Blaze EU squad. And Velocity so far are doing a great job on their defensive set. So, I don't know. I do think maybe 7-5 is more in order with how Velocity are doing here on defense, but so far, Jonesy, we're all tied up.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really say much yet. I mean, the round's tied. Both teams are having to fight. There's only 2 more rounds in this game, and whoever wins was pretty much securing their place to not losing. So Blaze are going to look forward to that, but Velo are probably going to capture it first.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's RMP, Viper, not ideal buys, Phil, coming in on the Blaze side. Eco rounds have been huge, I guess, though, so far this afternoon. You know, so far this weekend, last week, it's I can't count out the Viper or anything really in the hands of these players.
No, the aim is really so good. I mean, it is. It comes down to these little milliseconds of a difference, and you know, maybe some outplays. I mean, it's definitely possible. I mean, they're gonna have to throw everything they can into this round because, once again, they're gonna have a similar economy going into the last round. If they're not up on map point at that point, it's a struggle. But it's already tied 5-5. So no matter who wins this map, assuming we don't get a 6-6, they still can have a chance to win the series going into the final map decider because they just have to win at a better scoreline than 7-5, which is very doable.
Certainly is some good attention to detail here being paid by Stickosaurus, getting rid of some of those trip mines. We've seen a lot of trip mine kills coming into the over-aggressive player, you know, trying to fly in and catch the enemy off guard. That's the whole point of the trip mine, really. And man, it even works at a high level. If you haven't used trip mines when you've been playing the game, I'd check them out, obviously, on defense. They can be effective even with the best teams playing. But, of course, they also can be ineffective sometimes with the most attentive players playing, and that's what you get when you're at the top. You get a combo of the best and most attentive. It's what makes them so good. Even you can see here Zyda identifying another potential threat with that audio transmitter. Fuse was waiting at the door for the audio transmitter to go off and then likely planning on swinging through the door blocker to be a threat down that hallway. So good thing they got rid of it. Keeps their push relatively quiet, although Zyda here ready to challenge Ran 6 any moment.
And they, through this hole in the B wall, is doing absolute work, managing to get that kill and dropping the EMP down, and then netting them a second kill as Blaze try to rotate over and recover that EMP. And it's a timing thing of he's just playing it so well from behind that B bomb site. Meanwhile, I mean, Blaze, they've only got 3 people left into this round, but they have so much map control to work with. It is not out of the question to see them squeeze a couple of kills here and even up the people left alive and sort of find some holes. As I say that, Stickosaurus finds the first weakness, finds a headshot onto Zyda's lab, and then Zyda comes around and finds another kill, and just like that, this whole round has turned on its head off of the back of a nice push from Stickosaurus, picking up huge 3 kills. There's Void left in the 1v3.
Vital offensive point here that could be going into Blaze's hands unless Void can pull off a miraculous retake, which is what it's going to be. They're going to let the EMP plant go down, push into sight, have to challenge a multitude of rifles now, all 3 of them holding on to Vezins, and everyone tucking in safely to wait for that EMP defuse. So Void really getting forced into a certain position, and that's the whole idea of getting this EMP plant down. Void's going to bait it out, try and get this team to swing and push him. They'll overextend. Legolo almost catches their back. Zyda will, and Blaze are 1 away. They take that offensive point. Velocity will have plenty of cash to full buy next round, so we're going into a final round just like we did map 1, except the scores are swapped, and everyone has full economies to buy in to anything they need. Oh, I suppose I stand corrected, though, as they had to nerf. Doesn't have the enough cash to buy a rifle, it seems. So maybe it'll be a rifle and four rifles and a pistol buy on the side of Velocity. Maybe only even 3 rifles, Jonesy. I don't know. Either way, Blaze pick up a massive round.
I mean, yeah, now that we see that, like I said, it could flip at any time. Blaze managing to come back. Velocity want to win this. Otherwise, Blaze are going to just try and get that third map to a tie, which if Blaze win this one, Velocity have to win that third map. So it's really going to be a matter of, do they try and win this now, or do they try and push it back to a tie so it all sits on that third map for Blaze?
The 5-1 curse, Phil, I believe, as they've dubbed it so diligently in the chat over the course of this this postseason. It really does come into play. You see teams having a tough time getting those final 2 points. And I think it's the nature of how this game is balanced, how it plays. Obviously, when you swap sides into the first half, it's just, well, it doesn't make it for a great back and forth. That's for dang sure. As we do get in to the last round of map 2, we're going the full distance here. We're getting your wish, Phil. We're playing out all the rounds.
That's right, going all the way to round 12 for both of these maps, and still on track for a potential 18-18 tie into a map 4, which would make the schedule very complicated. But that was just a huge round to pull off for Blaze. I mean, I guess their strategy was keep throwing everything we have into every round, and eventually we'll find a crack in the armor, and they found it there. And yeah, I'm super hyped to see who's gonna come out on top. We're back on the top floor bomb spawn here, and Blaze now finally able to get a full economic buy. It's a scary situation for Velocity because they really haven't seen this for most of this half. That having been said, apart from that one round they lost, they were on a 6-round win streak before that, so they've still got plenty of confidence and momentum underneath them to be able to pull this off and tie this map. But right now, Blaze, I think they're poised well to win this as the A wall gets cracked open and the attack is on.
It sure is. They're pushing in to the A site here. Everyone from Blaze ready to go with their utility enabled. They have that active camo there, giving them that little bit of extra edge, holding that open wall. And Zav and Void here is putting out some pressure. RCP, excuse me. I'm throwing that M in there all week this week. A little extra flavor to the RCP, I suppose. As a trade 1-for-1 goes down, and we're into a 4v4.
A little RMP action. We're not playing World of Warcraft. The Zyda just charges into the bomb site. Does not have the EMP, but this amount of pressure is starting to crack this Velocity defense. They're starting to feel it as the crossfire angles coming through and finding the headshots they need to find. 2 members left standing strong, and this is it. The collapse comes in, and there's just nowhere to go. And Blaze do manage to take the final 2 rounds and get our first map win here on Ship.
The first one on the board, and it does go to Blaze EU. Just took a little bit, Jonesy, but they finally got their last 2 points. After a solid 5-1 start on defense, they will take our first map win of the afternoon. And to the point you were making, Phil, now it's a pretty, well, it's gosh, how does the next one unfold? If Blaze has to keep it close if they lose, basically is how, no, they can tie. Yeah, I don't know. The math is too much.
They tie, they win. If they get at least 5 rounds, they can't lose, and it would either have to go to a 4th map, or they could just win by getting 6 rounds. So they win with 6 rounds.
Right. Okay. Well, we're going to another.
Velocity still has a chance because it was such a close game. They just need to win 7-4 or better, and they can still take the whole series.
Yeah, that is true. That's how it would work out. You're right. The 7-4 victory is what Velocity need now. Blaze just need a win or tie on the board, and they've got themselves the series win. That's what's at stake, excuse me, on the stake, depends on what kind of sauce you're using, for this afternoon, as we do get it ready to go into map number 3. I'll go ahead and give them the ready, and we'll see if we're going to go into another timeout or just keep the action going. I mean, frankly, they might need a timeout, Phil, because this has been a lot of Breachers play back to back to back.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the map, it looks like the map ban was Skyscraper out of these 2. So my question would be, if we go to a 4th map, does that mean they have to play the banned map, or is it? I don't know how that works.
Yeah, we don't need to do the calculations here and hurt our brains, Phil. All right, that's a risk we don't need to take right now. We got a lot of breachers. I almost said onward again. See, our brains are already taking damage. We got a lot. We've got a lot of breachers left ahead of us this afternoon, and we got to get ready for that as well. If you are just tuning in, Sir Map 3 is coming up. I think a sub is coming in right now on the Blaze side. So Map 3 is coming up on Skyscraper, but we also have right after this the finals matchup between Cheeky Breachy and .com to determine who is first and second place this season on the EU side. Then right after that, we jump into the North American pre-show and get ready for the two teams to battle it out for third and first and second for the North American side. So it's just packed all day today with the Breachers postseason finals. Again, so much building to this point, and we're super hyped to get into another map, more action, and finish off our third place battle. Phil, we don't got to wait around any longer. You said Skyscraper. Why did you like? Maybe I heard Skyscraper.
Skyscraper was the ban.
Oh, okay, that's my fault. We're headed to Factory for map number 3. Jeez, Phil, it's taken just 24 rounds to get here, but we're into our third map series decider between Velocity and Blaze. Velocity on the defense, Blaze on the attack, and we are headed to Factory. Jonesy, your thoughts on our first pistol map being on the bottom floor for this first round?
I mean, Factory is a map which generally goes either way. It's obviously more defense-sided, but I mean, on the team scale, both of these teams can work it out. And I reckon this map may be another close game. Blaze are wanting to either tie or win, and Velo are going to have to push for that 7-4 win to be able to take it to, well, no more maps.
Wrap it up and take that third place. That's what's on the line here this afternoon as Blaze do get ready to breach their way into the bottom site. What a fight this has been, Phil. If you are just tuning in, you've missed out on a lot of great action, but you're also getting here just in time for more great action. The final map of this third place series. Fuse almost taking damage there from blind fire from Stick, but they don't, and Stick will go down.
Oh, and the pressure into this garage is explosive as Fuse just trying to get a cheeky nade in. Comes around the corner to see 4 members of Blaze staring him down. And Void was there to back him up, but not able to find anything as Void finds the timing to swing out with the Cyclone just as the B-wall gets opened up and trades are coming back and forth. And so far, it's Blaze coming out on top.
Great nade to the back of Zav that'll find them dead on site. And Ran 6 is all that stands between Blaze and another map or round point here. The pistol set getting close to being confirmed as Legolo identifies Ran 6's location. Ran does good damage onto Legolo, finds the second kill, looking for the third. This could be it. Legolo doesn't find it, and the triple with the pistol. How does that happen? Ran 6 can't believe it themselves.
Look at the flex. The flex. That was an insane 1v3 clutch. I was shocked right after the first snapshot onto, I don't know who that was, Mr. Tabs, I think, just barely peeling his head off over that crate. Jonesy, I mean, are you not entertained?
I mean, it's honestly wonderful to see now the Velo, I can't remember how to pronounce it, coming back. I mean, everyone calls it different things. They're coming back hard, and I'm hoping that they manage to come back harder and maybe pressure Blaze into having to concentrate a little bit harder on getting the win for this map.
Yeah, it certainly seems like the pressure is on this afternoon for these teams, and we are going to see standard stuff coming in on the winning side, I imagine. 1 rifle by, everything else pretty reserved. 1 drone coming in from Blaze, not 2, and only 1 nade. So a pretty reserved investment here as well going into this second round. It's the last map. You really do want to make sure you're managing your economy to the perfect, to that. You don't want to take any economic risks at this stage in this series.
No, you don't. I mean, with the stakes as high as they are, you don't want to take any risks. I mean, I'm surprised that these players managed to find the confidence to be aggressive and push in, because it's stakes. You don't want to be that person giving away anything for free at this point. So very tight. I mean, every decision has been taken so seriously, and we're seeing, the typical semi-conservative single rifle hero by this time in the hands of Ran 6, and Velocity really looking to string two together, they may be poised nicely here, starting on the defensive side, if to get ahead. I mean, like, if they can get a really good start on the defense and then jump off and win a pistol on the attack, remember, they have to win at least 7-4, so they may be positioned well to do it here. But as I say that, they had going to be the first one to give away the first kill, and smoke's coming in. That's a little bit of map control going over to Blaze.
Fuse chucks a nade through the smoke, tries to catch Zyda and Legolo planting the foam. Tabs catches Ran6 with a nade, and there's 5 alive on the Blaze side, pushing in for this attack. Where's the rifle? It's still in Zav's hands on objective. The ultimate holding position is Void and Fuse challenged from the locker room, trying to contest the likes of Zyda and Legolo from planting as Fuse swings around to catch Legolo. Zyda swinging to get that scoop up, and now it's a 1v2 rifle versus 2 pistols, and the rifle seems to be winning. EMP baited out, vaults over the top. Zav doesn't find the kill, and Zyda barely survives.
That was about as close as you can get with the blind fire predicting the EMP plant, and Zyda, luckily for him, decided to just tap the plant and fake and back out of that position and barely escapes with his life. But with 23 points of health and a pistol, he's gonna find the headshots onto Zavdislav, and the Spectral comes out on top in the 1v1.
Unreal what we're seeing this afternoon. The play is so close. They try to stick the EMP plant, but I think, frankly, taking the rifle through is more valuable. It gets you more cash at the end of the day, with 2,900 essentially getting put into one player's pocket. And so, quite the fight. Jonesy Blaze with a big clutch.
I mean, honestly, Zyda walking around that corner with a pistol, I'm like, yeah, nothing much is going to happen here. It's going to be an easy kill for Velo. And then Zyda getting the kill against a full health enemy when the enemy has a Vezin. I jumped out of my seat for that. What a clutch there by Zyda, and sadly not getting the EMP, but still, one free rifle. Technically, that's 2.9k in his pocket.
Jeez, a big pickup there. Evens the economies out pretty dang close. I think we're into just about... No, we are seeing a full buy of rifles on the Blaze side. Actually, they're looking better than Velocity are, with Ran6 having to hold on to that pistol and help everyone else get their rifles kitted. Almost no utility on the defense either, and maybe I suppose on an objective like this, you don't necessarily need it, but it certainly can get you a couple of kills and stall this Blaze offense from being playing as good as they are, because right now they certainly are playing some great breachers, tying that last round up, keeping things close, winning map 2, and yeah, like you said, 7-4, or really just any win is the goal, but if they can get that 5th point, then they guarantee, well, gosh, I don't know, it's just, yeah, we won't do the math. Nade comes in, almost catching the kill, and we're almost ready to dive into our first kill of the third round.
Then the positioning from Velocity, I like the confidence. They've poised themselves really aggressively towards the storage side of the map, not willing to allow Blaze to get any amount of map control. And you saw a scary moment there, as I believe it was Zavdislav running up the orange stairs, and a Blaze member tried to peek in through the window. Fuse was up the stairs, they're covering each other really well, and that blind fire was not able to find anything. If anything, Blaze took a little bit of damage, and now the wall gets opened up. Void stuck in between a rock and a hard place. A nice shot from Rise into the connector, but Void still tucked in here, finds one and tucks back in. The pings are coming out strong as a nade comes through, but does not quite find any damage. Tabs trying to desperately to root Void out of this position. Void's just gonna decide to send it through the hole, finally gets taken down, and it's a 3v4 defense as the rotations come through for Velocity.
Oh, and Fuse tries to swing in for more than one, but the timing is everything. They checked the window, and right when they checked, they dropped off of holding that angle. They didn't hold the window long enough to find the frag, and so they get their back exposed. Velocity are down to a rifle and a pistol versus 3 rifles on the attack. Make it 2 rifles, as they had scoops up a big headshot.
And Zyda slowly creeping his way in. What a snapshot. Unfortunately, Ran6 rocking with nothing but a Spectral, and still Zyda, that was like a 70-degree snap straight to the dome. Now the EMP is getting planted. They had a nerf. You tries to push in, but the self-flash, he flashed everybody on the server. Little does he know that just saved his life. And Zyda, they has to swing around the corner. 1v2, can't quite find it. And yeah, Blaze put their second round on the round off the back of an insane flashbang. Flashed everybody on the server.
Well, that's one way to make sure you're all blind and nothing's going to be doing much there. Yeah, the timing so much is really everything on that last round. The peek through the window to catch the flank rotation. I mean, really, these players are pulling out all the stops, Jonesy, trying to do really kind of very unique and aggressive rotations when it comes down to it.
I mean, yeah, obviously, if you have to rotate, you're kind of going to go for it. If it gives you that advantage, you're going to go for it, but sometimes it is anticipated. And I mean, it all comes down to usually the last off. We see that flash, we see they had rushing gets flashed themselves. And I mean, when everyone's flashed in a not much you can do, and it was unfortunate after the...
Phil, we're here. Into the action, 2-1. Blaze leading on the attack on Factory. I don't think that's a very common sight.
Yeah, I don't think Velocity expected to be here either, and it's an interesting buy again as they're going to have a hero rifle buy from Ran 6. But right now, Blaze firmly in the driving seat. Mind you, they are, as we know, 3 rounds away from locking in this series. Well, locking in, like, not... I don't know. They need to get at least 4 rounds. Let's say 4 rounds away from winning. Let's just leave it at that. Let's not overcomplicate this. 3 rounds is confusing. 4 rounds,
No kidding.
Blaze takes it.
We can't do that. We can't do the math, dude. Come on.
It's embarrassing. I actually passed advanced placement calculus, so I should be able to handle these symptoms.
5 doesn't guarantee it. They need 6. 6 guarantees they win.
Yeah, 4 rounds away from the guaranteed win. 3 rounds, and it's who knows what happens.
It's still up in the air right now, matter of fact, as Velocity are tucked in with pistols in hand on their eco round, trying to get aggressive in the locker room, a standard defensive held spot. You also see a little bit of utility coming in. A static emitter trying to slow down any sort of movement between these crossing points. Stickosaurus shuts down they had, getting aggressive on that locker room push. Void is still also here, ready to potentially rotate out and catch anyone in locker room, but it's all a matter of timing. When will they push for A? When will they go for the EMP plan? It seems they're not wasting any time here, and they are trying to bait out some rotations.
Oh, Tabs. Oh, that's why. I was wondering why Tabs was not worried about the flank up blue stairs. It's because Rise was actually outside the window covering that push up. But Ran 6 with the Vezin is going to find 2 kills before he finally goes down. But Zabdislav with just a pistol in hand, stuck in a 1 versus 3, and Stickosaurus is holding this locker room side down. So there's not a lot of room for Zabdislav to work his way back in here.
Yeah, looking for maybe someone to be outside, hoping to catch a rotation to the roof is what they're doing right now. They're watching that window, anticipating that someone's going to vault out, which they do, and then grapple up, which they do, and they try and catch the headshot, but there's 2 there. I don't think they were ready for 2. Good read on the side of Blaze. They know the vulnerability of vaulting out that window and going up that side, and they read it just right. Blaze take a 3rd round on the attack. We go into round number 5. Jonesy, they're up 3-1 on map 3.
I mean, being up now, they're up them 2 rounds. Them 2 rounds are almost a safety blanket.
Yeah.
I mean, poor Zav there at the end. He wasn't expecting 2. I mean, I wouldn't be expecting 2 there. I'd expect 1 to go out of blue. 1 out that back window and 1 to stay down, and it was unfortunate on his part because he only had the Cyclone. He did well to get the 1 at that range, and Blaze are just trying to lead onward through this round.
Trying to lead through this round here. Again, it's a full buy from Velocity. I think if they don't win this one, Phil, they will have just enough to buy into the next round based off of their consecutive loss bonus. But still, this is really impressive from Blaze to be stepping up here in this 3rd map and playing as well as they are. To take 3 rounds on offense against Velocity is no easy feat. And if there's ever a time to do it, it's when it's on the line here. 3rd place or 4th, eliminated out of any prizing, out of any awards, out of any prestige, really. I suppose you still do have the prestige of making it to the 3rd place match, but, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd are who we crown at the end of the day today.
Yeah, I'm loving everything that I'm seeing on the defense here from Velocity as well. They've been mixing it up. It's the 3rd time we're here on the bottom floor, and they've done a little bit of different kind of looks every single time, even on the defense, switching up, and so it leaves Blaze guessing as to how much aggression they can be expecting. But Rise is going to find the headshot vaulting up over that half wall, and Void also going down. So far, Blaze is doing everything they need to do to push 1 round closer towards the end. What seems like the inevitable 3rd place crowning, as now it is a 1 versus 5. Ran 6 going to have to be on for the ace clutch.
Tabs holding a solid spot here. Camo active. Ran6 dropping back to the pressure. Tabs considering peeking out. And now the whole team peeks out. Rise and Tabs. Look at the coordination. Such good timing from everyone there as they do double swing. Blaze up 4-1, running away with the momentum at this stage. And, well, we could have a much faster map 3, although I dare not say that, Phil, because quite frankly, this is how every round has gone. Jonesy, this is how every round has gone. They've all had big leads, but then when we swap sides, the other team has put on solid defensive holds themselves.
I mean, it's always a side swap. It's a new, fresh blanket to act on, and I mean, Blaze currently, they're playing it just how they should. They're peaking at the right time. They're not peaking on their own most of the time, and they're holding up these off angles which Velo are trying to use, but they're not expecting somebody to already be there. I mean, looking at it, it's 4-1, the team's playing well, and Velo are just going to have to try and maybe go for a bit of a save here so they can buy, well, no, actually, no, final round, they're going to try and buy everything. That's why we see Cadillos coming out.
Oof. Yeah, again, not in a good spot on the economy for Velocity, Phil. They went big on that last round. And like we saw, I mean, I think they did that. They managed their economy differently at the start of the series. They didn't go big in that when it was 5-5, and then they had enough to go into that last round and tie at 6-6. They don't have enough, at least in this first half, to go in strong here. And so 5-1 definitely on the table. It's up to Velocity to at least put 2 on the board here. It's really a tall order for them considering how Blaze have really been playing a very clean attacking set. They've got all the nades, all of the flashes, everything that they need to breach into sight. They have the economic advantage, and they are prepping themselves now to rotate down to X.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I'm not sure how meta aware they are, but they're knocking on the door of series point if they win this round. They're going into the second half, only needing 1 round to win. And yeah, I mean, to your point with the difference in the economic strategy, Velocity is a nice nade from Rise. He's gonna find the first kill onto They Had. You know, there's a lot of chaos going on in this third map, and they are just desperately scraping together everything they can in a lot of these rounds to try and put up the fight that they need to. I mean, the last round that they've won so far was the pistol. I think they're desperate to try and get their second round on the board and stifle this nonstop Blaze pressure. As Views with the Cadillo manages to find one, but Mr. Tabs on the front end, that is all the defenders on the A bomb site down, and Fuse does get traded out as well. So now Void is gonna have to go big here.
Void, the only one here, ran 6 on a big of a rotation over on the other site. And Void completely drops back, says, you have you have that side. I don't need it. Void and Ran6 will end up trying to pinch in on a retake most likely, but the retake definitely difficult to secure here on this objective. It helps when you land nice one-tap headshots with the Cadillo like that.
Beautiful shot there from Ran6, and now both Void members, or sorry, Velocity members are here. Void and Ran6, and Brand's gonna be able to pick up a Vezin as well, but the plant is on for the hatch, and they don't realize that Zyda is actually tucked into the corner, and Void is trying to make some creative play and root Tabs out of this gravel position to cut off the rotation, because, I mean, it's planted for the hatch. This is such a difficult retake in a 1v3. This is the last round. You got to go for it here, and as a flash comes in and blinds him, he is just nowhere. There's too many angles for him to look. The pressure is overwhelming, and Blaze can feel the victory here. They are playing like a third place team right now.
They are up 5-1 right now, Phil. Playing like a third.
That didn't come out right, but you know what I mean.
Absolutely, they are close to locking in that third place. And it's the reality. Look, Phil, you're not saying anything that's not true. They lost in the semis, man. These teams aren't infallible. They do lose. They had great seasons all season long, but when it's come down to this postseason, both seeds 1 and 2 are relegated to fighting for 3rd and 4th place. Again, I don't think what anyone really expected, Jonesy, from this EU side going into this weekend.
I mean, yeah, the 5-1 curse people are going to say it might be coming back. I mean, they are 3 minutes behind, but I reckon we could have a 5-1 curse come through. This side switch, going on to the defense, anything could come through. It's just we got to figure out what is going on.
Yeah, it is quite a performance from the Blaze, and regardless, with the pistol swap, we'll have to see what's possible here. The great equalizer, as we do say, Phil. Velocity getting a chance to attack now, and even then, we were seeing still they had picks up a Jesper because they invested into double health syringes, Phil.
Yeah, I love to see that here. The double health syringe on the pistol is the meta, whether or not the meta has realized it yet, but it is the best strategy, I think, in my opinion, and we'll see if it pays off. Velocity already taken a little bit of damage, so one of those stims could already be coming into effect if they get it into the right hands. And look at how much map control Velocity already has. They've come down the hash. They've got full backhaul control. Void's already got control of the lockers. Ran 6 is in the vending room machine side. They know that all 5 members... wait, there is a roamer somewhere. There's only 4 members here. Oh, no, all 5 members, yeah, tucked onto the sites for Blaze.
Oh, the ankle.
They're going out swinging.
Fuse trying to bite the ankles of Stick there with the pistol. Stick takes just a slice of damage and backs off of the angle they were trying to hold. And Velocity, like you said, feels like they have control of A site right now.
My gosh, look, it's 5 versus 5. 10 people still alive on the server, and the EMP just got planted onto the wall in the cubby there. But the instant barrage of nades and fire grenades coming through, they were ready for that. They put the bomb on the wall and then immediately ducked back into Tetris. But here comes the Stick. Here comes another fire grenade. It looks like he might just stick this. And oh, there's a little corner. He didn't actually take any damage. Fuse finding the first opening kill onto Rise. Zyda's also going down. Legalo fighting back. Velocity so far, they're not going down without a fight.
The defuse is coming in. They have to stop it from getting locked in here. And on the rotation, we trade back and forth. Ran 6 on the roof, at least able to defend. Fuse and Void still alive. So Stick has a 1v3 in front of them on the pistol set. Velocity want to kick this thing off strong. They need this pistol round to have a chance here in map 3.
Yeah, 25 seconds left on the clock, and Void is even going to win the first fight. Stigosaurus not going to be able to get past the first challenge in that really complicated 1v3 post-plant retake. And Velocity have done it. They've got the pistol. They got a little bit of momentum. They need to have a flawless second half here on attack, though. They need to buy up smart into this round and keep that momentum going.
They sure do. 5-2. Like you said, Phil, just a round away for this Blaze squad into taking this whole series. They just need to pick up one more point, and then it's impossible for Velocity to get enough points, even if they tie, to take the series. So that was even more important than it seemed to Jonesy on that pistol set, but these two teams executing when the time matters, and we're not seeing an overinvestment, interestingly, from Velocity off of that round when they're still going relatively, well, I say conservative. I suppose they carried their 2 health syringes through. They've got a rifle buy and a drone buy, it seems, for the second round.
Yeah, I mean, now if my maths is right, if Velo lose this one and Blaze win, I'm pretty sure it's
yeah, that's what we were saying. Yeah,
it's 2 ties and a win. Yeah, so that comes through. Velo, I reckon they're gonna really push now. We're seeing the buys come. They all have utility, and I reckon they're gonna push now just to really hard.
Yep, end it all but the kitchen sink. And the kitchen sink too while you're at it. Just throw it all at Blaze right now and mount the pressure on. I think, you know, if I'm the IGL for Velocity right now, I say Void's got that rifle. Look at Tabs tucked into the corner here. He's gonna get a free kill on the Dayhat as he tries to swing out. Fortunately, the team is there to back it up, but quite a bit of damage done with just a Cyclone. And yeah, this round getting off to a quick start.
A spicy start, as they say. 4v4. Zyda on the bottom floor, interestingly enough, waiting for any sort of roam and maybe eventually working their way over to the stairs to push up and challenge the trio here on the stairs themselves. Void, Ran 6. Everyone getting ready and prepped to push into A site.
Yeah, it's going to all come down to the timing, as the roam plays normally do. That's generally the telltale sign of a great roamer versus a good roamer or an average roamer, is they pick the perfect time to initiate that backstab while the people are distracted. And Zyda's time says now is the time, and Ran 6 is already swinging into that window. There's no way backing out now, and he is going to manage to win that fight with Zyda, bringing this to a 3 versus 3. Velocity still alive here, and the trick is Void did drop with that rifle, so Slav has picked that up. I feel like the key for them to win this round is to keep that rifle at the front of the fight. You want to be taking as many gunfights with the rifle as you can, because people with the pistols can always pick that rifle up, and the amount of fights that rifle takes goes up and up and up.
Yeah, they're giving Ran that rifle. They're giving him the utility as well. And I wonder what the play is for Fuse and Zav. Is Ran? Okay, I was going to say, is Ran ecoing with that, and they're just going to have Fuse and Zav send it? I don't think so. Ran 6 does swing in here, joins Fuse, and opens up the hatch. They're looking to push into A site with a minute left.
Yeah, this is going to be the hit. Less than a minute now. All 3 members of Blaze seem to realize that's what's going on, but Zab with that Cyclone is going to root Stickosaurus out of that tucked in off angle. Now it's just the crossfire of Rise and Legalo. EMP is in hand, but I would not count Blaze out of this just yet, because this could get hairy as Zab the Slab is going to be forced to stick in that EMP on the ground. The nade comes in, but Fuse charging into the back of sight is going to drop Legalo down, and Rise all alone, and they know exactly where he is. Rise is going to tap the bomb to force him to swing out, and there's just nothing Rise can do there. Beautifully played from Velocity.
It is staying close here this afternoon as we do get ready to dive into round number 8, I believe. Jonesy, I dare say this one's pretty dang close, and I don't want to say we're headed to a 7-5 with this Velocity Esports team on offense coming back, but we could really be headed for a full tie at this pace.
Yeah, we could be heading for anything really now. Velocity are really carrying this momentum through. They won 1 round, they won a second. I mean, the 5-1 curse is real. Everyone playing well, they're all sticking together, and not one person is solo peaking for Velocity.
Yeah, it really is a heck of a fight here this afternoon here from the Velocity squad, and can't wait to see how they can push together another offensive round. Blaze got a lot to live up to right now, and they are going to go with, I thought they were going to go full rifle buy, but I think they've opted to have Legalo stick with a pistol and get them utility for the rest of the squad. So it's only 4 rifles and a pistol going against the fully kitted Velocity's offense coming in.
Indeed, indeed, and we are once again seeing the hatch immediately get opened up. The drone coming through a little bit of a slowed down pace from Velocity. They don't want to slip up at this point. You've come this far, but they seem to be aware that they cannot make a single mistake, and a coordinated 3-man drop down through the hatch just goes to show you that they are in sync right now. They are coordinated. The foam from Fuse going up onto that cubby wall. This could be tough because Blaze, I mean, we've seen how difficult the post-plant retake is. If they blow that cubby and get the EMP planted for the hatch, I mean, if I was Blaze, I would not want to let that happen.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to let this Velocity team in, and, well, they may have already done just that, Phil, as we do get ready to get in to our next round here, and it took a minute for that wall to open up, but they've done it.
Look at this.
Nades come in, almost catches Legalo. They had catches Mr. Tabs with a good frag to the back, and it's a 4v5 for the Blaze defense.
What a beautiful nade. That was from the cubby on A bomb site into the connector, through the doorway around the corner, and it caught Tabs trying to run all the way into that B bomb site. Just chased him down, it felt like. That nade had a mind of its own, but look at the poison here. Zyda's just going to swing out, trying to deny this plan. You can tell they do want to try to stop this post-plan situation, but going in 1 by 1 is not the play. Unfortunately, that's exactly how they're doing it. They're trickling in 1 by 1. Legalo's going to pick up the Vezin and swings around. He finds 1, but he's in a 1v3 now. It's going to have to be a huge 4K from him to save the round, and that EMP is stuck on the wall, but this is such a huge uphill battle. They know exactly where he is, and they are all positioned to cover each other so well in this Velocity squad.
Flash comes out, lets them get the EMP plant through, and they'll find Legalo down with another kill. It's Velocity running away with this one on the attack, and yeah, I don't know what we're going to do, quite frankly, on the logistics side of it, because we don't have time for a 4th map. Like, we don't. And so we may have them play out their 4th and we just move on to the grand finals. Because quite frankly, we have to keep things moving today, and we've got a lot of cast to get into. So if we get to the reality of a 7-5 tie all around with all the rounds tied, map wins tied, I'm not quite sure what we're going to do here on the production side. I know people will want to see that played out. I think they'll play another map. I don't know how it's decided. I imagine they're going to have to do some bannings, and then it'll be the last map that's available or something like that, and they'll play that out. But yeah, I'm just prepping everybody that if that's the case, we have other games to move on to, and so we may just move on to the grand finals. We may stick around to cast that other 4th map. I really don't know quite yet, so just prepare yourselves if that does happen, because it really feels like it's going that way right now, Jonesy. Velocity are just not going to let up any rounds at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Velocity are pushing. They want them VR covers, and honestly, it's worth it. They're going to try and get these kills. They're showing they can hold sight. They're showing their position works. And are they going to show it now? 10th round.
Indeed, 10th round as Velocity work their way in here and try and get another one on the board. They need that 5th to tie it all up. They've got the economic advantage in spades. Blaze just have pistols to their name on the defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking about how tragic it would be to come this far and then somehow have it all fall apart to an amazing pistol defense. Look at this, the EMP is getting played. Stickosaurus just around the corner could actually make some damage happen, but that revolver headshot is just barely gonna miss the head of Void. Now the nades are coming through, the pressure is coming, but it is Velocity winning all of their gunfights, and it is now Legolo and Mr. Tabs in 2v5, as if pistols versus Vezins wasn't bad enough. Throw that man disadvantage in the mix.
Yeah, Legolo's going to challenge, looking for some kills out the window, just trying to get a little bit of anything here against this full rifle squad. They actually vault outside and catch a kill, do a little bit of economic damage to Velocity. That's the goal there, at least, with that play. And now Tabs thinking of doing the same thing.
Send it. Send it.
So
I know that
well
feeling
there.
all too well. Ooh, he gets spotted.
Yeah.
There's the ping. There's the crossfire. Now I think he's going to think twice about jumping out that window. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. Send it.
Nope.
And it is. He almost wins that gunfight. Ran 6 winning with just 6 points of health. Cyclone versus Vezin.
Oh my gosh. It's tied 5-5 in map 3. And, Jonesy, you starting to do the mod work on the back end of figuring this one out because we're getting close. It's just 1 point away for Blaze. They need 1. That's it, and they win. They guarantee whatever happens with that they will advance on. Not advance on, that they'll take 3rd place. That's what's at stake here. And so I just don't know what is going to happen here this afternoon, but you should maybe start preparing for the reality of a full tie across the board here, which I never thought was really going to come to fruition over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, if we do get a 3-map tie, I'm going to figure out what we do. It may just be a grand final skip because there is the NA 3rd place and finals as well later today, which is probably just going to be just as much action. And I mean, Velo want to bring that action forth.
Yeah, we'll have to see what we get out of this squad. They drop down their static emitter into a nice little spot, and Blaze, using their limited cash to get some utility down here. So audio transmitter along with some door blockers, everything getting set up to try and slow down Velocity, because that last round they really flew in fast, Phil. They really amped up the pace. But now Velocity also slowing things down themselves, so just a bit of a holding pattern until we get ready to dive into the action. You can see Void dancing here at the top of the roof.
Yeah, I think a little bit of an error. That it was actually Ran 6 had to run all the way back to the spawn to pick up the EMP, which somebody left behind. So just a little change of pace, and I think a little bit of a breather for the Velocity members here after, being backs against the wall. I mean, they've been on, Blaze has been on series point for a minute now, and Velocity have been just threading the knife's edge here in this series, and so far they've been doing everything they needed to do. When the pressure has mounted and all the marbles are on the table, they've stepped up and they've done what they need to do. But one slip up here and this series could all still fall apart. Let's not forget that Blaze are looking to be crowned our 3rd place match winner here today.
Little bit of a poking and prodding situation here for Ran 6 as they try and catch anyone through the wall. The full push coming in, counter utility coming through. They had finds Lego with a nade to get things started for Velocity. 4v5 out the gate, the utility finding its target. The push still not coming through, though, and Velocity making sure that maybe they'll find 1 or 2 more before they do decide to push in all the way to site. Well, as I said,
that was a brilliant nade from they had. It was from the gravel side. I mean, it was Legolo was tucked into the corner in the back of A bomb site, and it was from the gravel window where the nade actually came through, and he didn't actually see it. By the time the nade came around the corner, there was no time to react. So very interesting. Normally we see that as the move. They had just charging straight in to the defender's connector is going to give Blaze an equalizing kill there, and Rise now throwing an incendiary to slow down this attack. With less than a minute left, Blaze could be poised to maybe mount a defense here on this A bomb site.
There's a lot of pressure on the line right now. Velocity want third place. They don't want to let this slip away. They can't let one more round go into the hands of Blaze, and so it needs to be a perfect offensive set from them. They need all 6 rounds in the books, which again is super tough.
There's 30 seconds left. They were setting up for a rotate across the top floor, and they all just stopped and had decided we don't have time. We got to go back. Fuse is now trying to plant an EMP that he doesn't even have possession of. Where is the EMP? It's fallen down into the back of the kitchen. But the flags are coming through. All of the Blaze
10
defenders
seconds.
are going down, and they are going to get the plant. Oh, this is
They're going to get
so
the kill.
close.
It's 5-6.
We're going to the 12th round with a very, very serious potential of a full score tie here in our 3rd place matchup. How epic is this, though?
It's incredible. It doesn't matter what the prize pool is. I see some people constantly bringing it up. It has no weight in these matches. Whatever that prize pool is, it has no matter. It does not matter to these players playing this afternoon. They are hunting for 3rd place. They want the prestige of 3rd place because, quite frankly, there's a lot of prestige in the VRML. We're a massive organization spanning across multiple games. It is a lot to be earning for, and so it's definitely something to fight for these teams. They want to have that 3rd place going into Season 2. They want to be advertising. We were 3rd place in our region. Join us. They want to have that best roster they can for Season 2. So they are fighting for quite a substantial bit here at the end of the day. And I cannot wait to see how this last round unfolds on map number 3. Is it going to be Blaze taking our 3rd place, or Velocity going to put together one of the best comebacks here that we've gotten to see so far this weekend?
I don't know, Jonesy, what's your prediction here? Oh, we got a disconnect. I don't want to. Hopefully, Blaze gets their 5th member, but who do you think takes this?
Oh my gosh.
Honestly, it could come down to anything. I mean, that bot could easily get a kill and Velo just lose momentum.
Oh, easily, I think, is a bit of an overstatement, but it certainly could find something. Not ideal for the Blaze team to be down a player when it matters most, but sometimes technical difficulties are a reality, so we'll have to see how it impacts them. Tabs finds one early, which is exactly what they need. The bot will go down, so it keeps things even 4-4.
Brilliant play from Tabs there. He actually was tucked into a nice little off angle, but the drone work from Velocity managed to ping out his position, and he was stuck in a really bad spot, but he says it doesn't matter if I'm in a bad position. If I hit the headshot and get out back into the site, and luckily he did, because now we're looking at a 4v4 after that bot got taken out. But they still have a chance here to close this out. 4 Vezin strong, defending on the top floor. They are good here. Zyda with the control of the locker room is going to go down, and had to nerf you there with the nice control and the trade frag for his team, and we're still even Stevens.
I can't believe it. 5-6, 1 round to go for Blaze to take 3rd place. 3 more kills separating them from a round win, and Velocity are so close to bringing back this map and keeping this tied, taking us to a 4th map. Not us, technically, but taking their team to a 4th map. We will likely move on and get ready for the grand finals, which is coming up right after this, as they finds a vital kill onto Blaze, flying inside to the site. Legolo and Stickosaurus now have to retake, essentially, as EMP's planted on a pretty tough to retake position. Ran 6 finds Legolo. They know the rotation's coming from this side. They're going to have to catch the kill out the window, and they won't, and we go full tie across the board. I can't believe we're having it, but it's happened. It's rounds tied all the way down for 3rd place, and like I said, we will not be joining you for the 4th map. I'm just putting that foot down right now. We have to move on the production side, get ready for our finals, because that's what's coming up. So, Jonesy, we'll take a little break. You as a mod deal with setting up this 4th map and also preparing the Cheeky, Breachy, and .com squad for the grand finals, because we are ready to dive right in to map number 1 with Cheeky, Breachy, and .com coming up right now, a couple of minutes after this. We appreciate everyone tuning in, hanging out, but we have no definitive winner in 3rd place after 3 maps played. 6-6 map 1, 5-7 map 2, 7-5 map 3. They are even across the board. They have even on map wins, they're even on round wins, they're even on score separation, because they're playing the same team. So there's no way for us to not have a 4th map. But again, on the production side, we don't have time. We have to keep things moving. We have to get the grand finals match played and started now so that we can get ready for the NA finals right after this. So we are going to take a quick break. We'll get ready for the grand finals match. And when we know who the winner is of Blaze vs. Velocity, we'll be sure to inform everyone here on the desk. But what a great series, Phil. You got your wish. You got 36 rounds at the end of the day.
36 rounds and a tied score to boot. I mean, it was 18-18. It wasn't 6-6-6-6-6-6 all the way through, but 6-6-7-5-5-7 is the same result. It went the full distance. I mean, epic. What an epic battle between the rank 1 seed and the rank number 2 seed for a third place matchup. What a great day to be a Breachers fan.
It doesn't get a whole lot better than that right there. We're going to go to a brief break, and when we come back, we'll be diving into our EU Grand Finals, so don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss out on any of the action coming up. Grand Finals, NA third place, NA Finals, and giveaways for North American participants during the NA stream, so be sure to tune in then. We will be right back with the Grand Finals pre-show and Map 1 in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
back to the Breachers VRML, everybody. I'm your host, Gibular Bob, and today we're with Cheeky Breachy, currently in the EU semi-finals. We've got GDS Hero, Rez, and Black Hat VR. How you guys doing today?
Good, yeah.
Awesome.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
We're living, laughing, loving. We're excited to be here. Yeah, a little awkward, but yeah, we're excited.
All right, so just a couple of questions for you here. First off, we're just coming out of the quarterfinals. So how did you feel heading into your matchup against French Resistance last weekend?
Yeah, it's fine. We expected to win. Like you know, we lost to them in the league, I think, but every other time we've played them, it's been a win for us. So we were pretty confident.
Okay, cool, nice.
Yeah, there's a couple tight ones in there, but yeah, I think walking in there, we had a good lineup. Everyone was there, excited to go. We got some practice on the maps we wanted. Also, we had the advantage, so it's pretty nice.
Yeah, I expected to win because when we played them in league, we didn't really have our main roster that we train with all the time, but when we played them this time, we did.
Awesome, cool. So the next question, I know you said you had a couple of close ones there, but did you have a point where it felt, you know, what was the most challenging part of the series there?
I mean, it was pretty challenging getting aced on Factory by one guy. That was lots of fun just to lose a 5v1.
Yeah, I was on the sidelines on that one. I was watching. I was screaming at the monitor. It was not good. Everyone ran in there one by one, but yeah, they clutched it up in the end. They had other good matches in their rounds in there.
Awesome. Rez, anything to add?
It was on Skyscraper, and I feel like it's definitely their best map. So, and we didn't really train it too.
Tell them.
Strats leaked. Cut it from the footage.
Okay, so the next question here, was there a point in the match where you felt like you had the win secured?
It was definitely after getting aced on Skyscraper. Like
you're full of confidence.
Yeah. From that point on, it's like, well, this is rock bottom. It can only go up.
When actually I'll give a different one. On Hideout, there was one point where they were kind of behind on the offense, but they popped open the wall. It was the middle floor for A. They got in there, they planted, Rez dropped in, he shot them all out, and they changed up their strategy, and they kind of showed that they could adapt to the situation. I thought that was pretty good.
Awesome. And Rez?
I definitely felt like we were definitely going to win on Factory towards the middle of the game.
Awesome. All right, so next question here. Is there anything you feel you need to improve upon heading into this weekend?
No, it's going to be very easy. I've never heard of this other team.
Player availability. Player availability is what we need to work on.
I mean, yeah, people actually turning up and playing games would be nice.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting for us to get into our grand finals for the EU side. We might just jump right into map 1, Phil, because like I said, the time constraint is tight. It gives us a lot to talk about, Bob. It gives you a lot to chat about in between rounds, because you can basically do all the pre-show bits during the downtime, which we have right now. Well, not quite yet, because we are getting ready to dive right into our first map, which is going to be on Hideout. It has been a long road to get to this point, Bob, but we are here. It is .com versus Cheeky Breachy for the EU Grand Finals.
Yeah, 100%. And these two teams, I mean, like you said, they've been battling all season. We're finally here in the EU Grand Finals. I am so excited for this. It's just going to be a great matchup. I'm sure both these teams put in some major upsets to get to this point, taking out both the number 1 and number 2 EU teams. I'm excited to see where this is going to go.
We don't have to wait long, Phil. We get right into round number 1 here again, starting on Hideout.com on the attack, as I swap the teams at the top. Cheeky Breachy on the defense. And, well, Hideout's certainly an interesting starting point. Seems to be the favorite starting point for both EU teams this afternoon, as we do see a few more Tauruses, well, at least a Taurus coming in on the side of kitten number 4 for the .com team as they get ready to push in what seems to be an A-site setup. We don't see a lot of A-site setups on the pistol round.
Yeah, that's what I was noticing coming into this. That it was a bit of a unique look. But as we say that, there are a big rotation going on, as I think they must have got some kind of read on the defense saying that the play is going to be. I think they noticed that there was a rotation coming in or something, and just like that, all 5 members were on the side of Wine Cellar. Now they're over towards that B garage. They've got the upstairs control, and yeah, very big change of pace. So it's good to see that these players seem to be dialed into each other here as we get into the grand finals. 13 weeks of season 1 all comes down to this. One team is going to walk away crowned our champion, and the other one will have to settle for second.
And while third place battle wasn't for a ton in cash and hardware, the first and second place definitely has a decent bit of cash on the line to compete for here. So these teams have the pressure of that added on top as BMO connects with 1, can't find 2. Typical Light stays alive. The rest of the team flies in through the hatch, and Freezer's alone in a 1v3 in our 1v4 in our pistol round. .com looking good.
Yeah,
that's it.
Beautiful audible call there from .com to rotate over to the other side. Jonesy, I mean, I didn't see it, but did you happen to catch...
Bob, we swapped.
I'm sorry, Bob. Did you happen to catch what the cue was for them to adapt to that defense and shift everything over?
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, it was, I couldn't see anything, but yeah, I mean, .com had to have spotted some kind of indication that Cheeky Breachy were setting up over there and they were ready to respond, because I mean, you got to love the adaptability over there for .com. They knew, and they made an, you know, just a moment's notice decision there. Hey, we've got to switch up these pushes. Let's try something else. And it worked out very, very well for them. They stormed through that Cheeky Breachy defense on that first round, gives them a very nice setup for the second round. You see 2 of those round 2 Vezins, one from Typical Light, the other from Submissive right there. Ooh, it should be a very interesting first half here. Big investment from them. We've seen some eco rounds where teams can put in a lot of work here, but I'm curious to see what Cheeky Breachy is going to do to respond.
Nades are on the menu for Cheeky Breachy. That seems to be at least one of their answers for this rifle advantage that's coming in from .com. But I almost want to propose a different theory, and that .com baited Cheeky Breachy to A, and that they started A on purpose, and then when it came time, according to their watch, the entire team shifted to the B site, which was always the original plan. So Submissive does take a bit of damage there, but a health syringe will keep them alive. They have a lot invested here into Typical Light and Submissive on this second round.
Yeah, I think it's a confident buy, the most confident we've seen out of our EU top 4 teams so far today. Yeah. Nobody has bought more than 1 Vezin after winning a pistol so far. So this is a confident buy, and we'll see if they can convert on it. Mami Llama, though, just needs a Spectral to hunt out the Roamer in Resi. So that's a great start for them, not to mention Submissive, though, did find a lot of damage on 26 points of health. He does have Stim in hand. They're going to want to make sure that neither of these 2 Vezins slip into the hands of the opponent.
Yes, they are. They got to hold on to those guns. It's a vital, big tier investment. Freezer here on the short corner, about ready to swing. Llama DK, we've seen them in chat. We've seen them active over the course of this weekend. They've been tuning in and watching the action just as much as anyone else, and we appreciate the support there. Just like Freezer about to support their team with a couple of kills. No, can't find any. Submissive and Kitten are there to shut that down. And another kill from Submissive as they barrel indoors A side. The .com investment paying big on the dividends as Bananas alone with a Spectral in hand in a 1v5.
Finding a little bit of chip damage there, but it's going to have to be a 1v5. Miraculous ace clutch, and Submissive pops off for hit. Was that his 3rd or 4th kill of the round? Either way, big round for Submissive, and .com take an early lead here, up 2-0.
Be cautious of false news in chat, okay? We don't know what the velocity Oh, wow, I forgot who's even playing over there. Blaze series is, we don't know that outcome yet. When we have an official answer, we will be, of course, relaying that to everyone here that's tuned in, because I'm sure you all want to know who the third place champion is. Regardless, though, we're here, and .com are looking really good, Bob. It makes sense now watching this team how they beat Velocity the way they did.
Yeah, definitely. I'm seeing a lot of Velocity propaganda in the chat. But yeah, definitely a very, very interesting round there and a great play by .com. They came in with those Vezins and they brought a very, very good push with them. Cheeky Breachy are just kind of feeding the .com team, these one on 2, 3, 4 .com players. They kind of need to stick together on those eco rounds because Submissive, just kind of pushed through, found their way in, taking many, many good picks. We're going to need to see Cheeky Breachy bring it back on this rifle round.
Yes, we are. It's going to be a big one here, round 3. They have the economy managed to buy at least 4 rifles and a pistol, so they are going big into this round. The loss here puts them in a deficit round 4. Round 5 doesn't still look very good on the economy, and so it's vital that they scoop this one up, or we're at least going to be seeing a very clean .com start to things on the attacking set, which is, of course, a reminder that they are on the attack right now, so some defensive rounds need to be secured by Cheeky Breachy, because oftentimes the defensive side has that advantage. I suppose Hideout's not necessarily the case, as we do see the first kill, Llama with a great headshot onto BMO over the top, and B side starts to open a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of pressure mounted. It's very untypical pressure. We don't see a lot of teams choose to come in, as Submissive also finds a kill on a Jado in the back hall. This B hit is a bit of a curveball we haven't seen so far here on the top floor of Hideout, and it's working, paying dividends so far. .com up 4-3, and with a lot of map control and a lot of pressure mounting. We do see Banana able to recover that Vezin though, so 3 defenders still strong here to hold off. This round is definitely not over yet, as a little bit of a lull in the action occurs. It was interesting how close Cheeky Breachy played the economy to the chest this round. They played it perfectly. I mean, Banana was able to buy all of the attachments and the util, and everybody else had just enough to scrape together just the Vezin alone, and it was on the back of Banana's. Rez finds a nice headshot on the kid. It's a 3 versus 3 now.
Massive scoop up there as .com now are down into a tie game. B site held strong enough for them to rotate A, and the rotations have been dang good. Vreezer in a very interesting position, just leaning here to get themselves a nice line of sight through the boxes. I don't know how they managed that, but they get 2 kills with it, and typical light is all that stands between .com and Cheeky Breachy, and the nade will find them. That's thrown by Vreezer. A beautiful toss as the first round for Cheeky Breachy is secured.
Yeah, 100%. It was a great round from Cheeky Breachy, and one that they needed to win, mind you. I mean, we saw, as Phil pointed out, a great eco game. They had one player buy, all the attachments and the utility that they needed. Everybody else scraped together those Vezins, and it really, helped out the team to win that round. Let's also talk about the start from .com. They got into the site, breached into Site B through the wall there, had a pretty good start to the round, but as Phil pointed out, it kind of came to a lull in the action there. They decided to rotate around to that bathroom site, but Vreezer just kind of tucking in that little corner there, found 2 beautiful kills, damaged typical light, and then another perfect frag rolled out there, gave Cheeky Breachy their first defensive round. They're still in this game by all means. They've got 5 Vezins, they've got the heals that they need. .com are doing a pretty good job of attacking this so far, but they're going to need to stick together and find some kind of momentum here to bring this back in their favor.
It's good to see that even on the analyst desk, the Gibular Bob fan club is alive and well, cheering you on, Bob, in your commentary, and we love to have you on the desk here this afternoon. So thanks for jumping in for the EU Grand Finals, as a very unfortunate self-frag comes through and leads to a 4v4, excuse me, with .com not necessarily losing or getting a disadvantage, but that's an unfortunate self-frag. Another good nade toss there, doesn't catch the kill on Llama. They're able to drop back in time. BMO almost goes down from the long angle, held over the top by Submissive, and BMO's going to challenge, though, Sea Dragon there as they find that kill through the long doorway. Garage not looking like an ideal entry point as the duo here holds things down.
Yeah, Cheeky Breachy doing a really good job holding down the garage, not even letting .com get into the building at all. Nobody has stepped foot in the building, I don't believe. Even off the back of the initial nade, I mean, you gotta give them credit where credit's due. Well, one team nade and one perfect nade kill. They're 1 for 2 with those nades, I would say. A bit unfortunate, but .com, yeah, this whole attacking idea has just come to a halt now, and now I feel like it's similar to last round where they had the mounted momentum in that bedroom and they didn't know how to convert off it. They ended up just trying to rotate and stick around the other side. They're having trouble like following through with their attacking ideas so far. I wonder what they need to do to kind of push these few attacking rounds over there, because it's been the Cheeky Breachy so for these last couple rounds.
It really has. They are getting control of things just off of that last round, off of these early picks. Off of another one, no. Submissive vaults in and finds a beautiful headshot onto Rez as they vault in. Not easy to do, but they connect, and .com keep things even 3-3.
Yeah, and once again, we've seen them kind of shift their attention from the garage over towards this A bomb site. I would almost like to see them throw this as a fake and dial back, because we can see that the rotation has come through and the defenders are looking to hold down this A bomb site. They're on for a fight, but it looks like, no, Mommy does have that EMP in plan, looking to tuck into the site. Yeah, EMP is going to go down. It's going to be a hit for the A bomb site. The retake is coming in quick. Reezer coming out of that connector. Banana is going to drop, and now it's a 2 versus 3. They've done it. They're in the post plant situation.
Huge to get up there and through the site, plant the bomb. 3 rounds on attack would be massive on the hideout, and they could keep piling on here because a big investment was made from Cheeky Breachy off of winning that defensive round as Reezer flies out to catch Submissive but doesn't. .com with 3 alive carry on their rifles, carry on to the next round, and again, Bob, I think Cheeky Breachy are only going to have enough for a 3 rifle buy if they so choose for this next round.
Yeah, some good calculations there from Unitefire. It looks like they're picking out a Vezin, but I'm wondering if everybody else on the team is going to eco buy utility so that they can buy, more Vezins
Right.
next round. Interesting to see where they're going to go with this strategy. Yeah, it looks like that's what it's going to be. .com with plenty of money right now. Phil made a very, very good observation last round. Found, .com, they start off with great momentum, and then they just kind of don't know where to. They don't know how to channel that momentum for the rest of the round. And kind of when you're not putting so much pressure on your opponents, they're going to regroup. They're going to figure out a plan to beat you. Now they've done it. They did an excellent job over at .com of salvaging the round, finding the angles that they needed, and ultimately they picked apart that Cheeky Breachy defense, which kind of gave them, a couple of 1v1 saves that they really needed, and it worked out for .com in the end.
Yep, a reminder here, the EU prize pool substantial on the line, $1,500 in cash for first place, $750 on the line for second, and those lifetime subscriptions. That's what these teams are competing for here today. It is a good chunk of cash. I mean, you could almost buy yourself a Quest 3, or a couple of Quest 3s for your team there if you needed them to kind of amp up the focus into the VR esports space. But hey, who knows how these how the .com Cheeky Breachy squads plan on using that cash prize pool, but they are certainly competing for it. And like we said earlier, the prestige of first and second carries a long way when you can expect multiple seasons of the VRML. Here we go. Walls opening up on A site, and the push coming in with nades and utility, following it up from .com.
Yeah, that looks like it's going to be a more typical attack here right out of the gate from the first play. But nice fire grenade slowing the attack down once again. Cheeky Breachy doing a really good throwing a wrench. Good job throwing a wrench in the attacking idea. Mami Llama is going to put that EMP on the ground. There comes the counter nade. They are stuck, nowhere to go, and it is a 5v3 advantage now for Cheeky Breachy, and all 5 members have piled into the back of this A bomb site. Look, they know the EMP is stuck on the wall. There's no option for .com to pull it off the wall, so they're gonna have to fight it out, and Typical Light is doing just that.
Good
nice
toss.
counter nade, doing some damage, but still 3 men standing strong. And look at the bullets flying back and forth through the choke. It looks like Typical Light is gonna be able to stick the plant. EMP does go down, and it is that ever wanted post-plant situation. .com now has a bit of a chance.
Took a little bit of time to get there, but what a great hold from Cheeky Breachy. The nades, everything to deny the initial entry, but now they have a very big disadvantage. 3 rifles versus an Omen and a pistol is definitely tough to put something together with on the retake, no less. Although we've seen lots of good kills coming in so far. They'll toss the RCP over towards the full health Banana, who will lead the charge in trying to pull together this retake.
Yep, and like you said, the money, the glory, the prestige on the line. Both of these teams want so badly, and Submissive is showing it here that we want to be crowned the VRML Season 1 champions of the EU division, and it is they're on pace to do so. So far, .com up 4-1, and you got to wonder, Jonesy, how much do you think Cheeky Breachy believes? Sorry, Bob, in the 5-1 curse. If they believe in the 5-1 curse, maybe Cheeky Breachy just lets .com win this round to curse them with the 5-1 and go into the second half. What do you think?
Interesting strategy, bringing hexes into the playbook here. But, I mean, yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing from .com on the offense so far. They were off to a bit of a rocky start in the previous round, but ultimately what it came down to in that situation is that Cheeky Breachy didn't have the money, and .com outpaced them with that 100%. They had those Vezins that they needed. Cheeky Breachy did have a frag, which they used very, very well, mind you. But they ran out of utility, and ultimately at that point, .com capitalized off of that. They pushed in there. They found the picks that they needed. Then, it just kind of one thing led to another. Then they claimed that round. Now, Cheeky Breachy able to buy 5 Vezins once again. Not so much utility. They did buy a frag grenade. Hopefully for Cheeky Breachy, doesn't come back to haunt them.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice considering how good utility has worked for them so far today. To invest in the rifle buy now, well, we'll see if it does pay off. They're already getting challenged here in garage with utility, flashes, smokes, everything forcing Jado off of their garage position and tucking in behind the full health BMO, who's also holding things down here. Banana over the top as well as Cheeky Breachy try and stack in a second defensive round to the board this afternoon in our first half of Map 1 in the EU Grand Finals. If you're just tuning in, you're here just in time. The action just starting here in our first map, and maybe a side swap's what Cheeky Breachy need. Who knows? Well, let's see if they can still get around on the board. Jado does get spotted out and goes down. Kitten finds a nice kill there to put things 4-4.
Jado was holding on for so long. It was just a sliver of life, and he's going to be disappointed to not get anything. And quickly opening up the B-wall before getting control of Laundry is going to actually open up that sight line for Cheeky Breachy to kind of fire back, but it's actually Breezer from a window on the outside finding the kill as Mami Llama now tries to cross over to the laundry room, getting taken out by Banana. Look, this 3-member strong from Cheeky Breachy holding down the fort on B bomb site, and I don't think this is going to be the same story as last time. That EMP is down in the doorway once again, but Submissive is trying to make it happen, and no, it's going to be Kitten in a 1 versus 3, make that 1 versus 2 as they find the kill onto Banana.
Doable. Full HP across the board. No health syringes for anyone here, so any damage done is going to be permanent in this proverbial battle as .com and Kitten rotate around to try and now get the EMP. I think they're going to grapple up to the window, swing in there, and then go down the long hallway. Rez might have read this, though. And look at how they've rotated out and are waiting at the window. They shoot it out before Kitten even gets there to try and deter them from continuing their push.
Trip mine, so much damage. It was just a single trip, so if they survived that trip with just 9 points of health. I think
they find the head?
Wow. I think that's why Rezi opened up the window. It says, let him just vault into the trip. Still trying to recover the EMP. Just going to get the breaching foam. 50 seconds left on the clock. There isn't enough time to rotate back around, but that time is quickly running out here for Kitten number 4. They do not have a stim in hand. Yeah, no, they picked up the breaching foam instead. I don't know if they realized.
Probably not intentional. Maybe they're looking for a health syringe. There it is. 30 seconds left. EMP still not in hand. The challenge against BMO has to be what they're going to execute on here, and BMO is stacked up and waiting in this corner to drop down and challenge Kitten. They do take some shots. They don't connect. Time ticks down more and more. Yeah, this is the play. They're going to push up here. They're going to try and get the EMP plant. BMO reads it nicely, pushes out, and Kitten finds the kill. 5-1 for .com with seconds on the board. They'll EMP plant for the style because the cash doesn't matter at this point, Bob, and we reset sides. We reset economies and swap sides as we get in. Can you imagine that? We're swapping economies as we get into round number 7 here.
It would be an interesting twist if that happened. But I mean, I was so stressed out by the end of that. Kid number 4 with a beautiful, beautiful clutch there. Cheeky Breachy were off to a great start on that round, putting up a great defense, finding the picks that they needed, taking out, Submissive at the end there, who did take out another Cheeky Breachy player. But it all comes down to Kit number 4, who, is in a really tough spot at the moment there. I mean, you saw Kit number 4 standing still in Laundry, getting, a crossfire setup, one from Kitchen, the other coming from down the hallway. I think a lot of people would be tempted to move, but Kit number 4 stayed still. And that kind of, thought process there, I'm just going to stay still and hope for the best, worked out for Kit number 4. And what a beautiful flick at the end of that round.
Cheeky Breachy looking for a pistol set that they need more than ever right now if they want a chance at Hideout. This is a quick early opening here, 5-1 for .com, and we're going to be on the top floor for our next round. Everyone opening up and getting ready to push in from that A lobby, and a little drone work following up some hatch work before they make their call on if they're going to commit to B or A. I imagine it's the A push, as they are set up also on the outside of that lobby space, but they want to be extra cautious to make sure no one's tucked into any off-meta forward positions, which does happen sometimes. The pistol players will extend out into these bottom floors and lobbies and be an early game threat, so good of Cheeky to do their extra bit of scouting work before they commit in here. The question is, will they be ready for Sea Dragon on the flank?
And the foam wall is going to get foamed. The flashbang actually coming through and blinding a couple people in the back. Typical light, though, still tucked in behind the bomb, is going to dodge that one. And as I say that, more nades and smokes coming through. Cheeky Breachy taking a pretty typical attack. Just throw everything down the front door and get that EMP planted. And already with 10 people still alive on the server, they get the EMP planted, but that nade comes through to get the trade on the banana. But Cheeky Breachy are fighting this. They got a nice crossfire setup as the instant retake charge came through from .com, really quickly trying to take back this space. And Vreezer just finds himself tucked into this corner, but it doesn't matter because there are 3 more members in the post-plant situation. Kitten is going to find the kill, but now they got to deal with Rez on the balcony and Jado on the outside. And 1 more member tucked into the kill box. That is BMO there. And a very late flank from Sea Dragon here is paying off so far, as he does manage to find the kill onto Rez there, but he's got to deal with BMO, and that Jesper does find the headshot, and now with just 8 points of health, I don't think Kitten 4 has what it takes to bring this round back.
Well, a Taurus is the gun to catch the quick kills they need if there was ever a gun to do it, but they won't. Cheeky will find a second point on the board. Are we doing a little bit of a side swap thing here, Bob? Are we seeing that maybe the attacking side is going to have the advantage this afternoon on Hideout? Because Cheeky Breachy got that win. They've got a rifle going into the next round. They're completely resetting momentum here.
Oh, it could happen. It could happen. With how close the game earlier today was, I wouldn't be surprised if this one would be just as close. But yeah, I mean, .com, I'm thinking what we saw there was a big overextension from .com. They pushed out a little bit too early, and Cheeky Breachy capitalized off of that. They found quite a few good picks there. And, what we saw Kit number 4 and, the remaining .com players do to try and bring it back as well, with Sea Dragon. They were trying to play for picks. They're trying to find those picks that would give them some opportunities. But in the end, it came down to the numbers advantage. Even though it was Jespers against Taurus, Kit number 4 just didn't have enough health to make that push work.
We're really seeing these teams struggle to get these final 2 points. That's just the reality of the matter, Bob. It's the 5-1 curse, I say, because it really feels like it is. These teams just not able to get the pistol sets they need, start things off the way they need. Typical Light certainly gets a favorable pick as they get rid of the early rifle user. And look at there's multiple. 3 rifle buys from Cheeky Breachy on this round.
Yeah, but coming out on top of that with a Jesper in hand, no less. I'm not sure if there was a nade timed with that, but did he just get the triple headshot? Sea Dragon as well on the backside with the backup from Mamilaga. They're doing a lot of work here. Look at this, it's a 2v4 in the second round. They want to immediately stop this second half momentum that Cheeky Breachy picked up by winning that pistol.
They've managed to squirrel a rifle away as well, as Cheeky Breachy now have to battle against that threat at range. They do have to worry about Llama who does have the rifle. There's a good shot. 1-2 on the Kitten, but not the third. They survive as well as Typical Light getting back into the objective space. They do get, I think, another rifle, yeah, from the garage, and so definitely worth the HP, I think. .com with 4-2, BMO and Banana. I gotta wonder if BMO and Banana are gonna eco here.
I mean, it's tough. It's a tough pill to swallow if you're on Cheeky Breachy right now. Like they bought the most confident second round buy after a pistol we've seen all day. They're the first team in EU to buy 3 rifles, and it all fell apart just like that. I mean, off of the back of an opening pick from Typical Light with a Jesper, a suppressed Jesper no less, and they just took, I don't know, they just lost all their fights all around the map. A nice aggressive counter push around the backside from both Sea Dragon and Mami Llama netted them a kill as well as a Vezin, and it just, yeah, it's tough. It looks like they are going to go with the eco and back out onto the roof, and that is tough because not only do you lose the huge dent in your economy right there, only scraping 1 Vezin, but it also lets .com get up to map point here. That's the biggest problem.
Bob, this is the worst case scenario, and maybe the 5-1 curse not necessarily a reality for .com here because they're about to go up 6-2, and like Phil said, have a big economic advantage.
You know, I'm wondering if we're going to see BMO and Banana charge the site at the last second. It's something I've seen before. They opened up Skylight. I think at this point, though, they're just playing for any kind of picks, but it was a really, really good round from .com. You know, I always say it's always the eco rounds, you know, that shake things up, that you make things interesting. And look at this .com finding a ton of success here. As Phil pointed out, this is map points. They're going to go to round 6 here. They can't lose after this round. They can only tie it up. That's what Cheeky Breach is going to go for. So they're betting on bringing this back all 4 rounds in a row and not giving this first map to .com. But look at this. .com picked up 2 Vezins off of Cheeky Breachy. That's extra money into their pockets that they can invest later. So it was a tough round for Cheeky Breachy. Did not work for them. Let's hope for Cheeky Breachy's sake that they can bring it back.
We haven't really seen big risky plays or buys get punished a whole lot, Phil. Certainly the individual small mistakes getting capitalized on by these excellent teams because they capitalize on any little mistake, but we're not really seeing these big risks that don't pay off. And that's frankly because, you know, you expect a top team with rifles in hand to beat a top team with pistols in hand. It's not always the case in the postseason, though. You know, nades, clutch plays, Jesper kills, of all things, can set you up for a map and series win. So we'll have to see what they can do with, again, with that minimal economy because of how hard they got damaged that last round. If they can put something together against .com. But .com, like you said, Phil, just 1 round away from taking this map point, pushing us to a series decider next map.
Yeah, they've been off to the races here. It's been an amazing showing so far, really hitting the ground running in this grand finals matchup. And, you know, I mean, you don't want to count Cheeky Breachy out, but assuming that .com can finish this one out here on defense, it's a little bit of a different story than we saw in our earlier 3rd place matches. A nice nade comes around the corner. Typical Light just barely able to dodge that. Not to mention the double trip on the stairs is still live. And look, we're going to get 3 people walking over the double trip. It's a huge payoff for 2 trip mines. They were still chasing Typical Light down the stairs and just completely unaware. What a massive play. If you were wondering how much value the defensive utility can have in this game, there is a prime example right there. That's $400 that netted 3 kills without even having to look at your opponent.
Well, they've learned a lesson, haven't they? Don't all stack up down the stairs. I gotta wonder, have they gone up the stairs yet and seen that there's 3 dead? Because there's rifles all over the place here. Not that they particularly need them, I suppose, but they will end up making it difficult for the rest of the team to scoop them up. I thought that was a live nade for a second. That would have been crazy, but it isn't. And Rez does catch 1 with the Omen.
Yeah, it might be a little too late. If he'd come around the corner just a few seconds earlier to catch them all having a little loot party right there, picking everything up off the ground. But he does manage to get 1 kill. The problem is they took all the rifles and they doubled up on rifles and ran away. So even if he gets into that staircase, he's still rocking the Omen here on what could very well be the last round of the first map.
Oh, I think there's 1. No, there isn't. Yeah. No rifle for you here in this group of downed players. And that's something to take home as a tactical decision these teams have made, something that you can do at home too. If you're playing this game, you can move the utility around so that the enemy can't get it if you have to relocate.
Yeah, Submissive literally sitting on bottom floor with 3 Rezes. He tucks 2 of them behind this table here, just on the off chance that somehow Rez managed to find one of them. But that is, he's taking it to another level there. And it's do or die. I mean, we got 50 seconds left on the clock. These 2 Cheeky Breachy members do not have the option of saving here because that would just be a fast track into map number 2. It is map point for .com. So somehow Banana and Rez are going to have to try to make a last stand here as we come down to the final 30 seconds. Banana just jiggle peeking around this corner, trying to figure out how to deal with the static field emitter, and it is not going to be anything given up for free as .com has a very definitive win here on map 1.
A great job from the .com team. They're looking good here, to say the least, Bob, as they do lock in map number 1 here in the EU Grand Finals. Cash on the line. Lifetime subscriptions to Helga, the esports bot manager, on the line. It is a lot to be fighting for here with that first, second, and third place prestige on the line. And, I mean, again, I think this is why .com did so well against Velocity, because they're looking this good today in the EU Finals.
100%. And I mean, I think we all know what went wrong with that Cheeky Breachy offense in the last round. They were hungry for a kill, and they went down the stairs, and it's very easy to miss a trip mine spot like that, but it devastated them. Taking out all 3 of those players, they put so much investment into that round, and then really smart from .com, they took all of the loot. They didn't leave Rez with the opportunity to pick up a rifle. They put them in the room, and they put them by the table. And yeah, I mean, it was very, very smart from .com to just deny access to that loot that Cheeky Breachy could have used. They found the picks that they needed. They had great strategy both on offense and on defense. We had a very, very solid .com, a bunch of solid .com plays today. Yeah, and as you made a very, very good point, I mean, this is the same .com that we saw yesterday when they went up against Velocity. They are still bringing everything 110% into this matchup against Cheeky Breachy, and it's definitely showing.
Yeah, it really is. I don't know if we're going to see a sub or even timeouts from these teams. We may get right in to map number 2, so we might not have a lot of downtime here, leading us into what seems to be a skyscraper pick for map 2, Phil. And if this is any indicator, it looks like .com would start on defense. Definitely seems like a pretty good position to be in going into your series deciding map.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is definitely on for Cheeky Breachy here. I mean, starting on the attack side on Skyscraper, being a map down is a lot of pressure because you have 6 rounds where you really need to put at least 1 round on the board, right? It could very well be over before it starts if they get 6-0 swept in the first half. So I bet you that they are feeling the pressure right now. Maybe it would be wise for them to take a quick little breather here and let the momentum reset, because that first map was something. .com showed up to play here today, like Bob said, and they it's showing. Cheeky Breachy maybe need to step up and find another gear that they haven't tapped into yet.
Bob, we're going to go to some interviews that we cut here because it is a 10-minute break that has been called. So we'll get a little insight into the .com team into this next break. But, I mean, your thoughts before we do on how .com's looking right now.
.com is looking very strong. Now, Skyscraper is not one of their strongest maps, just looking off of data here alone, but they're starting off on the defense, which, you know, they could find a lot of success here on the defensive half. It's a defender-sided map, you know, which is an opinion by most of the players here in this game. So they could definitely find some pace there. But it's actually, I asked this question to Fallen yesterday, can .com replicate their same pace on attack as they can on defense? And Fallen said yes, they are a team that plays well both on the offense and on the defense. So I don't know. I think they're not bound by those, those map-based, sided opinions that a lot of people have. So it should be very interesting to see what happens.
We are about ready to dive into this third map here, but again, we're into a bit of a break on the Cheeky Breachy side, so we will go to a bit of a break here, and when we come back, it'll be the map 2 series decider for .com if they can take it. You're not going to want to miss the EU Grand Finals. Just a few more minutes here. Do not go anywhere. Paquito again, flying out, rifle in hand, catches 1, 2, 3. From the hallway and now from the open door. It just opened up.
25 points, 1 versus 1. Last round, Evil Jester brings some pressure in that doorway. Still unable to pick up the EMP, and the ace is going to go down.
Getting down to 15 seconds. Ash has recovered that EMP, looking to push in. Solo swings out, finds 2. And welcome back to the Breachers VRML, everybody. I'm your host, Gibular Bob, and today I'm with .com from the EU, currently heading into the semi-finals. With me today, I have Typical Light, Sea Dragon, Smoked Salmon, Gooblin, and Kitten number 4. How's everybody doing today?
Good. Yeah, good. Yeah. Good.
Awesome. So, just a couple of questions here for you. First off, how did you feel heading into your matchup against Monkey Forge this past weekend?
I think honestly, we were pretty confident going into the matchup. We were expecting much less of a fight, I think, from them, because previously we have beaten them in scrims and stuff. So I think we were expecting much less of a fight, especially from Mark. He did pretty well. But honestly, it was quite even, especially in Hideout. But then we got the game back on, and we kind of had to, reality check ourselves to get our heads back in that game to win that game.
Well, I think we've beaten the Fastest Forge, Monkey Forge, whatever you want to call them, sort of 7-0, 7-1, 7-2 in the past. Sort of like high scoring games. So I think we all went into it with sort of the mindset that we're gonna win just by how much. And I think that sort of team positivity that we had paid off really well.
Awesome. Okay. So, what was the most challenging part of the series against Monkey Forge? You had mentioned Hideout was a little tricky.
Yeah, I think Hideout on that certain game was definitely, once again, kind of a reality check. We didn't expect them to put that much of a fight, but they did, and we were caught off guard by it, but we did manage to pull it back in the end, and we did secure the win. But ultimately, I think getting to this point in the first place has been the most difficult, because obviously you've got issues, you've got people getting ill, connection issues, which honestly in the middle of a game can just be absolutely game changing and break the balance. But I think we've powered through them enough to where we can get to this point, and I think that was quite challenging in itself.
.com this season, we had a couple of rough spots, nearly disbanding twice. So it's just me and Llama left who can't join us tonight. From the original .com roster at the start of this VRML season.
Wow.
So we used to have a completely different lineup, but just people quitting the game and not finding it fun anymore, they've just sort of backed out. And there was multiple times this season where there was just 3 of us left in .com, but we've brought it back, and now we're sort of doing our best at the moment, I'd say.
Was there a point in the match where you felt like you had the win secured? Was there kind of a turning point where you felt like, yeah, you knew you had this?
Yeah, to be fair, I would say, technically, yeah, it was on the first round of ship, but in the heart, the part where we definitely won is when Sea Dragon started piloting the ship on, I think, round 7. I thought I had confidence in his potential to avoid icebergs and shit. So,
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to get into map number 2 of this best of 3. Map 1 going 7-2 to .com on Hideout, and map 2 setting us up for Skyscraper, it looks like. Phil, your quick thoughts on Skyscraper before we get ready to dive into the action.
Yeah, pressure is really on for Cheeky Breachy right now. I mean, that was a dominant performance from .com, and they have the momentum, and they're going to be starting on the defensive side here on Skyscraper. It's going to be an uphill battle. They're feeling it right now.
They are definitely feeling it, and we are hyped here. We are feeling it. We are getting ready to get into map number 2, the potential series decider for our EU Grand Finals in Season 1, and it starts here on Skyscraper. Skyscraper Phil has delivered on all of our expectations so far this postseason. Quite frankly, it's been a fantastic competitive map to tune into. And Bob, before we leave and get into this first round, your thoughts on round 1 here on the bottom floor?
Yeah, definitely. And just a quick update for everybody. Blaze actually did win against Velocity. Map 4 was 7-2. Goes to Blaze. They are officially third, so congrats to Blaze. I don't know if you could hear it. I was clapping, but
I heard it.
Yeah, great job from them. But yeah, interesting setup we have going on here with the pistol rounds. And one of our casters here in the chat, Finto, shout out to him, did mention that Cheeky Breachy actually went 6-0 on offense yesterday. So they might actually have that pace that they need here in this round. But yeah, definitely interesting pistol setups. They do have one stim, not following Phil's meta with the double stim. Let's see where this goes.
They are certainly. Well, it's okay, Phil. You can't make everyone double stim. All right. Eventually they will, maybe one day, but. It's still contested talk. We saw a lot of people disagreeing with you in chat. So there's some strategy. There's different ways of strategizing, different ways of throwing nades, different ways of finding kills. As Llama gets caught out with a great nade toss from Rez to kick things off for Cheeky Breachy on the attack. The start they needed as Breezer comes in, finds another kitten, flies out to challenge, and while they do, the rest of the team barrels in. Great coordination from Cheeky Breachy. Back and forth we go. Submissive flies around the corner, gets past BMO who plants, gets BMO who doesn't finds. Oh my gosh, the chaos. I don't know what BMO was doing. They're trying to stick the plant. They didn't even get it down, and the map goes to .com in chaos. We are into it, Gib. This is map 2, and .com take their defensive round 1.
Oh my goodness, what a start by .com. What a start by Submissive over there, who has been putting in just an incredible amount of work, both in map 1 and in map 2, finding 4 kills on that first round. Incredible gameplay here by .com. You know, I mean, Cheeky Breachy, they pushed in, they were going for that early plant. Didn't happen though. Yeah, Bima was trying to get it stuck, but ultimately just didn't have enough time before getting picked off by Submissive, who claimed, 3 other Cheeky Breachy players. It's a good round, a good start for .com. Submissive picking up that round 2 Vision along with Sea Dragon. This was actually the setup they had in the previous map. I'd say they're off to a good start for this half.
Yeah. They certainly are. It's just what they needed to kick things going here. And if you are just tuning in, this is map number 2 of our EU Grand Finals. The winner here takes first place in 1,500 in cash. So a lot on the line this afternoon for the champion. We'll see if they can lock this in here, as they do have just 6 more points separating them from first place on the .com side. Cheeky Breachy have a long comeback road to take, Phil, but they certainly can do it. Now would be a great time to get a nice eco round on the board, maybe scoop up a couple of rifles from your opponents and reset economies, but that is no easy task.
No, against 2 Vezins, especially with one in the hand of Submissive after popping off last round with a massive 4K, he's got to be feeling it right now. It's going to be difficult to get any ground here. And man, I just, I think it's like a curse, because if you save with a Jesper on a pistol round, as a nice another trip mine play comes in, if you save with a Jesper and you only get 1 stim, that almost infuriates me more than people just not doing it at all, because it's like the perfect amount of money that you have to buy those 2 stims. So I think Karma catching them in the butt, and there's no 6-0 on attack here today for Cheeky Breachy. They've already lost the first round. But this is where they need to make some ground. Like, apparently they say they have a better attacking side than most people are used to seeing. We're going to see the bathroom wall get blown up and the other wall. So B is going to be completely open here in just a second, and the pressure is now mounting here for .com.
Yeah, they've got the angles covered with Submissive and Kitten here. The only other threat is going to be a vault through the window, and we do have Black Cat there. Kitten does catch a nice one-tap on Therese, and it's up to really Black Cat making something happen on the backside with Jesper in hand. They will get down to the window. They have great lines of sight onto the enemy if they just commit to the peak, but it's hard to commit to that peak as the fight unfolds. More so out the window here on the other side. BMO battling back, the duo who pushes in. Kitten catches the head shot, and now Vreezer and Black Cat are all that's left. Ooh, Black Cat gets scooped up. Vreezer pushing forward here alone. It's a 1v5. .com has all the momentum in the world. As Vreezer does read that nicely. Finds one, can't get two. Llama scoops up another. And we got to take a look at the scoreboard, see where all these kills are falling. It seems to be, again, Submissive. The rifle maybe helps, but they are 4-0 on the round, on round 3 here. Map 2's looking good for .com, Phil. Maybe the momentum is just in their favor.
Yeah, they are.
Or Bob, sorry. I meant to go to Bob. I don't care what you think, Phil. We need Bob's analytics.
Yeah, and what a, again, what a start it's been for .com. I just gotta say, I think by the end of this, Cheeky Breach are just gonna be so paranoid by trip mines. If I was them, they've died to some very important trip mines. I'd probably be checking my house in real life for .com trip mines at that point, because they have had great placement. They're picking up another one early into the previous round. We saw a good push in by Cheeky Breachy. Vreezer did find one at the end there, but ultimately, I mean, .com are just finding these headshots. They've got great positioning. Kitten number 4 picking up some kills there with the Taurus as well. Ultimately, I'm loving the accuracy I'm seeing from .com. They're putting up a great fight right now.
They really are, and a reminder that at the end of this, we will transition pretty quickly into the North American pre-show for third place in semifinals in NA. We will be giving away 2 Cloud Core headsets over the course of both of those matchups, and so keep your eyes peeled if you are on the North American side of things and entering into that giveaway when we start that pre-show, when we start into the third place battle for NA. We're still here for first place, though, and Typical Light opens things up for .com, finds a headshot on the BMO. And the radio room seems to be the play here, but there's lots of utility putting them a little resistance in their way as Typical Light finds a nice kill through the door blocker.
Brilliant, the peek through the door blocker, and he's still playing inside this doorway, and the pressure, the aggression from the defense here really, Cheeky Breach is really struggling to deal with it, and it's interesting. Their attacking idea seems to be to spread out, take a lot of map control, and pressure in from a lot of different angles. But with this bomb setup, there just aren't that many angles to work with. Typical Light once again diving through the door blocker to find another kill. It is still 5 men standing strong. As I say that, Submissive immediately goes down with the Caster's Curse, but both of the Cheeky Breachy members tucked into this radio room behind this desk with just nowhere to go, and a nice nade underneath the door blocker as well. It's just Vreezer in a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, they're going to vault out, try and save the rifle. They'll get outside, but here you're not safe even. Excuse me, if you do vault outside, the enemy team can push you. I think Vreezer knows that if they stay here, there's no windows for them to get dropped down on, and they can hold actually the longer angles, so they'll have a chance of challenging if they do get pushed. The real safe option, obviously, Phil, is get to the roof, and that's what Vreezer does. They will vault up to that roof, and they're going to hold on to this rifle to the next round.
2-0 so far. .com is looking to close this one out quickly. I mean, we do have a nice lull in the action, so I want to get Bob's insight into this. I've slipped into analysis mode myself. Cheeky Breachy, you said, did go 6-0 on attack, so they clearly know what they're doing attacking on this map, but what is something about .com is just stopping them from being able to get a foothold in on any of these rounds. This was a full gun round here.
Yeah, it's interesting. What I'm seeing from .com that I don't see from a lot of other teams here, nobody's really roaming. If you take a look at it, they don't have. I mean, they're playing very close to the site. And interestingly enough, think .com have developed a new weapon over there, the door blocker, because once again we're seeing them, we're seeing teams using the door blocker, popping it open and close at different times. It's kind of like a shield, which we saw they were going in and out, finding some picks in between. So they were doing an excellent job holding down the podcast room, and you see it force Vreezer to go upstairs and eco. And salvage that Vezin. They're going to get one going into the next round, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to get more than one Vezin. You see, 4 of them were on 0. Yeah, nobody else can buy this round, so they're going to have to go for pistols and some util here, or they're just going to, eco. It looks like they're buying, they're investing into this round. I see an Aril, a couple of Omens, an RCP. This could be, this is a big investment by Cheeky Breachy. I don't know if it's the right time to tap into those reserves.
Definitely a risk, and quite frankly, Phil, it could be sending us barreling into a EU finals, where we have our finalists determined at the end of map number 2 here. .com leading the charge 7-2 on Hideout map 1, and now 3-0 on map 2. If you are just tuning in, you are here at, I guess, a good time, but I've said it a bunch already, but a reminder that there's lots of action left ahead of us today, and so a lot to look forward to this afternoon with the Breachers VRML Season 1 wrapping up across all of our regions. APAC's already finished. We've got our 3rd place crowned in Blaze EU for EU side, and now we may have our 1st place decided in 4 rounds. If .com have anything to say about it, they certainly are looking good on defense, and Cheeky Breachy trying to do anything, trying to put something together here with, again, that partial buy that they've orchestrated for this push into the B or A site.
Yeah, you can really almost feel that .com, they can taste that championship right around the corner. They are so close here, and they are on track. And I don't know what Cheeky Breachy has left in the gas tank, but they're going to have to dig deep here. They do have full loss bonus. This is why we're seeing them be able to invest into a few SMGs, because they're still going to have so much money on the back of even losing the round that they will be able to squeeze full buys in probably for the last 2 rounds. A very interesting proximity alarm going off there on the opposite side of the top floor, just giving free information over to the defenders. Meanwhile, like Bob said, I think this is their adaptation. I think Cheeky Breachy have such a good job here because they found a way to counter what is widely considered the very strong roaming strategy on this map. And the counter from .com is just don't roam. Just play 5 on site, and their whole ability to hunt down and trap your roamers goes out the window. Oh, but Jado with a nice headshot from the Taurus down the hallway is going to open this round up a little bit, and Cheeky Breachy have a little bit of breathing room here as the fight comes on for the B bomb site.
Submissive Salmon's been the vital element in this .com team all day today as Kitten flies up and catches a big kill. Submissive goes down to Jadow's headshot from the Taurus, and Utility comes flying in on both sides. Nothing catching out too much damage there as Cheeky Breachy still full HP, still prepping for their entry. Black Cat flies in, the RCP catches one, another kill coming in from Kitten. Finally, the Taurus removed from the hands of Jadow, and Typical Light and Mommy Llama are pushing in. Another kill makes it a 1v2, and Rez swings the short corner, but a great read from Typical Light to swing out of the smoke there, finds the kill, and .com barely make it away with round 4, but they do. An interesting choice to go with the partial buy there, Bob, because it almost pays off, and if it had, that would have been a massive start of the comeback for Cheeky Breachy.
It was very, very close there. Going back to the trip mines, their Typical Light, kind of a menace with the trip mines. I don't know if you saw this, but over in the lobby, they put them, on like a pillar over by the south stairs entrance, and it was going through the, like the railing. It was crazy. Now,
my gosh.
I can't believe Jado noticed that because I don't know, I probably would have walked right into that. But yeah, it was a great setup there by Cheeky Breachy. They pushed into green room. They had that Taurus player up, clicking heads with the Taurus, doing an excellent job, but ultimately once that one-shot weapon went down and the rest of the team had to pick up the slack, when it comes down to that, I mean, the Vezins overpowered them there in the end. Yeah. Rez was able to find a pick and almost secured that, but it came down to the numbers advantage in the end. Rez could find one, couldn't find the other.
Whew. Numbers advantage, the trend that continues on for this .com team because they're finding these early picks, and it still did come very close. The one left alive for .com, but hey, a round win's a round win, and when you stack 4 together, your money is fine no matter what. So they've got enough cash to invest deeply into this round, as you would expect. And I think they're trying to balance some health syringes here on the defensive side. Not too worried about Cheeky Breachy just yet. They know that there's a little bit of resistance in terms of utility that they have to get through before there is any real worrying that has to be done on the defensive side. The static emitter is down. The door blocker is there, deterring them a little bit for the setup here on A. But with foam down here, they'll be opening up that door blocker and then likely pushing into A site.
And a reminder, this is it. We are coming down to the wire here towards what could be the end of the EU Season 1 Grand Finals. And Cheeky Breachy really have got to put either this round on the board, or they at least have to get an EMP plan, because they have invested once again all the way down to almost no money. And if they lose without at least getting an EMP plant, they're going to be going into the last round down 5-0 and without a full buy. And that is not where you want to be here. And I don't know. I mean, they have what it takes. I think if they get this round under their belt, maybe even string it into a second round, I believe their backs against the wall. They have to throw everything they have in here, because the season is going to come to an end one way or the other. Are they going to have a chance to go to a map 3 and be crowned champions, or are they just going to let it go? I don't think they're going down without a fight here, Nightfire.
No, I don't think so either. This Cheeky Breachy squad wants the cash. If anything, there's a lot of prizing on the line. They got to fight for every round and put their best foot forward every single round, and I think that's what we're getting. We're just seeing a great performance from .com as Utility and Nades slowly pause the Cheeky Breachy advance. 5 still alive on Cheeky Breachy to the 4 of .com, but Utility's still a factor that's putting a pause in the advancement of this Cheeky Breachy offense. 1 minute left on the clock as Nades come up and over, and Submissive Salmon goes down. That's a big kill on one of the kill leaders for .com.
Yeah, Cheeky Breachy's doing it here. They've been mounting the pressure as they just let those healing syringes tick on Vreezer and get him back up to full health. They are going to have, that's going to be the cue for them to swing in. 4 members coming in strong through that hole in the wall. Vreezer's getting the EMP down, and they are finding all of the kills. It was almost a flawless round here from Cheeky Breachy, but Typical Light just barely managing to find 1 kill before eventually going down. And that is the first round for Cheeky Breachy. A little bit of a ray of hope coming through the clouds here for them, and I like to see these clouds clear up, because they could very well come back on defense and make a map out of this.
It's skyscraper, Bob. Defense is the favored side in a lot of cases, and sometimes you just need that foot in the door to get yourself a chance at a map win. Is this all Cheeky Breachy will need? I'm sure they're going to go for a second map or a second round, but that was a great point for them.
100%. I mean, Phil, are you intentionally putting a caster's curse on .com because you want to see this go to a third map? No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I mean, it was a very important round for Cheeky Breachy to win there. If it went to 5-0, it was. I mean, it would put them in a very, very bad spot. This gives them, as Phil pointed out, that glimmer of hope for the rest of this game. They have some wiggle room. They've got to keep this up. If they can push for this, this next victory and go 4-2 into the second half, I think it's very realistic that we could see them bring it back.
Yeah, I really do think it's in the cards for us to be headed to a third map. It's really just up to the execution of Cheeky Breachy on the attack. Bottom floor again for Cheeky Breachy, and a little bit more of a slower push in this time as they make sure there's no roamers, and they don't want to get caught out by any over-aggressive moves from .com. Ultimately, though, .com is really tucking themselves in, and they're going to force Cheeky Breachy to push into these objective spaces.
Yeah, I'm really glad that we get to see this bomb spawn once again. The last time we were here, it was I almost spaced out going into analysis mode, looking at Cheeky Breachy, but Mommy Llama finding Jado. Where did that kill even happen? It was out the window from the A bomb site. Getting a little pressure there, but yeah, they didn't get a chance to really. I like their attacking area. They spread out like this. They have a lot of map control. They can push in from a lot of different angles. Last time they just didn't have the weaponry to take those long range fights. So even a man down, I think. The way Cheeky Breachy is approaching the A bomb site here, it could be in for a surprise. I mean, things are still looking good for .com, but don't count your chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen big comebacks locked in across the board this weekend alone, let alone the last month. Every weekend packed with action, from the Challenger Cup to the top 8 to now the semifinals and the grand finals here. It's taken a lot of gameplay, hours and hours of broadcasting, and watching these teams battle it out here, and ultimately hours of gameplay from them to get to this point is a good name from Rez. Goes over the top and catches Sea Dragon. A beautiful toss through that open doorway.
Yeah, very nice nade to equalize things up 4-4. Vreezer has also rotated back around and taken up that position that Jado got picked out of. He's aware that Kitten is in the corner, but not quite able to find the headshot, and the multiple angles of pressure, like I was talking about coming in. Rez in that hallway, there's just a crossfire for Submissive he's trying to put the pinch onto Cheeky Breachy, but he's getting pinched himself, and now, luckily Typical Light finds the kill, but it is Cheeky Breachy. Nice. The crossfires come in, and as I suspected, that was a beautiful attacking idea that paid off dividends for them. They get their second round on the board, and they are right back in this map.
A big offensive push there, and now we swap sides, reset economies. Bob, we go into a pistol sets. .com really need this one. They really need the pistol set, otherwise they are in for a tough fight across the board to get map 2.
Absolutely. It's coming down to do or die for .com. If they lose this early round, as Nightfire pointed out, it could be very dangerous for them because Cheeky Breachy brought this game 4-2 into the second half, and here's why that's very important. You see, if you bring it in 5-1 to the second half, you aren't leaving yourself with much room. If the other team even wins one round, it's going to go immediately to that match point, and it's not going to be good for your team. But if you can bring it 4-2 at least, you're giving yourself those extra rounds to lose in case something goes wrong. It's more of a chance to bring it back. Cheeky Breachy did that. They're not out of this yet by any means. I think we're going to see things get pretty difficult for .com coming up.
Yeah, I think so too, as we get into the attacking round for them. In to round number 7 here, and little drone work coming in from .com early to assess the situation as Sea Dragon adjusts their headset. In real life, we see some animations in VR. Always kind of interesting to see when those players are making those adjustments. And BMO is going to kick things off, finding Typical Light down with a headshot early. That's definitely a nice start for Cheeky Breachy on defense.
Wow, I'm actually really impressed at the adaptation. I mean, there were 2 members of Cheeky Breachy on that balcony. The drone spotted them right away, and the positioning of .com here was designed for a 3-way pinch. 2 people coming down the stairs, 2 people vaulting in through the lobby windows. You see them coming up the stairs now. And then you had Typical Light putting some pressure in from that back window. And he was the initial one that was going to distract their attention backwards. But he got clipped off. There was a third member that we didn't see in the form of BMO, I believe it was. They're just covering each other so well. And they also had the wherewithal to realize that they were getting surrounded, and they immediately backed up. And now they're playing 5 strong tight on the sites. This is going to be really difficult for .com to break through, but they find the initial headshot. Submissive has just been on fire this game so far, and he swings in and opens things up for his team.
Connecting big under pressure. Kitten peeking out, and oh my gosh, Jado finds a double with a nade. Kitten goes down to Vreezer, and Sea Dragon's alone in a 1v4. Cheeky are definitely taking the pistol round unless we see a massive, miraculous comeback from Sea Dragon. I don't know that that's in the cards, considering he's going up against full health pistol players, 4 of them left alive for Cheeky Breachy. And I gotta wonder what the play is for Sea Dragon here alone with their half health.
Oh, it's checkmate. I mean, you got to, not to mention, I just want to point out, Cheeky Breachy got 2 stims. They understood, they listened. The karma punished them last time they got 1. They learned their lesson. They have 2 stims on the board. So even if he does manage to do a significant amount of damage, they're going to be able to heal that right back up. It's a lot of sustainability, and he is wisely going to back out onto the roof and just scrape what he has. He's got a frag grenade and a pistol. It's a little bit of something. Better than just throwing your life away.
Yeah, he got the frag, which is nice. I think that's why he vaulted out that way. It was pinged by the team, so take something out of this round, but definitely not what they were hoping for on the pistol. And I'd say at this pace, we're going to get on track for a map 3 because Cheeky Breachy are starting to get some momentum in their favor. They understand the situation they're in. They know defense is the advantage side here on Skyscraper, and so they're hoping that they can put up a clean set. Not even that clean, to be honest. They could lose 2 rounds and still tie this map. So it's not a lot of pressure ultimately on the Cheeky Breachy team, which allows them to do things where they can get aggressive, find big double kills with those nades, and ultimately shut down .com from doing a whole lot. The nade will get carried through like we see there from Sea Dragon, but it's 4-3, and Cheeky Breachy are going to have the advantage round here with maybe 1 or 2 rifles in their hands, health syringes in their pockets, Bob. They're looking good going into round 8.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Cheeky Breachy are bringing it back here. We see some Vezins coming out. Interesting. An Omen from Black Cat VR. They're picking up a round 2 Vezin. That's going in the hands of, it looks like, possibly Jado. Yeah, it looks like Jado picking that up. And as well as some heals and some extra utility. So Cheeky Breachy, this is a bit of a gamble from them. I mean, they're only picking up 1 Vezin. So if .com puts enough pressure on them this round, they may actually be able to break through that Cheeky Breachy defense. But it looks like, I think they might be super ecoing over on .com, where they're just buying, the bare minimum attachments for their Jesper, nothing else. Sea Dragon's picking up a Spectral and a Frag, but it looks like .com are saving big time. They're going for those Vezin util buys later on.
Oh, yeah. Hoping to have a hero round with their default pistols and a grenade. It really comes down to the nade. They're putting everything on Sea Dragon, getting a huge nade kill that will find at least one that'll drop a rifle and a Spectral. So that'll be a double weapon upgrade from their Jespers. But yeah, it's definitely not easy to pull off, and it's the postseason, so anything could happen. But with how Cheeky Breachy are lined up right now, I'm not seeing anyone in particular that's vulnerable to potential early pick.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some crazy eco rounds happen here in the playoffs, and this would just be a crazy time for one to pop off, because right now Cheeky Breachy have the momentum and they're on their way back into this map. And if .com somehow pull out this miracle round, that would be just a huge devastating blow to them, as the nade does come in. Unfortunately, it does not quite make it over the wall. It does bounce it back, and they're going to net 0 value. And that is the main, like you said, their main in to this round, opening things up with a frag kill, is now gone. So this just went from almost impossible to even more almost impossible.
Bunch of nades coming in there as they identify Vreezer, I think, in the corner. Maybe they didn't see him. Tucked in there.
Swing.
Yeah, they're going to full swing in. Submissive Salmon's going to go right into Vreezer's line of sight. Sea Dragon vaults over and catches the kill at least. Gets the quick refrag, keeps things 4-4 for .com, and that's kind of nice. It's not any of the players that have rifles in hand, though, so it's no weapon advantage given over to .com. I guess they get the Spectral in their hands versus the Jesper, but still, it is a very unkitted .com team trying to push into the site now with pistols in hand.
That's the Vezin going down, though, as Jado swings out the connector, but the rest of the team is there to back him up. They do trade out typical light and quickly recover that Vezin back into the hands of Rez. Before a brief moment, things were looking really scary for the Cheeky Breachy side, and on the backside, Sea Dragon goes down, not to mention Mommy Llama was surviving with a sliver of health, finally gets taken out, and Kitten number 4, the last one to go down, and it is a clean recovery from Cheeky Breachy. They still have all the stims, all the guns they bought into, and they're going into the first gun round well stacked here.
This is a big, big moment for .com. It's the investment coming to fruition or not. They need 3 rounds in a row to take map 2 and lock in first place. Otherwise, we are dangerously close to heading towards that map 2 tie, or which would guarantee a 3rd map, or a map 2 win into the hands of Cheeky Breachy. Their defensive sets look clean, and I guess it's pretty impressive to see .com do as well as they did with that eco round, Bob.
Yeah, I was going to say, by all means, that wasn't the worst eco round we've ever seen. They did find some picks over on Cheeky Breachy. Unfortunately for .com, though, it wasn't anybody that had anything important, and they didn't kill, they killed the Vezin player, but it was recovered by the team. So, they brought in, Cheeky Breachy brought in a lot of their investment into the next round. So, they are looking pretty good here. They did pick up a win. They tied it up. We could see Cheeky Breachy pushing for victory right now, but .com, like you said, Nightfire, waited. They ecoed for this. They're investing heavily into this round. Look at the Vezins, the util. They're droning. They're going to be very, very careful about this. We'll see if they can change that momentum back in their favor.
Indeed, we will. And if they don't, we'll be saying goodbye to you, Bob, as you'll be getting ready for North America to be prepping for that pre-show and those third place and finals matchups. We will join you, of course, when we finish EU here, but there may be a little bit of overlap on the pre-show and the end of this series. So keep your eyes peeled for all of those details on when the streams will go live. For now, though, we are here into the action. Map 2 still unfolding in front of us, and .com with the full buy putting their best foot forward at an attempt to get another point on the board. They really just need 3 more, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, the tension in the server could probably be cut with a knife right now. This round is so important. The first full buy round here in the second half. A nice intuitive counter nade, almost finds the timing there, but managing to dodge almost all of that damage. And Sea Dragon's going to open things up with the first kill onto Vreezer. Counter push. Jado there trying to get the trade for his teammate, but he is going to have to back up into the site, wisely so. And .com are doing it so far. They have a 1-man advantage, but just as I say that, Jado and Black Cat with the counter attack, and things are flipping and falling apart as 4 members of .com all fall down within a matter of seconds.
A great counter push from Cheeky Breachy. Everyone popping out, finding the kills at the right time. It leaves Typical Light alone in a 1v4 and really without any information. Everyone's going to be full health on Cheeky Breachy. I got to wonder, maybe ecoing this rifle is worth it, taking it out and holding on to it for the next 3 rounds, because you can't let any more go after this. Otherwise, you are guaranteed that 3rd map.
I don't know. That's a VRML skinned rifle. I feel like it's supercharged right now. He can win this 1v4.
Well, there's a lot of VRML skinned rifles in the playing field there, so who gets priority? That's the real question. It's everyone getting the boost from VRML with that sweet skin on their Vezins. And yeah, I think the Typical is going to try and get out of here with their Vezin in hand, or maybe bait that they're leaving and see if anyone was going to push and get aggressive. BMO and Jado are right here on the other side. And the smoke's going to come in, interestingly enough.
30 seconds. It looks like he might be trying to go for this. He's got the EMP in hand. He's got the breaching from. Maybe he's just looting. It's tough to say. He's going to find the headshot onto Jado, but 20 seconds left in a 1 versus 3. This is so difficult. BMO tucked right around the corner. He's going to... Oh, is he going to get an accidental foot shot from trying to shoot the static and realize BMO's there? No, 10 seconds left. I think he's going to realize here that he is running out of time. Maybe not. Doesn't matter. BMO is gonna win that 1v1. It was he was on the other side of the wall.
I know. I thought he was on that other corner too, but he just tucked in and waited the entire time on that round, and eventually someone pushed into their line of sight. Bob, they get the final kill they need, and it's 2 more points for Cheeky Breachy to take us to a 3rd map.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what I find interesting about this? I'm noticing a pattern with Cheeky Breachy, because yesterday they went up against Blaze EU. Now, if I believe Blaze EU did win the first map, yes. So what I'm noticing is that Cheeky Breachy are really good at bringing the pace back on the 2nd round and continuing into that 3rd map. So I'm wondering if they're just going to have more fuel in the tank to play the long game than .com right now. It should be very, very interesting. They had a good start over on .com, but I mean, we're seeing Cheeky Breachy bringing it back. They got a whole string of 4 kills in like the span of 2 seconds. So they are playing very, very well right now.
They're looking good. They're on point. .com has nothing in their economy to really put up a strong contest, and it really could be map number 3 for us in the EU Season 1 Grand Finals. It is, man, what a fight here from Cheeky Breachy. .com came in so strong map 1. Map 2, though, has definitely proved to be a bit more resistant with Skyscraper, and I gotta wonder what map 3 is going to take us to wrap up this series. We're not there yet, of course, and .com are looking to put out a hero eco round with 3 omens.
Yeah, they really just need to find a way to stop this momentum. I mean, Cheeky Breachy is on a 5-round win streak. They won the last 2 rounds of the first half, and they have been on an absolute tear here in the second half. And it's tough. I mean, we all know how difficult attacking on Skyscraper can be. The one saving grace for .com here is that they do have that loss bonus, which allows them to half buy here into omens. They got 3 omens and 2 spectrals. They've got a stim, they've got a foam, so they can make a little bit of a play here. So it's kind of a save round where they just have a little bit more than you would normally expect them to. So we'll see if their bag of tricks can net them any value here. Even just finding some kills and scrapping a couple of those Vezins could be huge. And the fight is going to come in. That proxy sensor is going to give away their position. A quick nade comes out, but it looks like they are wisely just baiting out this utility. And so far, .com are playing this very well.
Yeah, they are. It is a foamed wall down here, and there's the first kill through that foamed wall. I was wondering when it was going to connect. Multiple shots had come through, and they pursue through with those searching shots, ultimately finding the kill through that wall, and a good start for the Cheeky Breachy team, already up on the rifle advantage and now on player advantage too.
I don't want to jinx this, but I think, is there a glitch? It looked like Sea Dragon tried to push the button on the foam. There's already foam on the wall. No, I'm wrong. There's no glitch happening. They probably fixed that bug a couple patches ago. But the B wall is going to get open. I'm sorry, the A wall is going to get opened up. That's going to be the Q. They have full hallway control, but Submissive is going to get taken out through that doorway. And another wall bang from Rez is going to drop typical light. Now it's just Kitten and Sea. Make that just Sea Dragon in a 1 versus 4 here. And Jado is going to swing out for that last kill. He is feeling himself right now. He's been popping off with some huge kills in the last few rounds.
We are headed to a third map guaranteed for the EU Grand Finals in this best of 3. Cheeky Breachy just need one more, though, Bob, to get the map win. They don't want to tie here. Tie's not ideal. It doesn't put you in a great, comfortable position for map 3. So they really want to lock in this map win on this next round. But .com are finally going to be able to full buy. How do you see this shaking out?
Well, I mean, Cheeky Breachy are in a very good position right now. I mean, they're 1 round off of winning this map and bringing it into a third, like you said. But I mean, they've also got a lot of eco in case they do lose this round. That's like the worst case scenario here. But yeah, they can certainly recover if they lose. .com, if you take a look at this, they are betting big. They've ecoed for this round, specifically for this round, because I think they realize at this point it's kind of their last chance to go into one of these rounds fully prepared. Otherwise, after this, they're just going to be gambling and taking a lot of risks with bringing the second map home. They can't win it anymore. Can they tie it? That's the question.
Can they tie it is the question indeed. A lot of rounds back to back to back here for Cheeky Breachy, Phil. Like you said, they are running away on the momentum side of things. Can they just stack one more onto the board?
Yeah, I mean, 6 rounds in a row. You might see it. They were down 4-0 at one point, and they are so far on track. If they can win this one more round for a 7-round win streak to bring the map back. And that is, it's just impressive in itself. And the way they're playing, you can tell they're starting to feel it, the communication. I mean, off the back of that first map, things were looking shaky for them. And with this huge win streak, they've got to be feeling pretty good now that things are starting to fall into place as we see the attacking side from .com slowly breaking that door blocker there. And the audio queue has given away their position a little bit. I'm sure Jado is communicating to his team, hey guys, I found them. They're over here. This door blocker is going down. This is where the fight is going to happen for the hallway right outside of screen room. We got Typical Light and Mommy also pressuring in through the windows. So once again, a very nice coordinated attacking idea with multiple angles crossfiring in and creating different types of pressure for Cheeky Breachy to deal with.
Yeah, no kidding. We're coming up on, I think, hour and a half now of this series as well. So we got to factor in the stamina of these players as Submissive pops off there, finding an early kill finally for .com. They have not led with an early kill in, I would say, 3 or 4 rounds now. So a player advantage that's quickly squandered and then quickly regathered 4-3 as they push in towards A site.
Yeah, this is the point they need. They got the man advantage. If they can play the rest of this round by the books perfectly and constantly get the trades, but they're not going to as Mommy Llama gets isolated by themselves. And Umbriza with a nice 180 snapshot, making a 4K as he just shuts the round down all by himself. Finds the first kill, turns around, throws a nade while the nade's in the air, turns around, hits a 180 snapshot. What an amazing play from Vreezer there to finish out this second map.
A beautiful clutch that does put Cheeky Breachy as our map 2 winners. They will keep this series alive. And we are headed to a map 3. Bob, your final thoughts on this series, because we are going to say goodbye to you as you prep for the NA pre-show. We'll rejoin you when the NA games start, but we got to say goodbye now so you can get ready. How are you feeling on this series going into a third map?
Yeah, just before I hop out here, I was really impressed by the comeback we saw there from Cheeky Breachy, never losing another round after switching sides. They put on a great show. Of course, I love that clutch from Vreezer at the end of that. I don't know about you, swinging around, dropping Vezin kills, double fragging people. Oh, I'm a sucker for a good frag play. I think you know that at this point.
We all are.
Yeah, and it was a great defense there by CheekyBreachy.com. Have the pace for the offense, but I mean, when it came down to it, they just fell apart to that Cheeky Breachy defense there. As Finto pointed out, Cheeky Breachy, went 6-0 on offense, but I mean, it didn't happen on the offense here. It happened on the defense. So they're a very capable team. They did a very good job bringing the win here on this second map. I'll be interested to see. I'll probably keep the stream up in the background so I can know what happens. But yeah, for me, that's going to be it for me for now.
Yep. Thank you so much, Bob, for stopping by. We are just now going to be going into a bit of a 10-minute break here for these teams to likely charge their headsets and get ready for the final map number 3 in these EU Grand Finals. First place taking away a decent chunk of that cash prize pool, $1,500 in cash. Second place was $7,600. And yeah, it looks like I'm getting info now. They needed to swap out the charge on Rez's controllers so that they didn't die during the third map. So battery life was the issue this afternoon because they're playing so long. So yeah, we're going to take a quick break though as well, rest our voices, and get ready for this final map for the EU Grand Finals. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss the action. It's about to finish here on the EU side in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We are here for map number 3 of the EU Grand Finals in Season 1 of the Breachers VRML. I'm joined by Philibus here to wrap up this third map with .com versus Cheeky Breachy, and we're already ready to jump into our third map, Phil, so let's get right in to the last map of the EU Finals, the last map of the EU season on Ship. And we are just about ready. 15 seconds on the clock. We've got .com on the attack and Cheeky Breachy on the defense to kick this off, Phil. It's been defensive-sided so far for most of the EU postseason. We've had one map that went the way of the offense. How do we see this breaking down? I think that's the big question of the afternoon for round 1 here on Ship.
Yeah, and you know, Ship, the name of the game, just like it was yesterday, just like it'll be for the rest of today as well, is how many rounds will .com be able to squeeze out on the attacking side? How much breathing room are they going to have going into the second half to be able to close this out? Or will Cheeky Breachy put themselves in a nice spot to just squeeze the last bit they need on the second half? And it's going to be a play towards the engine side of the room. Submissive and Sea Dragon have already worked their way inside the Ship. They've got a little bit of map control going. A nice counter nade. Seems that Cheeky Breachy is aware the jig is up on where .com is going to be attacking from. So you see some rotations coming through on their side. But so far, none of the bullets haven't started flying yet, Nightfire.
No, they have not. And I don't think we have the possibility of a tie this afternoon. So we're almost guaranteed a winner after the end of this matchup here for the EU Finals. I say almost because I don't know if my math's right. As the vault comes in here and they push into B, .com's already down 1.
Yep, no, the math does check out. The round wins do not line up, so even if we see a map tie, it will be .com who's going to take this after winning the first map. It was 7-2, I believe. A little bit of a botched nade there from Submissive. He's shaking his head. He's not happy with that one, but the B wall is going to get opened up from both inside, from outside, and the red engine room. So that's a lot of pressure on a B, and you see 3 members strong here after Cheeky Breachy to defend. Is this the actual attacking idea, or is this a bit of a fake? It looks like they actually want to send it into B here.
Yeah, they are pushing in, committing to the entry. They've opened up the site. Not a lot of teams will commit this early into the push, but with a minute 15 left, they do have to start making some moves. Everybody stacked up from Cheeky Breachy here to defend, and the first bit of trading going on over the top of B. There's a nice swing from Llama to find a good kill as Black Cat tosses a nade over the top. That's going to be a little bit disruptive, does some damage to Llama, who tries to tuck in and finish the EMP plant and can't. There's a one-tap from Kitten. Can they find 2? They can't. Rez still alive in a 1v2.
This is a very doable 1v2. That EMP is stuck on the wall, and Rez is in the perfect position to constantly deny that plant. With 40 seconds left, the pressure is actually kind of mounted for .com. Even though they have the 2v1, the advantage is definitely in their favor. But as the clock winds down, Rez is really not a bad spot here. If he can find his first kill on the Sea Dragon, he finds a little bit of damage, but jiggling back around looking for Kitten. Those Taurus shots just barely missing. Rez escaping with his life. But the clock, remind you, ticking down 22 seconds. It looks like Kitten is going to be able to stick the plant. So now that extends the clock. For those of you who don't know, now we have a minute while that EMP ticks down where Rez has a chance to retake. And his position is given up. Kitten is ready for this, and it's going to be a headshot from Kitten to close things out. That's 2 big kills on the round for him, and the first round goes away of .com. A very important attacking side pistol round win.
Come on, that's the offensive round that the one round they needed on offense in the books already. Pressure is off. They can full buy all the way into this one, and if they get 2, that's like perfect. 4-2 going into the next half is fine at the end of the day for .com. They would be plenty happy with that start. Maybe they'll get even more, though, if they can keep the momentum going. For now, at least, they've got a serious advantage because they are double buying into rifles. They took a health syringe that they did bring into that through to the round with them. So that health syringe also coming in here. Now they have 2 health syringes on both rifles. It makes for a super strong round 2 team.
Yeah, I mean, I was Hawkeyeing the money situation. They actually had enough to buy 4 Vezins going into this round. They had 3 on the server for a second. Mommy Llama deciding to sell, and Kitten opting to go with a Taurus here. I don't know. I mean, he still had that Taurus from last round, so that's probably why he didn't want to upgrade, but with a map like Ship and how hard the attacking rounds can be, I would almost say full send 4 Vezins into this to guarantee stringing those 2 rounds together, because you'd be in such a good spot after that moving forward. But we are going to see a little bit of conservative, which is kind of the theme we've noticed from these EU top teams versus NA. NA, we got a little bit more of a balls to the wall economy style where we just full send it into that round too.
Yeah, it is the full send. I mean, hey, if there's ever a time, go big or go home, right? It is first place or second place on the line in this map. They gotta win if they want to lock in that extra bit of cash, and it's a substantial bit more from first to second. So they're fighting for a good bit here this afternoon as they breach in and get ready to work their way over to B site.
And typical Light has made a nice little advancement into this hallway, applying a little bit of pressure and finding an opening kill onto Rez. There, that is a great start for .com to keep things on submissive, putting that Vezin to work. Breezer finally finding a counter kill with a bit of a flank. Was that pushing out of the A bomb site or up the stairs? I didn't quite catch that, but it was through the site, huh?
Yep, it was indeed. And we're now into a 4v3 with everyone pushing here onto the B site. They've got the foam coming down to open up the wall. All 4 stacked up as they toss the foam back. Kind of a unfortunate spot for it to lie, but I think they're going to try and get that into Llama's hands, who will detonate it. Can't see Dragon can't find it. There they go. They finally find the foam. They'll open up that wall, and then it'll open up the other side of B and start to make their way in. At least that's the theory. Otherwise, EMP plant play may be coming in soon. Everyone fighting with the 2 rifles still alive for a chance and some ground, but Cheeky Breach here doing a great job of holding things down with now just the 2 of them.
That was so impressive, the way BMO was being such a nuisance in that hallway, but the kills finally coming through. Submissive, stepping up when he needs to, and backed up there from Sea Dragon. It is the 2 Vezins that do end up making the difference there, and it is the second round strung together here for .com, and they capitalized. They played it perfectly, just conservative enough. 2 Vezins is what they bought, 2 Vezins is what they come out of the round with. So they didn't really lose much as far as economy. They managed to squeeze the EMP plant there at the end. So this ship is sailing towards a .com early lead here, and on the attacking side, no less.
Oh man, did you go to pun school yesterday and get all the ship puns you could and put them in your pocket for this afternoon? You've been breaking them out all over the place. I've been catching them. They've been great puns. You gotta pay attention to Phil's commentary, otherwise you might miss these little inserts here and there. They've been all day today on Ship, but I love to see it. The ship is sailing as .com are running away with the map number 3 here. If you're just tuning in, you've missed a ton of action. Map 1 going 7-2 in Cheeky Breaky's favor. Map 2 going 7-4. Oh no, excuse me. 7-2.com's favor. Map 1, 7-4 Cheeky Breachy map 2. Now we're here in map 3 for the EU Grand Finals. These teams battling for a chance at first place. Not for a chance, battling for first place. There's no more chances after this, Phil. It's do or die in this final 3rd map.
Yeah, this is the final map for the entire season, for EU anyway. Don't remember, we got a couple of NA matches coming up after this, but so far, we're going into the first full buy round here in the first half, and Cheeky Breachy really feeling the pressure. They have to be able to convert and put this one on the board. Even after doing so, .com's probably still going to be able to full buy, so that's not going to give them full economic control just yet, but you can't let them start to run away with this, up 2-0 already. If they go up 3-0 and force you onto another save round, it's going to be a really heavy uphill battle for them to come get back in the second half.
Rez is tucked in here, could swing and be detrimental to this play. Submissive not ready. Freezer scoops up another, and Cheeky Breachy spring an early aggressive trap to get rid of .com and their early entry points.
And that's exactly what they needed to do. Black Cat is still on this staircase as well to apply maximum pressure, but they're just winning all their gunfights across the map right now as BMO finds a nice kill through the hole in the A bomb site wall. And that is the EMP down as well. And now the swing in from Typical Light. He's really looking to root BMO out of that spot. He does win that fight and still pushing strong, but they need a lot more to convert for this round. Still a 2 versus 4, and that EMP is still down on the outside, and as Kitten falls to Vreezer, it's looking like Cheeky Breachy are doing what they need to put their first round on the board.
Good refrag there, gets down another on the Cheeky Breachy side. And ultimately, any kill they find now, even if they lose, is big damage done, because Cheeky Breachy don't have a lot of economy to work with. They have very little, matter of fact, coming out of this round win. So 2 rifles down means that they'll be able to full buy rifles next round and then some utility. That will put them at almost no cash across the board. And actually, you know what? They can't buy rifles. Well, no, they won't be. Not off a win. So they
off a win, actually, they might. It'd be close. Barely, actually, I don't know. Yeah, maybe you're right. Actually,
I don't think so. Their first win, you're not getting consecutive loss bonuses, anything like that. So I think it's wise to save this rifle here. .com are going to be better kitted going into round 4 than Cheeky Breachy are, I think, based off of the economies right now. So 2 big kills at the end of the day, Phil, because again, that's 4 or 5 grand out of the hands of this team.
Yeah, you may be right. I mean, I'm starting to think to cast this game, you need a damn calculator here on the casting desk.
We need to get an AI math caster that's just here to plug in all the math and then says, yes, it is 10 rounds from winning the series. Yeah, that'll be great. Although it'll probably, you know what? We'll just put my voice in a bunch, and then I'll be the one that does the math, and nobody will know that it's actually AI doing the math. So I'll look really smart. That's what we'll do. That's the play these days. We don't gotta fake it or make it seem unrealistic. We can make it look very realistic. Anyway, we don't need to get into that because a big round win just came in from Cheeky Breachy, Phil. Like we said, though, the economy hurts right now, and they don't have enough. They have enough for 1 more rifle. They can get. No, they don't. No, Breezer doesn't have enough.
Breezer can drop.
He does 2,900. Yep, I thought it was 2,950.
I mean, barely. It's barely enough. He can't get any attachment or anything. He's dead $0 after that drop, but barely able to get 4 plus an oral buy. So they are getting the full buy here. And like we said, .com had so much money stacked up from winning those first 2 rounds that they're still going to get a full buy here and plenty of utility. So this is yet another scrappy gun round on the cards, and Cheeky Breachy don't really have much breathing room off of the back of that. I was just thinking, you know how in game it tells you the minimum amount of money you'll get on the next round? We could actually just program it into our API to have it pop up for us pretty easily. I mean, Offbeat, if you're watching, well, that's not a bad idea. I mean, just take those numbers.
Great that you thought of this now, Phil. After 13 weeks of regular season gameplay and a month of postseason, you come up with this great idea to help us on the math. A little late, but hey, season 2 maybe is something we can implement in. Okay, we'll look forward to something like that. But man, what a crazy. Oh gosh, yeah, we're into it, Phil. It's the EU Grand Finals, and .com are breaching in for another play. Full rifle kits coming in.
I mean, today is the day my creative brain is working. I'm coming up with all these ship puns, new ideas for the API. I'll tone it back and just go back into caster mode, okay? Here we got a nice setup here on the defense from Cheeky Breachy. Black Cat actually roaming on the upstairs, and he's looking like he might be finding a nice timing here as all 5 members of .com have worked in through the front helm side of this ship, but they're somewhat ready for someone to be up here. But if Black Cat comes around through this long hall, I feel like he could do a lot of damage with that oral here, but he's not going to necessarily need to, as Rez on the front line is going to find the tip of the spear of the attacking charge, as they say, for .com. Big kill for kit number 4 to go down this early in the round.
Typical light. The rest of this .com team trying to work their way over to B site, trying to figure out where this defense is all tucked in position, and ultimately it's going to be a little bit of time here on the clock before they do get to where they need to be. And like you said, maybe we'll see Black Cat find something up here on this top floor roam. Maybe they'll take too long. Maybe they'll drop down onto the backs of this offense. Who knows at this pace? But at the moment, it's kind of like a 3v3 down on objective with Jadao over on B and Black Cat here on the top floor.
And an interesting situation here is the bathroom wall is getting blown. Something you normally, when you hear that bathroom wall get blown, it's because the attacking team is trying to get a cheeky plant in that little cubby. But in this situation, it's just to open up extra attacking ideas for them to pull in multiple angles. The defense was holding strong, but now it's starting to fall apart as the multiple crossfire angles coming through are just proving too much, and it's overwhelming. Cheeky Breachy just, there's too many directions for them to be looking, and they're falling left and right, and all of a sudden this round is flipped from a 5v3 to a 3v3. Make that a 2v1 as it's all in the backs of Black Cat VR on that upstairs to bring this round back and clutch in this 1 versus 2 with just an oral in their hand, no less.
Really good play from Black Cat. They waited for the EMP to get stuck on that wall, knowing that they would want to utilize the hatch to defend, but they use it to attack. Really good, again, lurking in the top floor to get them to this point. And now with the defuse coming in, what's Black Cat's play? I think he's going to wait for the EMP plant to come through and then try and push in for the retake. As it does get planted, they do push a little bit too late, and now they have to get down and stop that EMP from going off.
So unfortunate. They just barely outplayed themselves a little bit, not thinking, assuming that .com was going to send at least one member up the stairs to challenge. He really wanted to play that off angle, but it put him too far away from that powerful hatch position that he had to defend the EMP. So now got about 40 seconds left to make this 1v2, and the ball is really in .com's court, and it's really on pressure is on Black Cat here to somehow make something happen. He's going to be able to recover a Vezin, but his hand getting spotted by Submissive. 2v1, his position's given up. If Submissive is smart, he will stay tucked in that corner and allow his teammate to get involved in this fight and not give Black Cat the 1v1.
Force Black Cat to sprint to you or allow them to eco. That seems to be the call here from .com, as Typical Light isn't going to overextend and go on the hunt, and they're going to let the EMP secure the round for them. 3 points is plenty good, as Typical Light almost does catch the back of Black Cat there and won't end up finding the full kill. And it's 3-1 on the attacking side. We saw that, I mean, hey, Phil, we've been so wrong before that maybe Cheeky Breachy are going to come in and pull off an incredible offensive set themselves. Okay, we're not going to put that one out of the potential of what could happen this afternoon, but this is really good for .com going in 3-1 on ship. Map 3, the season decider. That's what it is. That's what's coming up here in these next few points for the .com squad.
And they've got everything going for them. They've got all the money. They've got all the utility. Everybody's full bot. There's a little bit of money left over in the bank in case things go wrong for these last 2 rounds. They should be able to set for a full buy. Meanwhile, Cheeky Breachy, they've only got 4 Vezins strong, and they're really struggling to scrape it together. The pressure is mounting, but with how epic these matchups have been all day, I would not be surprised to see Cheeky Breachy somehow start to mount another one of these legendary comebacks. It seems almost destiny at this point.
It really feels like it. We'll have to see if they can put something together here on the attack and keep this momentum going. Cheeky Breachy, their economy not in good spot right now. If they lose this one, the next round's not going to be great for them on the cash end of things, and we really could see .com running away on the offense here. So .com have everything to lose at this stage. They really do have a nice, comfortable lead in the first half of the ship, and they continue to carry a lead with the economy momentum.
Yeah, this is a very important round. I mean, every round from here on out is going to be important for the side of Cheeky Breachy. This whole season has come down to this. One of these teams is going to be walking away crowned the grand finalist. It's Rez. Finds an early pick on Mami Llama, but the wall bang from Sea Dragon is there. Very nice reaction for them to get that trade without even having vision on their opponent. We're looking at 4v4 as the Swine comes down, and it's a pressure towards the B bomb site. They got the wall blown up, a nice smoke thrown. I actually can't tell if that was an attacker smoke or a defensive smoke. It's kind of good for both teams a little bit.
Nades coming in, and Jado did go down, so it's a 4v3. As Cheeky Breachy holds things down on B site. Those smokes are only going to last for so much longer, so Submissive utilizing it while it's still up to push forward and challenge some of these other angles. Won't find anyone tucked into the standard spots, but maybe now they will, as BMO and Breezer are both waiting, and Kitten will go down. Maybe the call out came, the space is clear, but it certainly wasn't, as BMO lights up another, and .com are down to just 1.
Yeah, Submissive. I mean, this is it. Cheeky Breachy seem to have felt that pressure mounting. They felt themselves being pressed towards, backs against the wall here, and they seem to be able to just dig deep and find another level. It happened on Skyscraper when things seemed to be getting away from them. They all of a sudden went on a 7-round win streak. Maybe we'll see another 7-round win streak here. This is the start of it, but it's a good start. They're up to 4v1. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, as we've still got one more round here in the first half for them to close things out before we head back to a pistol. And Submissive Realm, it looks like he is going to go for the full eco, so we've got a little bit of a lull in the action as he sits back and shakes his gun back and forth, hoping that somebody pushes out into his arms.
A little dance, a little relaxing time for them here as they wait and tuck into cover. And I remind you that NA stream has started and is live. Gibular Bob will be hosting the pre-show over there, I believe, with Heritage and Martini if they both wake up in time and are around for the pre-show. They should be joining Bob there. And then when we finish here, me and Phil will join Bob for the NA third place and grand finals matchup. There's a lot to look forward to this afternoon with these matches still to be determined, still coming up. NA third place and the NA finals of Acer versus F3. Definitely going to be a lot to look forward to. Those games are going to be incredible, Phil. I can't wait to get into those, just like I can't wait to get into our next round, the last round of the first half of the EU Grand Finals. Whew. It's
hype.
Yeah, it certainly is a tremendous amount of hype. The pressure is on as it never has been for these teams, and that's when I love to see teams play, when they really are having those external factors hit them, when it's the stamina element, when it's the pressure of that prize pool on the line. It's great to see teams execute and play still as well as they do.
Yeah, it's really impressive. I mean, I'm over here just on the casting desk. I'm almost glad a submissive save there just to give me a second to catch my breath from how intense the casting action is. I can only imagine the kind of pressure going on in the minds of these players here in a grand finals match. And this is the season 1 grand finals. It's almost like extra glory to be crowned the first champions of VRML in this game of Breachers here. So it's really an epic, momentous moment to go down in the history books, you know?
It's been a fantastic postseason, everything that I could have hoped for and more, Phil. We've had great interviews and conversations with the teams, and overall the games have been spectacular. Couldn't have asked truly for a better EU finals at this point, and I'm thrilled that we're getting into a potential tie point here where we could be going 3-3. I mean, .com have a little bit of money left in their pockets to buy into rifles and whatnot. They've managed their economy well enough, but it isn't the full buy because you still do have the Taurus in Kitten's hand. But that Taurus has been pretty dang effective in Kitten's hand.
I will say Kitten has found a couple of crucial headshots so far in this series, and you know, I mean, on a full gun round here to see it come into effect would be pretty incredible. But plenty of guns will be on the server as soon as the bullets start flying. I'm sure he'll be looking to scoop up a Vezin as soon as they can. This is not where you try to style on your opponents. This is, you know, for all the marbles, they're going to be playing very serious. As the hatch has already been blown towards the A bomb, so we're seeing a very similar look from .com as we saw in the last time from this bomb site. Again, the main difference here is they don't have the typical Light and Kitten pressuring towards that bathroom wall. This time, BMO is defending on the backside of the wall, so perhaps they're predicting the way that Cheeky Breachy have adapted to their strat, and they're switching things up. It's the same concept, pressuring towards A. They're just not falling into any counterplay, and it's paying off. The intuition seems to be there.
Really interesting seeing Typical Light flashing the gun like they have been here, trying to draw shots and bait out a peek as Kitten.
Ooh.
Typical, beautiful bit of negotiation and play to draw out that headshot and find the kill. They got to be feeling good about that one as .com have the priority in terms of barreling in. Jadow's on the short corner. They'll nade one with Immolation. EMP is planted on the wall, and .com are down to 3, trapped essentially in this tight corner. They need to maneuver out of here before Black Cat does more damage, and Sea Dragon takes big Immolation nade damage there.
Yeah, those fire nades really do hurt so bad. It was crazy. I'm assuming that smoke was thrown by Cheeky Breachy, and it just happened to... I mean, it played out for them so well. It allowed the 3 members in the back not able to cover the 2 tucked in that pocket where the EMP is now stuck on the wall. And somehow Kid number 4 has not managed to recover any of the Vezins off of his fallen comrades because they are tucked into that cubby where the EMP is. And there's too many opponents right now guarding it. And Typical Light holding around the backside, trying to see if somebody's going to overextend with a flank so he can get an equalizing kill. But right now they're hurting with only 3 members alive in the 3v4, and it is going to be Black Cat on the upstairs catching Typical Light off guard. This round, it looks like we may be heading in for a 3-3 tie for the first half.
How did Black Cat get past Sea Dragon is the question. They are up here now, though, and holding down this top floor as Kitten has to push to the EMP. They got it planted if they want to have a chance at the round, the chance at the half, and they will not win the first half of map 3. It goes tied 3-3, but still, Phil, we feel that that's an advantage to .com, considering how this map shakes out. Typically, it's defensive-sided, so what .com simply need to do is bring things back into defensive control here, put up 4 rounds on defense, and they've got themselves an EU first place.
Yep, and they are on the defensive side, which is the main difference. We had last map on Skyscraper. They actually went up 4-0 in the first half, and then lost 7 rounds in a row. Here, they've went up 3-0, and so far Cheeky Breachy on a 3-round win streak. But the main difference, like we said, they are now having to make the second half anchor down on their attacking side. And yeah, I mean, we're gonna see. I think .com, both teams. I mean, this could go either way. I don't even want to make predictions at this point because it's just so up in the air. Like we said, if the tie comes out, it's going to be going to .com because they had such a dominant performance on the first map with a 7-2 or 7-2 victory, I think. And so yeah, technically they only need 3 rounds to be crowned our EU champions here.
Whew, we already crowned 3rd place. TBD is 1st and 2nd. Blaze are 3rd after today, and we're close. We're 6 rounds away, potentially, from finding out our winner. 4 at minimum. And Cheeky Breachy starting things with the pistol set, finally starting to open up some walls on A. And really the only roamer on the defensive side is Sea Dragon, positioned here, looking to maybe get a couple of cheeky kills.
I see what you did there. Cheeky kills onto the Cheeky Breachy squad. The drone is actually going to find him, though, so much for a surprise attack from Sea Dragon. He is going to back off and rotate all the way around to the other side of the map and come down the stairs and meet up with his team. Maybe trying to get a little bit aggressive out the window here. It would be crazy for him to catch BMO with the EMP out. But full green engine room control has gone over to this Cheeky Breachy squad. It looks like they're setting up for full engine control, which is a great place to be on the bottom floor because it allows you to pressure towards both of those bomb sites. Both of the bomb sites on the bottom floor have breachable walls from the outside as well as from the engine room. And it does look like they are going to blow the A wall first, and the pressure is already mounted.
I mean, .com are nicely rotating here to hold down. Hey, what a nade tossed! It catches Sea Dragon. They didn't think it was going to bounce the distance, and it does. A beautiful toss that finds Cheeky Breachy at an advantage, 5-3.
Man, that nade, and it just barely bounced up onto the ledge of that door frame. There is a little ledge that normal rolling nades would bounce off of it, just enough lift to get up over that ledge and barely make it around the corner. I didn't even think it was going to get him. I was shocked. But so far, Cheeky Breachy on this ever important attacking pistol round find themselves at a 5-3 advantage. This could be absolutely a huge tone setter here for the second half. And they're taking their time though. They don't want to give away anything for free. Despite having the man advantage, they're being extra cautious, checking the streets both ways before they cross, as they say. And that's the flash coming through, but still fairly slowly working their way. And Amami Llama is going to get 1 equalizing kill. Maybe a little bit of fear setting in for this Cheeky Breachy squad.
Yeah, they need to push in while they have the player advantage. Black Cat swings in just at the right time. Llama finds multiple kills. That puts suddenly .com an advantage and BMO alone in a 1v2.
How have we gotten to this point? It all fell apart. It was just, they had the man advantage. They had the map control. They had everything going for them. And then when it came down to brass tactics, when it came down time for them to really push through the choke and make it into the bomb site, it's with the .com show as they find the last kill there. BMO with the clock winding down, not a lot of options. And surprisingly, .com are going to walk away with the ever important pistol round here in the second half.
Crazy stuff here for the EU finals. Exactly what you want to see. This is action-packed, and man, I can't believe how close that came right there. That is unreal that we're still getting down to these huge... I mean, that's, yeah. The pistol round somehow goes to a 1v2, somehow goes the way of .com, and Cheeky Breachy are in a tough spot. They've got no money to invest. It's likely going 5-3 unless they can pull something miraculous off. .com are going big or going home. 3 rifle buys into this round. As you see Kitten calming down their teammates, patting them gently on the shoulders to assure Llama that they'll be okay with this rifle in hand. They'll be able to do what they need to do. And actually, Llama and Kitten are the 2 pistol users, so maybe patting Llama, assuring them that it's okay to have a pistol. You'll be fine. Also, some assuring kisses coming in as well, just to get the confidence going as they get ready to dive in to round number 8.
Round number 8 indeed, and it is a confident, aggressive 3 rifle buy on the side of .com. Cheeky Breachy are going to upgrade into their pistols and buy a little bit of utility to boot, so it seems like they don't want to give away this round for free, but this also probably coming off of the back of the EMP plant on the pistol. They didn't get the EMP plant on the pistol, actually. I don't know how they have so much money to work with here, but they're finding the initial damage. Typical light onto 8 points of health. Luckily, they have a stim to get them back up to full health, but the fight is on. It looks like they're pressuring towards the A bomb site here, Nightfire.
Does indeed. The pistol set here. Trying to push in, catches some big damage on the typical light early. Oh, and then a 1-2-3 on the Kitten.
Beautiful stuff. You got the rotations coming in. It seems like it is going to be a play, and typical light with that Vezin in hand, going to be finding a counter kill onto BMO. But yeah, I don't know. The way Cheeky Breachy struggled in that last round, I'd really like to see them fully commit and just full send. Blow both of these walls open and just get the bodies into the back of sight and try to cause as much chaos as they can. But it looks like they're going to stick to their guns and to this slow, methodical pick play, which is difficult against Vezins with nothing but Spectrals to kind of find those cheeky headshots.
Yeah, it's super tough as the angles are getting held nicely by Llama, Z-Dragon, everyone. Well, not everyone with rifles alive as a back flank there comes to fruition and catches Submissive. Now the push coming in on the front side from Cheeky Breachy, and Llama takes big damage. With the rifle in hand, Typical Light finally comes alive. A heal from Z-Dragon to keep Typical Light in this, and Z-Dragon scoops up one. So close from Cheeky Breachy to find all of these kills, but the ultimate answer here is that it's a 1v3, 4 HP and 1 HP on Z-Dragon and Llama, but health syringes in the hands of Typical Light and Z-Dragon. They should be able to heal over time. There's a minute left, 40 seconds or so left, and then they can push and try and get this defuse against a pistol. So 3 rifles against a pistol, and eventually some HP going into the bodies of Llama and Z-Dragon, I would imagine.
Yeah, this is actually so tense because if Jado can manage to bring down Typical Light, it is just barely needs to put any damage down on both Mommy Llama and Z-Dragon. They're both 1 tap to the toe here, but Typical Light playing a very wise position here, but nice jiggle peek.
Good stuff.
Yeah, and Typical Light with the swing. Beautiful stuff there from .com. Even though they come out on top of that round and are 1 step closer towards being our EU champions here today, I want to point out Cheeky Breachy actually did manage to coordinate that push off of the distraction on the back of Black Cat coming out the backside. When he got the kill, the team .com turned around and they all pushed in at the same time. That's really good to see, considering it seems like that's what bit them on the pistol round.
Crazy that we're here fighting at this pace. Everyone happy to be tuning in, I imagine, to this finals, Phil. It is the EU Season 1 Grand Finals, and it's 5-3 in Map 3. So close between these 2 teams, and .com stepping up to the challenge of going up against the #1 seed in Velocity yesterday, and now fighting back against Cheeky Breachy, who beat Blaze EU, another talented team. It is the mystery of the postseason, who wins and who proceeds to first and second, and that's what we're here to find out. It's been, again, fantastic rounds, stellar back and forth, and we are just potentially 2 rounds away from crowning .com the champions. If Cheeky Breachy have anything to say about it, they need to put up a lot of... Actually, you know what? We're a round away. If .com win this, they win the series.
Point. That's right. .com technically on series point right now, but I gotta be honest, even though things statistically may not be looking good, Cheeky Breachy, after what I saw from that last round, and now they have a full buy into rifles, I would not be surprised to see them put on a surprise tear. But it is attack side on ship, and this is this middle bomb site, which is just so difficult sometimes to attack if you can't get the crossfire set up in the way that we did see .com find some success, and it looks as if Cheeky Breachy may be heading in the right direction towards This bathroom side, are they creeping in to set up the A crossfires, or are they actually rotating in? But Submissive finding an opening pick onto Vreezer. That is not the way they wanted this round to start.
I think that's a Vezin down too, one of the 4 they had. Oral left in Black Cat's hands, and so, yeah, definitely not the kickoff they needed. Perfect for .com. They're just 4 kills away from securing themselves as our first place EU champions. It is down to this round. It is series point for the .com squad, whether they know it or not. That's the reality of the situation. A tie wouldn't mean anything for Cheeky Breechies. If it was 6-6, then it would be points, which would go to .com because they have secured more points overall. 7-2 in map 1, 4-7 in map 2. As the push comes in and Llama finds another, Cheeky are down to just 3. Scooping up that nade off the ground. It is, well, they need to find some picks now with the utility.
Need is a strong word, and you couldn't be more right. I mean, the pressure Cheeky Breechies got to be feeling. I mean, this is it. 13 weeks, a crazy run deep into the playoffs, brought them all the way to the grand finals, and right now it is BMO, Black Cat, and Rez in a 3 versus 5, and they have got to dig deep and find something to bring this round back and make something happen. A huge play. They need an opening pick, something. But right now, look at .com. They are just not shaking. There's such a solid rock of a defensive setup.
Yeah.
Like 3 members solidly locked into A with Sea Dragon rotating between both the sites. They are still going to stick with their guns, pressuring open that A wall, and Submissive finding another kill. Things are looking even worse now for Cheeky Breechy.
We are done with this series if they find the final kill here on the Black Cat, and they get it. It's 6-3. It's .com taking the EU finals, and they will be crowned our EU champions. There's still rounds to be played, of course, but Phil, for us on the desk, that's it. It is EU finals done and dusted. .com are guaranteed their advancement on as the first place team, and no matter what Cheeky Breechy do, even if they get 3 points here, the overall scoreline determines that .com are our champions. I am super impressed with how this .com team played today, Phil, and it was a thrill to tune in and watch Cheeky Breechy battle against them every step of the way.
Yeah, everybody loves a great underdog story, and in this case, we were guaranteed to get an underdog story to the champions because both of these teams here in the grand finals coming off of the back of some really nice upsets from just yesterday in those semifinal matches. So, I mean, it's great. I mean, what a perfect way to wrap up such an epic first season in the EU Breachers VRML. And don't forget, we've still got the NA. Those of you just tuning in, we've been harping on it over and over again, but that NA pre-show has already started over on the other channel as we play out this last couple exhibition rounds and see if Cheeky Breechy has anything left in the tank for us here today.
I suppose we can watch them. I was planning on just wrapping up the stream, Phil. I didn't think we needed to watch these last few rounds because, quite frankly, they mean nothing to this series. It is our finalist already crowned. And, well, Cheeky Breechy, I think, understand this. They kind of just full send it in. Everyone's dead. It is going to be the last point confirmed into the .com's team pocket as they'll take it 7-3. They lock in for sure their EU Season 1 Grand Finals as first place, Cheeky Breechy taking second, and Blaze EU in third. Phil, we're going to take a little break here because we frankly need one. We're going to get a couple of minutes on our end before we have to dive into NA and third place and finals there. But man, what a treat to tune into the EU games all weekend for this whole month long.
Yeah, shout outs to everybody involved in making this journey happen. It has been so fun. The EU Grand Finals just came to a conclusion. So all you EU teams, it's time to start looking forward around the corner to Season 2. But before that, it's time for NA.
Yes, it is. NA coming up in about 15 minutes time from now. We'll be jumping in to our first map of the third place battle, which you do not want to miss. First place, Acer and F3. It is a great lineup of matches ahead of us to wrap up Season 1. So, go head over and support Gibular Bob in the pre-show, show some love, and get ready for giveaways to start at the start of map number 1 over on the NA stream. They won't start yet, but they will when map 1 begins, so be sure to get over there, especially only available for those in the North America. We do apologize for the inconvenience on not being able to ship to EU, but that's just how it is. So that's the reality of things. And again, more breachers. It just keeps coming, Phil. It just keeps coming. Breachers. 2 more big matches left. But wow, EU delivered at every stage of the way. And I just got to say, before we sign off here, hats off to the EU teams. I had a fantastic time commentating all of the action. But that's it for us. We don't have... Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me see if I can pull in one of these finalists. What team? What do we got here? Sea Dragon or let me see. Give us a second on this end. Maybe we can get an interview here.
Typical light dragon.
Quick interview chat. We'll figure it out.
What a matchup! Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
What a matchup! I mean, the whole way. I mean. Oof, I feel like if there was any way for them to tie it up and go to a map 4, they would have done it. The only reason it ended on map 3 was because it was an impossibility.
Let's see if we can get them. Let's see if we can wrangle the .com winners here off of, again, that massive map number 3. Stellar performance overall from them to get through the Velocity Esports number 1 and Cheeky Breachy number 4 here, I think. Yeah. Overall, and I think maybe they're off celebrating already. That could be the reality, Phil. I'm not getting any response right now from the players, so I imagine they're celebrating, enjoying their win, and well
deserved.
Oh, here we go. I got a hold. Join Discord and VRML. Breachers. Let's see. I think
we'll get to catch the fresh off championship win emotions here.
Oh, we're up. There we go. Awesome. I forgot Typical Light is part of the casting team, so they're able to join our channel, and we don't have to drag you in. Typical Light, congratulations. You've locked in your first place as the EU champions off of a fantastic series. A really good back and forth for us to tune in. How are you feeling?
Honestly, it's pretty surreal right now. It was down to the last bone. I did not know what was going to be the outcome of that because it was well played by Cheeky Breachy. Definitely gave us a really good fight. It was really surreal to win that.
Did you have any motivational speeches going on during those breaks? Were you trying to keep everyone focused? You know, what was the vibe like going into this third map?
Going into the third map, I think, well, we just lost Skyscraper, so everyone was, understandably a bit down from it. But Smoked, an absolute legend. He kept on saying, guys, reset, round 0. We can do this with the better team. We can win this. And it really helped with our team spirit.
I mean, again, an incredible series back and forth. Phil, I'll let you ask a few questions too. What do you got?
Yeah, I mean, things really seemed to be clicking there for you on the third map. At what point did you start to feel that win coming around the corner? Like in the middle of ship on defense, I started to see some victory dances. Did you guys kind of taste the victory before you actually had it?
Yeah, I think when you start to chain those rounds together, it gives you that adrenaline, that just euphoria, you're winning and it feels good, and that obviously helps with the rounds to come. And just being in a good mood all around really does help with winning. And
go ahead, Tip.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and you guys seem to have a great mentality and great sportsmanship across the board. So I mean, were you guys surprised to see? I mean, you guys were a bit of an underdog story, and Cheeky Breachy also. Were you guys expecting to find Cheeky Breachy in the grand finals match, or was that a bit of a surprise matchup for y'all?
I think it was definitely a surprise. Honestly, people have dubbed this season the season of underdogs for a reason, because no one really expected for the finals. Because I mean, obviously you've got Blaze, who I think are number 2, and Velocity
third
number
place
1.
Now. It's a season, first and second
on the season. And everyone expected them to be fighting it out for the first place, but it was actually the 2 underdogs that did, and I think it was just absolutely shocking for everyone.
Well, hey, you did a fantastic job leading your team to victory. Congratulations to you and the .com team from locking in the EU first place. Any final thoughts, any shout-outs you have for that whole season and now being crowned our first EU Season 1 champion?
I think there's always next season. That's it.
Yep, absolutely. Looking forward to it ourselves here already, but we are going to wrap it up on the desk for us this afternoon. A shout out to everyone tuning in and a reminder to go catch the pre-show live right now with Gibular Bob. When we come back, it will be for the NA finals and it'll be over on the other stream, the other event page that's already live. So go tune in and get ready for NA third place to unfold. Until then, stay classy.